and I think that's awesome. So which come from UK, which for which the training has been done in UK. Um, One of them, apart from the challengers, there was one more equipment. I need to remember that name. I'm sorry, it was an abbreviation. Um, Boyar, do you need more details or?
To add that, I think that's something that would be very beneficial to step up, and there's something that all NATO partners can really contribute to make the Ukrainian army as prepared as possible.
Um, there are so one more thing that I remembered. I think you left your mic open.
Sorry.
Okay, so because I could hear an echo. I'm sorry. So what I remembered was the fact that other countries. You mentioned other countries. Romania helped, for example, with training of paramedics. So about 200 paramedics were trained last year during a program with money from the NATO um, budget. They have been trained in November and December, I think, in our we call them SMURD. Um, they are basically the first responders in country, and they have medics and paramedics and specialists who actually can help train future medics to be there on the front lines and what to do. And I read something this morning, but I from the top of my head I cannot remember where, about Hungary taking over and training some paramedics. I will look for that information. So um, that's it for the moment. Actually, what I know.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Armed Dillo up. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Just popping in here a bit during my lunch hour here. I'm in Texas. Usually, folks can guess that pretty quickly with the armadillo faced armed dillo. But yeah, I guess the comments I had, there was quite a discussion this morning, maybe around, it was a little over 4 hours ago. There was some good discussion about, around support from the left, speaking in the U.S., support from the left, support from the right, and sort of, the coalition on both sides. And I can't quite remember the name of the individual who was speaking about that, but he was, I guess he's Republican minded, but not a MAGA supporter. Uh, you know, so what I don't know how much it was discussed. There are sort of independent minded voters as well. There's those of us in the middle who may sometimes vote with the left or may sometimes vote with the right, but we're also there are many of us who support Ukraine, right? Who understand the reasons why it's absolutely critical to support Ukraine. So there are still quite a few people in the middle, and I see issues on the right that I'm in support of. I see issues on the left that I'm supportive of, and I see ditches on both sides as well. If you go too far one way or the other, right? Um, but yeah, so I love this space. I love hearing from voices on the left. I love hearing from voices on the right. And I love it that so many come to this space in support of Ukraine. And question that I have, actually, I have a brother of mine who might be interested in making a trip to Ukraine and spending. I don't know if there's an opportunity to spend a week or two or a few helping with aid distribution for Maria Aid. So that's really kind of the question that I have here. How would one go about requesting to do that?
Axel, I hope you were listening then. And he was not. He's raiding the fridge. He
I
told
mean,
me he's raiding the fridge.
I suppose I can start with I did notice there's a contact form, right? If you go out to MriyaAid.org, there's a contact form, and I guess you can just click
I would
interested in
say that's going to be
volunteering.
your best, yeah.
That's going to be the best way. Okay, excellent. That's all I
Absolutely.
had. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll drop down.
Good afternoon, Prince.
Right. Just responding to what um, the previous speaker said. I was driving, so I didn't hear it completely, other than his brother wants to go and volunteer for a couple of weeks. Something that we've learned from talking to Ryan is a couple weeks is really hard to manage, to get yourself into Ukraine and get settled and hooked up with a phone that works and integrated into an aid organization to distribute aid. I've heard talk more along the lines of a month being what would be really needed to be really helpful. And suggestions from Ryan, our friend who has gone and done what he's now on his second 3-month stint, is I believe is his minimum commitment to be there is 3 months. And people would be better off donating the money that they would spend on that trip to help Ukraine and doing other proactive things from where they are, um, instead of spending that time trying to get over to Ukraine and integrate yourself. It's really hard to be able to do that in just a week or two. So that's sort of the input I wanted to give on that. It was just sort of repeating things that I've heard from Ryan and other people who have gone over to assist in Ukraine. So just while I'm waiting in a parking lot here for a minute, I thought I would pop up and say that, and I will see you guys later. Thanks.
Thank you, Prince. And yes, quite salient points there. Anda, my lovely, go ahead.
So, I have a complete change of subject again. As I said earlier, it's about a meeting in Kiev. So, you are one of the things that is really important in Ukraine going forward is to protect itself against corruption. So why do we say this? Corruption is treason during war, right? one of the things that is really important is that when you steal from the people who are fighting, basically things are not getting to the front lines, and people die. This is why is treason. This is why it's treated as treason, right? In real life, in our real life, where there is no war, someone will lose some money. The state will lose money, which were being worked for someone else from the country. So you are stealing from someone who worked, and the country is not going forward as good as it could, because basically some part of the money are not reaching their destination, right? But during war, not reaching destination means deaths, basically. So the European Joanna, you're no longer here. I will remember the name in the prosecutor office of the of Europe. Can help the Ukrainian authorities regarding the investigations on fraud, on the topics that affect also the financial interests of the EU. And why am I saying this? There is a lady from Romania who is now the chief prosecutor, the European chief prosecutor, who went in at a conference which is called United for Justice. She met with the president of Ukraine, among others, and she stated basically that it's a privilege for her, that she wouldn't give up. She thanked everyone, and highlighted the fact that the strength of Ukrainian resistance depends on our support. And when we say our support, European support, it's not only training, it's not only weapons, it is also money, and it is also cooperation within the European Union, as if Ukraine would already be part of it, like preparing Ukraine to be part of it, right? And there are so many directions in which Ukraine needs the European help. One of it is justice, and this is basically her role there, to see how can the cases be better integrated in order to help Ukraine in pursuing fraud and in cleaning up house. And this is not the only one. We also saw, for example, Mr. Commission, he will go at the European level to help integrate Ukraine railway system with the European one, which will also be a very important part of integrating later, integrating Ukraine in the European Union. So it's another thread that's being tied to the European Union, to their promise of being European, right? I'm sorry. So what she stated was, to wrap it up, that the European investigative system, prosecutor office, is one of the most powerful instrument of investigation and I think it's called penal pursuit. When you follow up a case, a penal case, not a civil one, in order to reduce the criminality and the financial criminality and what's called over the border transfer of money, right? It's not only within, but it's from other countries to Ukraine and from Ukraine to other countries. So this is really important because a lot of money will go to Ukraine going forward. And the fact that President Zelensky pushed for cleaning house and pushed for this meeting, and having the chief prosecutor there, the European chief prosecutor there, it's a clear sign for everyone that Ukraine will not stand for being robbed from within or from outside. Okay, so this was what I wanted to brought up. I'm sorry for my voice and for the way I'm talking today. So yeah, but I really wanted to talk about this.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. Sorry, Marcus, just to add something, I think it's very interesting, Anna, and it's very good that you brought this subject. And please take care of your health, because you need it. So please take care, please rest, please take whatever you are taking, but do this. Just to make not a conclusion, but to say exactly what she meant, Laura Kudryavtseva, about this is not necessarily about the crimes or the frauds that are committed inside Ukraine, but it's related to the interests of European Union. But if they are fighting for the interests of the European Union, in fact, they are fighting also for the interests of Ukraine, because the two are related. So the EPPO, the European Prosecutor Office, is ready to fight criminals who conceal the origin, destination, or ownership of goods and assets falling under the EU sanction regime. This will help to slow down the Russian war effort, and with confiscations following prosecutions, contribute to the financing of the reconstruction of Ukraine. So here is an engagement, a lot of determination to help Ukraine also by this means. And thank you, Anda, for bringing in the subject.
Thank you. Now, we have Nuno Felix coming up in approximately 7 or 8 minutes. So, Stephen, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to reference the fellow from Texas that just spoke before Anda. We've had a regular chef on here that is looking for volunteers to work in his kitchen. But it requires a multiple month commitment. It was either 2 or 3 month requirement. No experience necessary, but if you can't be there long enough, it's not very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. That is the thing that even Ryan said himself. 2 weeks was not long enough for him to have been able to, get used to what he was doing, get used to how to communicate with people, sort all his individual stuff out, his maps and things like that. And yeah, so he said, had he only gone for 2 weeks, he would have found it much more productive to have just sent the money that he was going to spend on the travel, and to actually do something closer to home to, maybe connect with the local Ukrainian community or local community groups that support Ukraine. So it's obviously that's coming from Ryan, who went and is now again in Ukraine. So I would say that that's good advice coming from him. Ioana, my love, go ahead.
Yes, I have two quick news, and both of them are good. Just to fill in the space until Nuno Felix will come out to speak from an undisclosed location. The first one is about the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. During the missile wave this night, the connection between the plant and the Ukrainian grid was affected. So the plant was disconnected. They managed to connect it to generators during this time, and as of 4 p.m. This afternoon, they managed to reconnect the plant to the Ukrainian power grid. Of course, the plant is not working; is in a shutdown mode, but it still needs energy to keep all the fuel in good condition. So this is a good news that they managed to reconnect it in less than a day. And the other good news is about Moldova. Moldova was in the news titles in the last weeks, let's say, because of possible attempts from Russia to destabilize Moldova. And there were big protests in Chisinau. Well, big, not very big, but there were protests in Chisinau against the government. So the recent polls show an increase in popularity for Maya Sandu and for her party. So instead of losing popularity, there is an increase in popularity by about 5%. So Maya Sandu is very well in Moldova, as well as her party, and Moldova is well on her European way. So this is a very good news, at least for us here in Romania, and I wanted to share it with you. And I'm done.
Thank you. That's incredible news. Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that. And I do believe our mysterious guest is on his way. So I'll just quickly go to Anda.
Well, I will switch what I wanted to say to saying to everyone to click on MriyaReport avatar, go on the first page, and retweet the space in the card, to let everyone know Nuno Felix is coming up. I think it's really important to put the word out and to share the link to the space for people who are seeing it, to be able to join the space also. So yeah, I wanted to say that I'm really, really proud of Maya Sandu and what she's doing, and I'm happy that the people from her country are seeing what's happening.
Alrighty, and with that, Anda, thank you very much. We will do a bit of a swappity-doo. David and I will coast, and I can see that Nuno has joined us just as well. And whilst we're 1 minute early, I'd say we'll go to that undisclosed location. Nuno, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Axel. Good evening, Ioana. Everyone, Bojar, everyone is here. So I'm going to share here in the top of the space a little tweet I done with some maps, because maps in this thing is always important for everyone to get their bearings about what we are doing. So retweet the space and join us for our Thursdays, as the British would say, um, discussion on Ukraine. We'll be going through several topics, but I'd say we start with the military situation. What you say, Axel?
100%. Let's go through it.
So let
You want to start in Donetsk and Luhansk, or where do
I
you want
want
to
to
go?
start. Let's start by the numbers. We'll start with Northern Lugansk, the Svatov, Staroblisk region, and we've been talking about this for a while now. It's the first map. It's the first picture in that tweet I've just shared with the space. You can see here that we're basically where we were last week. So, what Russian army doing is everybody's question. I'm not really sure what the Russian army is doing, but the Russian army is getting nowhere. That doesn't mean that they're not in a strategy of attrition. That they've shelled Kupiansk quite a few times this week. They've shelled the Lyman too, but they've made no further progress along this line. There's been some fighting around let me. I was probably because I got probably my Wi-Fi just got a little strange. But anyway, I was saying that we have basically some fighting around Hriya and Kivka, which I'm probably butchering the name. But along the front, we've seen some shelling, we've seen some attrition of Ukrainian forces. Major moved here. Now, if nothing major moved in this region until now, I would say it's safe to assess that we'll probably not be seeing great offensive operations by Russians in this region, which I particularly find very vulnerable for them. We've discussed this quite a few times. I think it's a vulnerable part of the front, because this Svatov Starobilsk axis is a region where there's a significant opportunity for Ukrainian forces. If Svatov is overrun, or if it's enveloped in a maneuver, Staroblisk is in play, and once Staroblisk is in play, we have northern access to Kremina, to Lysychansk and Severodonetsk in play. And we have the rail line from Belgorod completely cut. Now, this is significant as a moment, because next time or the next few months, the next few weeks or months, we'll see quite some difficulties with mobility regarding most of the front. We're entering mud season. The Rasputitsa, as the Russians call it, so, and the Ukrainians call it. So any advance that the Russians may wish to do towards Kupiansk, Lyman, and to press Ukrainian forces against the Oskil River is probably wishful thinking at this point. If they didn't do it in this time frame we saw, I don't think they can do it at all. That's my view on this part of the front.
Now we had Yuda on. last night, and he also highlighted that he believes that the Northern Front is one of the two areas of operation where he believes a major impact can be made by Ukrainian troops when they've gathered their strength and they've gathered their armor, which they seemingly are doing. Shaping operations have taken place. Kremlin seems to be reasonably fixed. How do you rate the Russian setup there after, I mean, numerous attacks on their end? Do you see them being able to actually carry out offensive operations themselves there?
I don't think so. I think any significant. I think this. I've said this, and I agree with Yehuda. This region here, the Svatov Starobilsk axis, is one of the most vulnerable parts of the front for Russians. It would make sense. It would make sense. It's a matter of military sense that you would wish to push this front west towards the Oskil River, and with that you seize Kupiansk and Lyman. That would be perfectly sensible. It would be a decent military objective. If I had to launch an operation around any part of Lugansk, this is it. Because the moment that Ukrainians can get around Svatov and cut off the road to Starobilsk, this whole part of the front collapses, and you have Starobilsk in play. And I keep saying Starobilsk because Starobilsk for me is a key location of this war. The moment Ukraine seizes this axis, all of northern Lugansk and Svierodonetsk and Crimea, which, as you say again, Crimea is fixed at this point. It's going nowhere. Those forests are a terrible obstacle, especially for offensive operations. So this isn't going nowhere. I don't see the Russians having the resources or the echelons necessary to break through this. I don't see it here, and I think, and I agree with Yehuda on that. This is one of the most vulnerable places that Russia has, and that's why it
And
makes sense for
if
me.
the train line is broken, Nuno, that's what you're alluding is if the train line from the north to south is broken,
To
their
Belgorod
supply
rail line,
situation,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, and the Belgorod train line is broken that runs to Starobilsk. This is a critical location, but more than that, Starobilsk commands the northern access to Lugansk. And you immediately create a problem here, which is the moment you see Svatov, if you have enough forces, you can press north towards Crimea, and then Crimea is under pressure from the west and the north. And the moment this is under pressure, so is Severodonetsk, for instance, in Lysychansk, right? And the same happens in Starobilsk. The moment you see Starobilsk, northern Lugansk is open. So Russians will have to make a choice. Russian command will be forced to make a choice. Either you try to straighten this front, let's put it this way, and try to defend it from Severodonetsk towards Lugansk, or you focus on defending Lugansk cities. Now, this depends a lot on numbers and how can the Ukrainians exploit maneuver here. But this is clearly, for me at least, this is my personal assessment. It's one of the most exposed Russian regions, and that's why I say it would make sense to try everything to push into Kupiansk, Lyman, and then push Ukrainian forces to the western bank of the Oskil River, because the Oskil River in certain parts is fairly large, and it would make a formidable obstacle if you straighten out the front. I don't see Russians being able to do this. Honestly, that's my view here, Axel.
All right. So if we cycle down further, so we've passed Starobilsk line, we go down further into Lugansk area, Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, Siversk, all that. There's relative stability in this area, but then you pass on, take the curve around via Soledar to Bakhmut. How are we looking there after recent reinforcements?
Well, Bakhmut. Regarding Bakhmut, Chuck was in the audience, made some very good maps. I recommend it to everyone. I think, Chuck, if you can, I'll try and share them here. If you can, Axel, please. Because Chuck did a great infographic. But I'll discuss with a lot of information about the Bakhmut ongoing fight. Honestly, I'm divided on Bakhmut. So, from a armchair general standpoint, and I would like to say this because I see a lot of people saying, well, Ukraine should do this and Ukraine should do that. Well, I'm not on the ground. I'm not, I don't know exactly what are the forces on the ground, so I'm not going to second guess Ukrainian high command. That's why I sometimes take a more 30,000 view approach to this, 30,000 feet approach to this, and a more global panoramics of the theater, not to go into the nitty gritty, because honestly, we don't have openly enough intelligence to assess if the defense of Bakhmut is really a solid option. What I will say about Bakhmut is two things, several things actually. First of all, Bakhmut holds, right? And we've seen a lot of people saying Bakhmut will hold, it will fall shortly, but Bakhmut holds. And if history tells us anything, and if urban operations tells us anything, is the more you destroy a place, the more the harder it gets for offensive operations in an urban setting. And I'll give you an example from history. Most of you, I believe, in the audience, and those who haven't can look it up. The Mount Cassino battle in World War II, right? Mount Cassino is an abbey in Italy, and it was bombed to smithereens, right? It was heavily defended by some entrenched German paratroopers. And the issue of Mount Cassino was the more you bombed it, the more the German troops in Mount Cassino had the ability to stage a defense. And at a given point, you had a whole, let's say you had, this was quite a few months, first of all, because the place is quite inaccessible. But you had a small German force made of paratroopers, Fallschirmjägers, that were bombed by the Allies. Massive raids, but they used the rubble to basically stop a whole army corps in their tracks, right? And the battle raged from January to May, and it was in May that the Polish corps basically took over or conquered the mountain defense of Mount Cassino. This is a historic example that the more you destroy a city, the more you blow it up, the more you try to turn it into rubble, the bigger the difficulty is for offensive operations. So, with that in mind, Bakhmut is heavily destroyed by now, the city itself. Ukrainian lines west of the Bakhmut River have held. And there's a sense in the, I believe, in the Ukrainian command that if they funnel just enough reserves into the fight, that they may be able to hold Bakhmut in what is a strategy of attrition. It's a strategy of attrition against Russian forces, by all means. Russia is pouring into Bakhmut some of the best units they have in the region, in the theater, and in that sense, it makes further operations down the line harder. The more Russians you kill in, to put it simply, the more Russians you kill in Bakhmut right now, the less Russians you'll have to kill in a counteroffensive, right? So I think most of them, beyond the political consideration and a certain sunken cost here that I understand that President Zelensky wants to avoid, because Bakhmut was used as a symbol, for instance, in his address to U.S. Congress. There's by the military this sense of a sunken cost. We've lost so much and so many people to hold this that it now would make sense keep holding it, and this is dangerous. But there's probably also the sense that they can exact a massive toll on the Russians, on most of the best Russian units, because Russia needs Bakhmut as a political victory. It's because honestly, yes, they can threaten Kramatorsk and Sloviansk from there, but after this fight, I don't see the Russian army being able to go in siege and lay siege to Kramatorsk and Sloviansk immediately after. They would need to reconstitute and to rearm and to regroup, because their toll is massive trying to conquer the city. So I believe the most important thing is this: is there's a sense in Ukrainian command that they may be able to attrit to uh, make the Russians pay a massive toll for the conquest of Bakhmut, even if this already costs the Ukrainian military quite some reserves. I think Ukraine on their side, they have this issue that they need to balance carefully between what is the forces they commit to this fight and the forces they're preparing for the coming counteroffensive. So you cannot overcommit to this fight in a sense. Also, and this I would like Chuck's opinion on this. I've been looking at these maps about Bakhmut, and I've been thinking, what happens? What happens if Ukraine breaks a maneuver element into that northern pincer of um, of the Russian effort? Let's say if they break into Solidar, for instance, what happens? Because I don't think there's, from what we've seen from the Russians, I don't think there's a second and a third echelon there to defend this. So what happens if a maneuver element breaks into Solidar or even Yakovikla? What happens? Because there may be an opportunity here. But Chuck has been following this from a technical point very, very closely. What you think, Chuck?
Hey, thanks for asking me up.
Brother, how are you?
I'm good, brother. It's always good to hear you. I was listening. It's fascinating. Oh, you can hear maybe the police are going to get me, but I've got my lawyer talking to him at the door.
Deny everything, deny everything.
Exactly. I think you've raised an interesting point on the northern pincher. especially over the last couple of days, the Russians have been really pushing hard on little town called, not even a town, not even a village, Dobo Vasilivka. In the course of 2 days, they defeated in 60 attacks on this little village. And I can't help but think that the Russian forces in this area, they're not in very good fighting trim anymore.
Yeah, and my point is exactly that. I mean, they're committing to the town itself, to Bakhmut, to that movement to try and encircle the city. But the thing is, Chuck, I've been looking at this and thinking, well, cool, that's what I would do. That's fine. But I don't think there's a second and a third, even a third and a fourth echelon of Russians that can, if broken, if you break to the first echelon defending, for instance, Solidar and Yakovikla, as you say, Yakovikla is a crossroads. If you break into that, there's not exactly a number, there's not exactly a massive number of Russian troops that can be diverted to stage a defense. And if you break a maneuver element into there, there's some serious trouble for the forces encircling Bakhmut. That's my view on this. I think that's something that we need to consider the possibility. Let's put it this way: that Bakhmut, as a fixing operation and as the focus of or as the key engagement of what we are seeing, that it's there's some opportunity to be had here.
Yeah, I agree with you, and especially in the northern sort of pincher, what we call the sort of big mitten reaching for Bakhmut, and the northern part are the fingers of the mitten, and it is primarily Wagner Group up there, and the quality of their individual, I don't even want to call them soldiers, whatever it is they're putting into the battlefield. Often prisoners, they are delivered by the busload and prodded towards the line of contact. And these aren't the kind of troops with the sort of experience, the training. And I'm going to say it out loud. I don't think they've got the equipment up there. If the Ukrainians decide, as you say, to release a maneuver element against this northern pincher, I'm not sure that Wagner could resist it. I think, though, as critical as the battle is right now, well, I'll say serious. Not it was critical a couple of days ago, but as serious as it is, I think that for a while, Ukraine is simply going to let the Russians keep coming because they know they're going to keep coming because Putin is telling them to. And as we saw in Dubo Vasilivka, the Ukrainians are ready to kill as many people as Wagner unloads from the bus.
Or are in agreement and consistent with General Syrskyi, expecting a higher toll from the Russian side. Nuno, by the way, your segment is so attractive that not only Jeff is here, but Chuck, but also
Now
we
this
can
is
see that John has joined.
Now John has joined. This is turning into an all-star event with two full-flagged colonels here. Colonel, sir, please go ahead, John. Happy to have you.
Oh, thanks, Nuno, and I just couldn't resist. I mean, what a panel! I 100% agree, and as I actually think of it more as the classes that me and Jason Drew teach on how to attack us. That is a course of action that you do when you basically control the exterior of a nodal city. I think that if Russia were to close the pincer and try to encircle Bakhmut, they're still not at a great advantage because that defensive line of Ukraine is not that far away. It's not a nodal city where they control everything around it. I think that they would really struggle. We're opposed. Maybe there's not a coordination because, Prigozhin seems to be doing a penetration, right? Claiming the eastern sector of the city. Forces are towards the center. That's a different model of attacking a city and clearing, and then basically hitting an LOA on the far side of the city and establishing a defensive line. So it's almost like there's some disorganization on the plan of attack of Bakhmut, even as of today.
And John, one thing I just laid out the example of Mount Casino because in your the bona fide Mount experience, the guy who is most has a body of work on urban operations, and as you say, I mean the bigger the destruction we see here in Bakhmut, the harder it gets to conquer the city itself because we're facing a Mount Casino moment to a sense, right? This has become a key engagement of the war. Russians made it a key engagement because the city itself has, at this point in time, in my view, not so much value. And the thing is, they're not coordinated. They don't have as you say, a unified effort to take the city because we've seen Wagner Group, Prigozhin in particular, fighting with the MOD as this goes on. This has become a political symbol for them. In a sense, it's a kind of I'll say something that may be a barbaric, but a kind of a reverse Stalingrad, where it's a political element and not a military decision that's behind this. That's my feeling on this operation, and I think Ukrainian command may have looked at this and said, okay, listen, maybe we have opportunities here too. What do you think, John? I would like very much to hear you on it.
No, 100%. So starting at the beginning with Monte Casino and the destruction you cause on the city makes it harder to clear it out of enemy personnel. You don't have to clear everything because a rubblized building is some ways easier to defend because you create rubble and rubble becomes like concrete bunkers. If that is so I put that caveat, if that is your plan of attack, is a penetration with an element of clearing out enemy resistance in the city and then establishing, an outer cordon defensive line. Kind of like what we saw in Mariupol, but I mean, another way is to, do the boa constrictor, the encirclement, which isn't a siege, but encirclement, and then dwindling the resources of the remaining resistance inside the city. That takes time. I 100% agree with you. The analogy of Stalingrad, I use it all the time, not in similarities in manpower numbers or strengths, but just in the similarities of two sides identifying a massive political reason that is beyond military reason for continuing the operation, whatever. I 100% agree with you that Russia it's not a turning point for either sides. What happens in Bakhmut, like unless Russia culminates by continuing their attritional warfare approach to taking Bakhmut, whether Prigozhin culminates or some of the military units that have been added to him or to the fight, that would be a turning point. A culmination is a turning point. If the Ukrainians do a deliberate withdrawal, retrograde out of Bakhmut, reestablish a line a little bit to the west, that is not a turning point in any sense of the word militarily, not even in that area of the Donbass, in my opinion.
No, that's my feeling too, because military from a military standpoint, as an objective, Bakhmut was important back in May last year, because back then, okay, you seize Bakhmut or you envelop Bakhmut or you encircle Bakhmut, and you have access to Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. From there, your maneuver elements can jump into threatening. Where are the two pivots and strategic pivots of the theater in the of the area of this particular part of of the theater, this area of operations. But right now, it's if Ukraine, let's say, does a retrograde out of Bakhmut, sets up a defensive line around Chazivyar or whatever, somewhere west, even in Kramatorsk, Sloviansk, there's no way that Russian forces can move from this operation into immediately exploiting their gains, because there's no second, and third echelon to be thrown into chasing after the next objectives, as these forces will need to stop will need an operational pause. And I don't believe that, and this is my point about all this operation, unless, as you say, John, it culminates, the Russian military in its offensive power culminates around Bakhmut, which is a gamble, but it's a solid gamble, as Russia has not mobilized in time. Because this is something I see. I've discussed the issue of initiative here, and I would like very much to hear your opinion and Chuck's opinion. I don't think Russia has the initiative. Some people will say Russia at this point has the initiative of offensive operations. No, Russia is conducting offensive operations because this is the window they have to conduct offensive operations before Ukraine has the necessary assets and the necessary personnel and the necessary formations, and the terrain is adequate for maneuver warfare. This is not having the initiative. This is fighting when you can, not when you wish to fight. This is something I've been trying to tell people.
No, we lost you there.
Sorry, you lost me here. Can you hear me now, Axel?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you were talking about the initiative.
I was talking about the
initiative.
All good. I disagree. Maybe my soft self that sees the initiative, that's always thinking about how to close in and engage the enemy. But I don't see this as initiative. For me, initiative is fighting when I wish to fight, and fighting in the conditions I've set to fight, in the battlefield I've shaped to fight. This is fighting when the enemy, this is launching an offensive operation in a window where the enemy forces you to launch an offensive operation. John and Chuck and even Jeff, I would like very much to hear you guys on this. Chuck, if you want to say anything on this, please.
Yeah, Nuno and I share the same bias coming from the, SOF background, and initiative and surprise are the two things that small forces, of course, pride themselves on. And circling back to Dobo Vassilivka, try to imagine the morale of that Russian force over the last 36 hours. They have attacked that objective more than 60 times, and they didn't advance 1 inch. Even for Wagner criminals, how do you keep a force like that motivated? And I always make the joke, nobody wants to be in the first Russian tank to leave the tree line, because you're going to catch a javelin. And in this case, with untrained light infantry attacking these objectives, which, by the way, at Dobo Vassilivka, it sort of summarizes the whole Bakhmut battle space. Bakhmut is this tactically inane city. And news for the Russians, if you actually do make it to Dobo Vassilivka, there's a water course in front of you, and there's a set of hills in front of you. So, you talk about a futile place to expend all of those men and all of that equipment. It's right there.
It's stuck in a valley.
It is. And there is another water course. Yet, I don't know. The greenest second lieutenant could look at that objective and say, okay, even if we reach it, boss, how long do you think we can hold this under the guns of Ukrainian artillery? And that's been the Russian modus operandi here in Crimea and here in Bakhmut as well.
Absolutely, and that's the thing about the initiative. Um, we share the same bias, of course. We're SOF. So, John, you are the big army guy here. So, what do you think about the initiative issue?
We just lost him. He fell off the cliff, but
He
I'm
fell
trying
off
to
the
get him
cliff.
back.
Yes,
Whenever
but
you want the big army, you know.
no, but I mean, I mean,
And the
no,
caissons go rolling
I
along.
sometimes, mea culpa, mea culpa, mea culpa
Got
here.
me?
We got you, John. Please go ahead.
All right, thanks. No, I think this is a great question. If I was teaching a class, and it would be a really good debate, the military definition of initiative on, forward momentum and advantage. You compare that against other definitions of even offensive operations like capacity, tempo, which is the speed and rhythm of the attack. I could go both ways to say that in the Bakhmut area, the Russians have tactical initiative, but the problem is with it, you don't have initiative like Chuck and you guys have been saying. If literally you can't consolidate your gains, it's almost relative in operational sense. But I do believe that even if it's a mobile defense in that area, Ukraine, for very reasonable reasons that are in the defense, even if they're doing a mobile defense. So, it's hard to say, but I think this is the last dying breath. I mean, of the point of initiative, that's why the spring offensives were such a big kind of talking point. I think this is the dying breath of the Russian spring offensive, which is very telling, especially without any more mobilization of troops.
And I'll add one thing. To that point, John, and then I'll go off to Jeff. The fact, the information battle space was also shaped during the counteroffensive. Yes, we know this counteroffensive will be eventually coming, but in the sense that they've been talking about the counteroffensive since late January, and in the sense this has constrained Russian decision to, okay, if they're doing a counteroffensive, and we are seeing probably, I'm not really sure what the Russians see right now, but we'll get to there further down the show. But this has constrained the decision making in the sense, and the fact that the Leopards were, and the Abrams and the Challengers and all the infantry fighting vehicles and additional artillery, and then JDAMs, extended range and whatnot, were supplied. This also creates a certain information environment where Russian command has, okay, we have this time frame where we can launch operations without facing all of this that's coming to the battlefield. And in a sense, that has, for me, been an information shaping operation for all this. That's my view on it. Jeff, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm the odd guy out here. I'm not a land warfare guy, so
Jeff,
I'm a little bit out of my element. But I will say, Russia doesn't make it hard for even an air guy to criticize some of their land maneuver, right? It's comical, and I think Chuck kind of hit it on the head, right? And this whole.
Can you hear me, Axel?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear Jeff. You can't hear Jeff. No.
Yeah, I can hear Jeff. Yeah.
Okay.
Drop out and I'll get back.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, but so here's what, when Chuck talked about what's the operational relevance or the tactical value of taking a valley when the enemy holds gun positions on hills surrounding you. I don't understand that. And this isn't just, I mean, the examples just keep coming. And on a daily basis, I kind of chuckle, right? I see something new that Russia's come out with or something that they've done. And in many cases, they make me laugh because, you know, whether it's Chuck or John or Neil, or we were all taught in Western ways, right? There's a common doctrine that NATO and the United States shares, and one of the things that you first learn is you learn the principles of warfare, right? These are ingrained into you as a young buck, right? and, and you're not supposed to forget them. Like you get quizzed on them all the time as a lieutenant, right? And today I saw a tweet and it made me chuckle, right? Because it's the new Russian death train, right? It's this weaponized train that's going to go rolling down the tracks, and it's got huge guns on it. And I watched the video and I just chuckled, man, because it's like they ignored every single, well, not every single, but they ignored almost all of the principles of warfare, right? You don't have an economy of force when you're on a train. It's a track, right? So the concept of maneuver kind of goes out the window. Like the enemy knows where you're going to end up. Like you don't get a maneuver out of that, right? Um, Security and surprise. I don't know how you secure a train that you can't maneuver. I don't know how you surprise anyone with a train coming down the track with a big, massive locomotive. It just it doesn't make sense to me. Some of these decisions that they absolutely make. All that being said, on the other hand, sometimes Russia gets things right, and I'll tell you, I think it's a massive game changer that last night that they actually came out and used the Dagger hypersonic weapons. This is a big issue. I actually just got off the phone with Newsweek on it, and we talked through why it is such a big issue. I know that's not a land warfare thing, and maybe we can table that, or we can shelve that for a little bit. But yeah, I don't get what they're doing on the ground.
And Jeff, I'll be very glad to hear you on that, because the use of the Kinzhal, I think it's the X-47 Kinzhal, is a big change. Now we know their stocks of the Kinzhal are limited. But I'll get there. On the offensive operations side, I get it. You mean the armored train and the BTR with the naval mount and the MTLB with the naval mount aren't game-changing tactics? What do you mean? Come on.
Yeah, so I mean the train is not necessarily a massive change in tactics. All I'm saying is that when you look at the principles, the 9 principles of warfare, that to be fair for our listeners, many different warfare philosophers, whether it's Clausewitz or Sun Tzu or whoever, they all have their own kind of
Yeah,
right,
their own
principles of warfare, right? Yeah. So
I mean,
but
but Germany's are the best. I'm just saying.
oh Jesus. Okay. All right. See, that's when you let an academic guy jump in. He gets to pick which ones he wants. I'm just old. I'm an old school knuckle dragon kind of aviator. I'm gonna go with the 9 that I was taught. I can't remember. I'm publicly educated from the great state of Indiana, out in the middle of the farmland. So please don't ask me to use more than like 4-syllable or 3-syllable words. It's just not going to happen. But my point is when you talk about, for example, the principle of maneuver, right? I don't know how you maneuver on a train track. I don't know how you surprise anyone.
Sorry for butting in,
know
but
how you.
is somebody speaking right now? Because I can only hear
Yes.
you now.
No, everybody is speaking, Boja. It's an issue on your end. You need to recycle.
All right, I'll be right back.
No problem.
Go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, chaps. Please go on.
No, that's all right. So yeah, so I mean, as an air guy, none of this really makes sense. If I was a land force commander in Afghanistan, and it was a great tour. I was a PRT commander, right? So I had to rely heavily on my maneuver brigade, right, and my maneuver brigade commander to tell me, "Hey, sir, that's a really dumb idea." But all I kept doing, right, is looking down at my little cheat sheet of my 9 principles of warfare. I'm like, does it pass the majority of these as a test, right? That was that was all I could go on because I'm an air guy, right? And so it's a little, I don't know. I just don't understand Russia. And the other thing is, I also don't understand. I was very frustrated by an article that came out yesterday, where people in let's say 20-something PhDs that work in institutes in in lobby groups in Washington were saying that, Ukraine just needs to maintain a defensive position and just hold a defensive line and never take the offensive, and they don't need F-16s and they don't need this. And I'm like, that's not the principle of war is take the offensive, right? Take the fight to the enemy. Don't do there's and John, maybe, or Chuck, you can correct me. Other than a insurgency or a counterinsurgency, I cannot name one conventional force battle, not one, in which a party to the war said, "I'm going to take a defensive position and hold this, and I'm fairly certain we can win." Right?
There's none.
The war. Yeah,
There's none.
exactly. Right. So this notion of taking a defensive position to win the war, you might actually get to a ceasefire and you might actually end the war, but you're going to cede all the land that you've already given up unless you take the offensive to go get it back. So it's just frustrating. But yeah, so that's my
Which
thoughts
is
on
why
that.
the academics said it, right, Jeff?
No,
this is exactly why the
but
academics said it,
even from
because they want to end the war.
Even from a political standpoint, even from a political view or a political standpoint, if you want to negotiate a ceasefire to this, you need to break the Russian army. So you negotiate in a position of strength, right? You need to, if you cut that corridor to Odessa, that corridor from Crimea, if you seize part of northern Lugansk, if you seize part of the Donetsk, we'll be facing a culminated Russian military. And this is a massive political asset. That doesn't make any sense not to go on the offensive. The whole principle of warfare is you destroy the enemy on the battlefield. There's no other, right? There are several principles, but the objective, the ultimate objective of any military operation is to engage and destroy the enemy. That's pure. That's the way I look at it. It might be my bias, but I'd like to hear Chuck and John on this too. And Jeff, go ahead, John. Go ahead, please.
No, I think that last part is very interesting. Something I've at times debated, because context matters so much. All the great military theorists about defeating the enemy's center of gravity, its source of power. And that's the drill that we do in schools, right? You try to say, okay, what is your this? So I think in this scenario, you are right that the Ukrainian path to victory is to defeat the Russian military on the field of battle, as in make it culminate, not like kill every soldier that's in Ukraine, but make it culminate. And that removes Putin's source of power in pursuit of his objectives. On the other, basically, if you took Russia trying to do a center of gravity analysis on Ukraine's source of power, you're not going to defeat the Ukrainian military, because you're not fighting the Ukrainian military, you're fighting the Ukrainian society. So that's where there's a couple of examples that me and some of the people debate. Like, you're taking a capital city, is often a path to victory where there's like one scenario where Napoleon takes Russia's capital, and his doesn't achieve his goal because his army is defeated, blah blah blah. But that ultimate goal of the strategic objective depends on the context and sources of power of both sides. Yes, I think in this scenario, I absolutely agree. Come to the political table. All war ends in a political negotiation at a table. Ukraine comes to that table already today with great strength and 50 plus members of an alliance to support them until they get their victory. But if they can add on there, taking the other side's source of power in Ukraine, it's field army, it's military. No matter how much they rotate mobics in, you destroy enough commanders, enough units, enough experienced people, you don't have an army anymore. And that's I think Ukraine's ultimate goal, and I think that is a possible political scenario, is that Ukraine will force the Russian military to culminate and then say, "Oh, we can talk. Let's talk all you want."
Jeff, please go.
No, I
Chuck,
I
go,
also
go,
think
go.
it's, oh, thanks. I also think it's interesting that, there is a point at which, one of the belligerents in this war entered the conflict as a superpower, and right now they don't even look like a regional power. And we're looking at casualties in 1 year approaching 150,000 dead Russians. We saw another massive cruise missile attack last night. The last time I was tracking their burn rate on air delivered precision strike munitions, Russia had burned through 2/3 of their air launched cruise missiles. Um, you know, it to me, we've reached that point in this war where every day that Russia doesn't win it, it is losing it incrementally. And to put those 150,000 Russian casualties in perspective, next year, and folks, I expect the war to go on for 2 more years, actually. But next year, we're going to be looking at 300,000 Russian dead. And that means, guys, we all know, 3-to-1 wounded. So 300,000 dead next year, and wait for it, 900,000 wounded. That's insane.
That's a million.
That's
That's a
insane.
million people. And another thing, glad you mentioned the stocks, and something I'd like to hear Jeff on this is we are seeing a much we are seeing much more time. The Russians are taking much more time between strikes, because this tells us they're having difficulty assembling the necessary numbers for a strike. And one thing I do not get at all from Russian strategy is why use thousands of precision guided munitions on infrastructure that is able to be repaired and on civilian targets. Those munitions used on military targets would make a whole of a lot different. But Jeff, I'll defer this to you. What do you think?
Yeah, Nuno. So that's a great question, and look, I'm from the same school of John, right? Where we talk about centers of gravity all day long, right? It's the Warden center of gravity. It's a great read if anyone out there wants to truly understand how military strategy is done. And to be fair, it's not just a set of concentric circles that are a bullseye, and you always want to hit the bullseye. It changes for every war. And Nuno, I'm going to answer your question with it was a massive strategic failure of both Putin and his senior military members, because and I agree with John, right? I believe that Russia identified Ukraine's center of gravity was the will of the people. They believed that the easiest way to make Ukraine fall was to attack the civilian structures, attack that infrastructure that you talked about, kill innocent civilians, and break the will of the people to where the people who basically support the leadership said, "Hey, dude, just end this. We've got too many people dying." And then the next question you have to ask yourself is, okay, why did they do that? Well, here's the fascinating thing, right? Russian leaders, when they do that to their own people, right? When the Russian leadership beats on their own people, the Russian people actually relent, right? They're like, okay, yeah, dude, I get, right? I'm good, right? I don't want to go to Siberia. I'll just do whatever you tell me to do, right? And what they perceived was that's just the way it was around the world. That these nations who've of freedom, truly freedom doesn't really exist. That as long as we just bring them back under the realm and we just start beating the shit out of them, they'll come around. If we're a bully hard enough on the playground, they'll give us their lunch money. And they were wrong, right? So they're still sending all this stuff. They still think that they can break the will of the people. I haven't seen a massive shift in the Russian strategy where that center of gravity is changed. And to be fair, even if Putin believes that it needs to change, I don't think he or his generals are actually smart enough to figure out what the actual center of gravity is. And I'm not going to talk about it here because I have no desire to help Russia, right? But what they're targeting, it actually seems to only be reinforcing the will of the people, and they've made Zelensky into a hero, right? So I think if there was a vote in Ukraine right today, I don't think Zelensky is going to lose, and I would argue he's going to win by a pretty big margin. So if you think you're breaking the will of the people, that should not be happening.
So it's back to culture.
Yeah.
But Nuno and I discussed the last couple of times, Ukrainians would fold, that they're weak. But it's exactly the contrary. And at the same time, they'd like to annihilate that culture, which is why the attempt is made constantly to target civilian infrastructure, but specifically the energy infrastructure. Because only if they can force another 9 million people as displaced people into Western Europe, they believe they have a chance. That is quite desperate, isn't it, Nuno?
I think it's first of all this debate about what's the center of gravity for an operation like this, and I totally agree with Jeff. The population isn't the center of gravity. In a sense, I think Russians are being influenced by their own Syria experience, where this worked to an extent, but this is not it, right? They're fighting the last. We usually say that we're always fighting the last war, or every Ministry of Defense and the Department of Defense always fighting the last war. But honestly, the Russians are fighting the last and the previous one. So in this sense, I agree. I totally agree with Jeff in the sense that there's no, the population isn't the center of gravity here. This has reinforced the population. Sometimes people ask me, what if they kill Zelensky? They kill Zelensky, they turn this into a holy war because they just made a martyr of Zelensky, right? It's going to be, that would be like, it's a holy war. It becomes a holy war. And I would say something that people haven't, most analysts I've read from academia haven't thought about, which is if you kill Zelensky, I'm not really sure if you can tame the public opinion in the West. Because
Nuno, that's a great point. Now I'm going to ask you this: reverse it. What happens if they kill Putin?
So you want? I've had the discussion with a friend. Let's call it a friend. If they kill Putin, I think Russia has a plan. First of all, that's a great question. I think the plan goes around Sergei Patrushev, with Medvedev taking the reins for a bit, but then United Russia fronts Sergei Patrushev because the old man Nikolai can't be the front man, and they try to get Sergei into power. Now, there's several problems with this, starting with Russia United itself, which is guys like Kirilenko, which may think, no, I'd prefer it to be me. And he has some significant support within United Russia, sorry. The other issue on this is, yes, Patrushev has the backs of the FSB, has the FSB as a backing force. That explains why the FSB hasn't let out some of their best units, because Russia is a big country, it's a federal republic, and has significant internal issues. And then there's other players, there's other stakeholders, guys like Hamzan Kadyrov, or guys like Yevgeny Prigozhin, which will want to have a stake. And this leads to a path that it's hard to predict. And what happens if Putin gets killed or dies? I think Russia enters a period of turmoil internally. That's my personal view because of the dynamics we are seeing on the Russian side not only between Wagner and the Ministry of Defense, but also with the FSB, and what we are seeing with everyone and their mother raising a PMC, the Orthodox Church, Gazprom, and whatnot. So there's a political dynamic brewing within Russia that's not going anywhere because the top man, Vladimir Putin, is still in power. Now, what happens internally is one thing, and how that affects the war in Ukraine. I think any leadership after this one will likely want to go home and lick their wounds because they'll have sufficient internal problems um, to address. To an extent, I'd say it's 1916 in Russia. That's my view on this.
O Tannenberg. Right. No. Shall we have a look-see to the southern front, to that little bow between what is Vuhledar on the one side and Zaporizhia on the other, and Yehuda's favorite vector down past Melitopol to Berdyansk?
We still have,
How does this fit with
still
all
have,
the fragility?
we'll still have a question by a Latin American military here. So
Oh,
let's
Latin. Sorry, I didn't see it. I didn't see
go
Latin.
ahead, Latin, please.
Latin,
Go
shoot.
ahead.
Great, thanks. Excellent panel here. This is the best panel I've seen in a little while. It's really packed. So I'm just going to have to be picky with my questions. I have a question for Colonel Jeff and a question for Nuno. So Nuno, just want to be clear on something from a few weeks ago when you were on, and Zed Goldman and I were listening to you. And we got onto the subject. We were talking about Bakhmut, and we got onto the topic of tactical aviation and some of what was going on there. And I want to be sure. This may end up being just a yes or no answer, but I was sure that you said that you had info that you couldn't really get into much detail about some of the Ukrainian tactical aviation assets being, how should we put it, pulled back or not quite visible right now because of some potential changes that were being made to them. And I'm just going to throw that one out at you now. See if make sure I got it right, and maybe it's just a yes or no answer, or anything else you can update.
Yes, no, maybe so. The interesting things heading down the road. For Jeff. So, Jeff, go ahead.
Oh, I got nothing on that one, buddy.
No, I actually had another question for Jeff, if I can quickly. This one's going to be really fast, Jeff, I think, because this one is okay. On this is all really granular stuff. I've been meaning to ask you for a little while. On a stupidity scale of 1 to 10, where would you put this idea of trying to integrate AMRAAM into MiG-29s?
Now, I'm firmly convinced. I'm not even going to put it on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm firmly convinced at this point, and I have no. This is just fish knowledge, right? This is just fish guessing. It would not surprise me if HARM, JDAM, and AMRAAM were all relatively started at the same time for MiG-29s or for Su-27s. I think it's just too convenient, right? That the easiest one came out first, the second hardest one came out next, and the third hardest one. And look, AMRAAM integration is really, really hard, right? It is the hardest of the three because you've got to get the aircraft radar, the aircraft computer system, and the missile all to talk to each other. It's not like a HARM can act relatively independent, right? A bomb that you release doesn't necessarily need the radar, but what it needs is it needs to be able to talk to the pilot and say, I'm now within flight parameters to be able to, if you release me now, I can hit what you've asked me to hit, right? So there has to be some integration into the aircraft. With an air-to-air missile, what the radar sees, what the pilot sees, and what the missile sees all have to be the same thing before the missile comes off the rail. because especially in air-to-air combat, the last thing you want is to shoot down your own dude, right? So you need to, and when the missile comes off the rail, remember the missile doesn't, all it has is its own radar. An AMRAAM has an active radar. It doesn't have its own IFF or identification friend or foe or transponder. It's a very rare occasion as a pilot that you let an AMRAAM just fly off the rail and let its seeker go active and radar go active. Finding that's a very desperate maneuver, right? And one that's highly not recommended. Top Gun school, that wasn't the solution, right? on many a day, that was a bad answer. So yeah, I believe it's happening. I don't have bros in the Pentagon telling me it's happening, but I find it too convenient that the other two have come out and that this one's on its way. And you're already seeing people talking about it, right? You're already seeing some fairly strong news outlets in the United States kind of indicating that this is happening. So, no one's got an official to come out and say it, but it is somewhat humorous, right? We're not going to, the current U.S. administration is not going to give F-16s to Ukraine, but they'll give them every single part of the car other than the engine, right? So they've given them the AMRAAM, they've given them the JDAM. Now they're going to give them the AMRAAM, so that they give them all the parts of the car except for the engine. So perhaps maybe we can get the engine too.
And
Great.
you
Thanks.
can
Oh,
force someone else to give you the engine. And I have to agree with Jeff here. It's a too incremental process, right? It's fishy because it's way too incremental not to be getting done from the start. That's my view on that thing. But I think we should pivot, Axel, to the Zaporizhia front, right? To the southern.
I would think so.
To the southern front.
Before we start launching missiles, and don't forget, both Jeff and I like that very, very massive rail which was open and not used on that one plane a few days ago. Having said this, so between Zaporizhia and Vuhledar, wide open country, and as a friend of mine told,
Vuhledar culminated.
as a friend told me today, 15 degrees today in Zaporizhia. Our friend Chef Zhenya, who cooks for the SOF of the Ukrainians, was out there, springtime, ground not soggy. Actually, spring has been hitting them hard in recent days, starting to dry out. It's getting nice. That area is interesting.
Yes, and the biggest issue for me is Vuhledar has culminated. There's no more attacks in Vuhledar because they got nowhere. And as I said, we said on the previous show, I didn't get what the intention of Vuhledar was. I get the intention of moving this front north. Yes, that's a solid intention. But if you're going to try to move the front north, you're going to have to attack Khorikiv, Huliapoil, and Vuhledar, and shift the front north along the main supply routes and the ground lines of communication. And we haven't seen that again. This effort, to put it this way, let's call it an effort, in Vuhledar was a complete disaster. The guy who ran it got promoted, which is fantastic, because that's talk about failing up. But the truth is, this front has been fairly quiet. And if there's a place where we may see when I believe we're going to see a Ukrainian operation is down here. And honestly, we've been tracking a lot of bridging equipment being given to Ukrainians. A good fair amount of bridging equipment being sent to Ukraine. And this tells me that, in some engineering equipment too, And this tells me that we're probably looking at an operation here that will involve crossing. At least one part of the operation will involve combat cross of the Dnieper. And that's tricky to do, but it's also a very large front. So there's places where it can be done actually. And I would say that the attack here, and I would like to hear Chuck on this, but I'd say the attack here would be a multi-pronged offensive on 3 fronts. One headed Tokmak Melitopol, another Mariupol Berdyansk, and then Melitopol, and another one across the Dnieper to link up with the one coming from Tokmak to threaten Melitopol and fix forces in Crimea. What do you think, Chuck?
Yeah, listen, there is no doubt in my military mind that Act 3 of this war is going to begin with the Battle of Melitopol, which will cut the Russian forces in half, Putin's land bridge to Crimea, because without his land bridge to Crimea, which, by the way, is Ukraine, Vlad, it already has a name. Without that land bridge, there are only 3 roads into Crimea, folks. The M17, the M18 from the north, and the Kerch Straits Bridge. That's it. There are no other ways into it. And just to go back to Vuhledar for a minute, you know what? I would be an admiral if commanding at Vuhledar is enough to get you promoted in the Russian army. Then I would certainly be 5-star Navy admiral by now. But I think that the goal there in Vuhledar was to round off the corner of the front. The line of contact comes down from the north, right about at Vuhledar, and it turns east and west. And there was a highway there. I'm sure the Russians are looking at it longingly through their binoculars, even as we speak. The TO 524, which heads to the northeast, and they thought they were going to drive and
To Marinka,
take
to Marinka, to do a
right.
pincer throw in the Volodar Marinka axis.
You got it, and that just didn't work. And that was one of the largest defeats of Russia since what, 1943, 44. I mean, it was epic.
It's an absolute disaster. It's an absolute disaster, and if that was the idea, and it makes sense that being the idea, they should have concentrated forces in pushing from Slavne and Solotke towards the west, because that's the only way you could do it. But the thing is, Chuck, and one of the things we've seen with the Russians multiple times is there's just enough to go around. We see a lot of discussion. Okay, Ukraine has some issues with ammunition too and all that, but the problem is Russia also has trouble with ammunition and also has trouble with personnel, and this is a huge contact line. This is thousands of kilometers of contact line. That's something that I see a lot of things written, and I read quite a bit about this. A lot of people tell me, hey, it's trenches. And listen, you can have 1,000 kilometers of trenches, multi-layered fortifications. When you stage an offensive, you're not going to break through multi-layered, through 1,000 kilometers of trenches. You're going to break a section of the front. You're going to create a space in the front, and you're going to break through it, and that's it. You don't need to break the whole front. That's why this discussion on how Ukraine will be facing 500 kilometers of Russian trenches and whatnot, cool. Doesn't matter. You need to break 20 kilometers front into a set of trenches, and then you just put maneuver elements in there, and trenches become cut off if you exploit the depth. That's my view on this, and I agree with Chuck. The next act is the South, and Chuck points something very important here, which is Crimea. You actually, I know this is anathema for some people, but you actually do not need to set foot in Crimea. Highways in that rail line into Crimea from the north by cutting the bridge, the land bridge that the Russians created. And the moment your artillery is within striking distance of the Kerch Bridge, artillery will be also able to strike naval depots and airports in Crimea. Crimea becomes basically a holding area for Russian forces. It's an open prison for Russian forces that you cannot resupply, that you can cut them of water, and that you can arrest them using irregular forces. Because this is another dimension of this fight. The moment this is in play, irregular forces in Crimea will spring to life because the clandestine support network is in place, is definitely in place, and that will mean serious problems for Russians in Crimea. So honestly, the more the Russians pull forces in Crimea, the more complicated their situation becomes if this operation happens in the south. What do you think, Chuck?
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. And General Hodges and I traded some tweets earlier this week. I will definitely defer to General Hodges in matters of strategy, and he, just pointed out succinctly, as you have, that owning Crimea is one thing, owning in air quotes. Getting food to it, getting ammunition and spare parts and fuel to your fighting units. It actually, Crimea, if you're looking at the map, it might be one of the most isolated places in all of Europe. I can't think of any other place that I can name off the top of my head in Europe, a similarly sized place as the Crimean Peninsula that only has 3 roads going into it. Maybe some remote Swiss valleys, home of my ancestors, but not a place as large as Crimea. And, Crimea is important to Putin, of course, symbolically, but it's also important to him because it is from Crimea that he projects power over the Black Sea. And by projecting power over the Black Sea, that is a revolver pointed at Ukraine's international commerce and its agriculture. And there's no question in my mind that soon, I'm the guy that thinks the war is going to go on for a couple of years, but well before this war is over, Crimea is going to be isolated. And its naval aviation forces are going to be isolated and targeted. Its naval forces in Sebastopol are going to be isolated and targeted, and targeted by long-range precision strike munitions, Nuno. But I agree with you also by irregular forces and professional forces. And Crimea is going to be a very hard place to live if you are a Russian carpetbagger or a Russian member of the Russian occupation army. It's going to be a tough summer.
It's gonna be. That's exactly a point, because people sometimes, and you make a good point on that, which is the special operations element. Because one thing is, let's be frank, Crimea has for sure Ukrainian special forces there, because the irregular forces will be commanded or leveraged by Ukrainian special operations elements. But the moment you are able to isolate it, it's also the moment you can insert into Crimea, and you can start fighting. And that will be a very, very difficult situation. Because, as you said, Crimea is more special operations forces to leverage the action of the irregulars. Because right now you have a problem inserting forces into Crimea, especially because, okay, Ukraine, this is a peninsula, as Chuck was saying, it's isolated. And if you need to insert or extract forces, it's massively complex without the proper assets like submarines or helicopters that are able to or evade radars with electronic warfare and that kind of stuff. But the moment you control the northern approaches to Crimea, the moment you control some of the spits around Crimea, you can insert forces into Crimea. And then the irregulars and the clandestine support organization, because these are two different things of the irregular war side. One thing is the irregular forces that conduct operations, and another thing is the clandestine support organization, which is made of civilians mostly, integrated with some special operations elements that provide what? Logistics, safe houses, food, ammunition, all that. These are two dimensions of any irregular force that is set up for irregular operations. So in this sense, what Ukraine has been doing is exactly this. They have the clandestine support organization, they have the irregular forces, they have some special operations forces. This is no big secret, but they'll probably have the ways to leverage that once they become easier to insert, easier to extract, easier to resupply by controlling the northern approaches. And this is an important part of this dynamic that is going to become much more troublesome for Russian forces in Crimea, because the moment you cut off, the moment you're targeted by long-range fires, the moment you're targeted by direct action operations by irregular or special operations forces, it becomes much more intense, much more unpredictable, and it will start to fray. And I think that's the way to get Crimea, is to fray it enough, is to make it so hard for the Russians that they have no other options to negotiate over. What do you think, Chuck?
Yeah, Nuno, I wanted to jump in there. I didn't want to interrupt you, very wonderful gentleman. How are you?
How are you?
Hey, brother.
How are you, man?
I think if not bad, just finishing up some work and off to the races. It's a good question. Everyone talks about Crimea, but I think there's some key factors that have to be sussed out before anyone makes a plan. For example, let's say, Ukrainian counteroffensive in the south pushes back Russians. Question is, how many of them are destroyed? How many of them run for Crimea, right? So by the time Ukrainian forces throw up a guard, like a divisional guard, like, or some, at least two brigade groups, let's just say, right, and they don't even need that much, but let's say they were being cautious, right? So there's two approaches to Crimea by road over that marshy, marshland, and let's say the Russians want to hold, conduct some defense there. The truth is, it's not so much of even taking it, as you said, it's denying. So the mission task for there would be to deny the Russians the use of Crimea, because, as you know, they'll be within, wouldn't cost a ton of money with ATACMS and HIMARS or whatever. They could be interdicted by MLRS, rocket artillery, who knows, even certain types of artillery and Excalibur rounds, right? So the question is, how many Russians are there? It wouldn't even matter at that point, because what you just said, everything you guys have just been saying is spot on. They can't get in, they can't get out. If they can't get in and can't get out, it means supplies can't really get in. I mean, they could run these maybe special forces, missions from Russia, fast boat, Kodiaks, and try to drop off food and ammunition. But that would seem really, really difficult for such. Let's say there was 20,000 Russians there. They were almost like they'd be starved out, or maybe surrendered. Peaceful exchange of Crimea. Who knows? But I think what's really interesting when thinking about the planning involved in that sense would be what's the force composition in, right? I mean, why even risk sniping at them when they can't go anywhere and they can't get stuff, right? I don't know, just food for thought, but thanks. I just wanted to jump in, and Chuck.
Yehuda, thank you.
Good to hear you, brother.
Good to hear you. Chuck, what you think about this?
Well, and again, I never, I always want to remind everybody, look, I'm a naval officer, so I can't really argue with the Army guys. But I do agree with Yehuda as far as this goes, which is pretty far. Everybody who's in Crimea, in the Russian armed force, they're almost militarily irrelevant, with the exception of Russia's long-range naval aviation forces and of course their naval forces in Sevastopol. But you look at where Crimea joins the Ukrainian mainland, and again, there's only 2 roads out of there, which can be bottled up. So the more troops that Putin actually puts into Crimea, the more mouths he has to feed, and the more troops whose gun barrels don't really point at Ukraine, because there's only 2 ways into Ukraine from Crimea, only 2, and those can be blocked, and it's even more isolating than just 2 roads, folks, because between those 2 roads is a absolute warren of lakes and bayous and swamps and every other body of water that you can have. That's why there's only 2 roads. So Crimea can be turned into a liability for Putin instead of his favorite toy.
Yes, and I think that's you're going to say something, Yehuda. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, yeah. I mean, once you get to the mouth there of Crimea, and you have cutoffs on the north or the northwest and the northeast. MSRs in, it's pretty much you're in total control, right? The Kerch would have to go, obviously, or even the threat of it. I'm not sure, but at that point, it would be dealer's choice, right? And that's assuming, obviously, Kherson and Zaporizhzhia Oblast are completely liberated, right? And Mariupol is back under Ukrainian control. It would be a nightmare. And really, I think the question is, would those Russian forces be ordered into Crimea? So let's just say there's a route, or the Russians do what they did in Kherson, they start bugging out sooner, and do they head towards Mariupol, Rostov on Don, or do they head to Crimea? If they head to Crimea, they're screwed. But yeah, no, definitely super interesting. Don't know the answer, but I can't imagine there's going to be a whole lot of thought put into it on the Russian side. It might just be some people made it there or not, but you definitely don't want to go there. You definitely don't want to go there.
If I had to guess, that's what I always say, that this is probably a 3-pronged offensive, because you need a force to drive towards Mariupol and Berdyansk. Because the moment you do that, you funnel all remaining forces in this region. You cut them off from the Donetsk forces. And the moment you do that, you funnel all these forces into Crimea. And I think the play here, if I had anything to do with it, is getting the Russians to retreat into Crimea. And I would leave everything intact, so they retreat into Crimea. But I would kill off the Kerch Bridge as soon as I could, so they could not move their forces from Crimea to Russia back into the Donetsk. So you cut off the access to the Donetsk, you blow the bridge, you threaten Melitopol, and if they retrograde into Crimea, it's done for. And that's my view on this. That's why I think this is a multi-pronged defensive, because you'll need to isolate and cut off Melitopol, but you also need to blow the bridge, and you need to cut off the access between the forces in the land bridge and the south part of the front, and the forces in Donetsk. The moment you do that, it's done for.
It's funny. I bet you the Russians don't even have a plan for that. I bet you they'd get yelled at or killed if they were said, "Let's have a withdrawal plan from Zaporizhzhia and Kherson." and where would we go? Because the reality is, once we know what once the Russians get hit, once there's a penetration, and then the follow-on forces start to exploit, they really don't know what they're doing. So it's kind of willy-nilly. And could they be shaped into getting into Crimea? Perhaps, but again, I kind of do see people just being into self-preservation at that point. I think they're going to make a run for Mariupol. I think once Melitopol falls, I don't think there's a game that they have to play. I just don't think they have the. I don't think they have the. They don't have the defense in depth. They don't have the organization. I think this definitely favors Ukrainians. So.
And regarding maneuver warfare in this, I've seen a lot of ink written on how they're building fortifications, and they are building fortifications in Crimea. They're building fortifications in along the front in the south, in other places. But honestly, you don't need. I'll say this again: you don't need to break the whole fortified system. You need to break a portion of the front.
Oh yeah, yeah. I heard you saying that. No, there is no concern about the entire front. That wherever the break-in would be, or there'd be several break-ins probably, and it's got to be the frontage has got to be a brigade size. So you're going to see engineers moving up in a lot of different places. Whatever. Not to get into too many details, and then they're going to break in. There'll be a penetrating force. There'll be a fixing and striking force. Then you have basically a bridge. Security on both sides of the obstacles. That's just standard, and then you're going to have those follow-on forces just really penetrate in and smash things up, and then you'll see. I suspect you're going to see that happen in 4 or 5 major places, and the Russians won't know what happens because their defensive positions will be facing the wrong way. Obviously, when Ukrainian maneuver elements come storming down some trace coming at Melitopol from an angle that they didn't expect, and then they'd probably rout them. I'm not trying to sound too optimistic, but I get the feeling that they're going to get routed.
I think they don't have the depth. Go ahead, Chuck. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Yehuda was that engineer on as well, Nuno, and discussing the quality of these Russian trench systems. That I don't know what happened to all their combat engineering officers, but they are not telling people where to dig trenches. The firing positions do not support one another. They have inadequate zigzags in them. Of course, the zigzag, folks, that prevents a shell that comes into your trench from blowing out everybody in the next 200 or 300 yards, because the trench line is not broken up. The other thing is, I don't know how many trenches I've seen that the Russians dig. They'll dig an 8-foot hole until they hit the water table, and they pile up the spoil, the dirt they dug up, either on the wrong side, or they pile the dirt up on the right side towards the enemy, but there is no firing step. So meaning if you are a regularly sized person, 5'10", you jump in that hole, you're going to be maybe up to your knees or thighs in mud, and you can't see over the wall. So that isn't a fighting position.
Sorry, I'm interrupted, but it just reminded me that. So one thing, of course, if it carries on filling up with water, you could just float to the top, couldn't you? Maybe that's their cunning plan.
No, but I think Chuck makes a very good point here, which is I sometimes look at some of these fortifications, and honestly, in all due honesty, I think there's somebody making money building trenches, because that's the only thing I can see, and building those concrete bunkers they're putting somewhere. They've been driving around in those concrete, but some guy made a killing selling concrete bunkers. But Chuck makes the good point. It makes a point, and the point I want to make is trenches are excellent. We've seen its relevance. Good fighting positions are relevant. We actually saw a very interesting thing last week, which is NATO building trenches during an exercise. Because let's face it, we haven't built a trench in quite a bit, right? We all even naval infantry, SEALs, but you'll have to dig a hole and know how to make a fighting position. But the thing is, and what makes me wonder about this is, one thing is building a fortification line where you can support fires, have interlocked supporting fires, where you can target the front with you have bracketed artillery and bracketed mortars and indirect fires, and where you have strong points where you can where you can get behind, where you can get protected from artillery strikes and other equipment. But the thing is, we haven't seen that with the Russians. Every fighting position I've seen from the Russians is a mess. I haven't seen really prepared fortifications yet. I may yet come to see, but I haven't yet. And then there's this fine thing called a trench lover, which is the M30A1 GMLRS, which has 182,000 tungsten balls, and that makes most of those trenches, into a grave. And if you bomb a section with that, trust me, there's not going to be tremendous amounts of infantry moving around after a strike with that, unless you have very.
And Nuno,
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, but and we're talking about the miserable quality and siting and construction of these defensive positions. But the other thing that we're looking at is who's going to man them. And okay, you've put people in these defensive positions. Their morale and their motivation is off the charts bad. They're not going to fight, and of all these, let's hundreds of kilometers of trench that you've dug without overhead cover, just like Nuno was saying, this airburst munition, in the Navy we call it variable time, meaning that they fire a piece of artillery at the Russians, it doesn't go off when it hits the ground, it goes off over their head 50 or 100 feet and sprays molten death on them unless you've got overhead cover, folks. And I don't know, I like the nice round number 3 feet. That's what I like to have over my head. They're not going to stick to these trenches. They're going to melt away, I think.
The more the merrier. The more feet the merrier, because some of that stuff is vicious. Listen, I don't want to be in a trench. I don't want to be in the trench period because I'm a soft guy, and being in a trench static somewhere gets on my nerves. But I don't want to be in a trench being rained down by any sort of airburst artillery or cluster rounds and ammunition. I mean, seriously, no tanks. Have fun with that. That's not for me, because honestly, with precise striking capabilities like the Excalibur or the M30A1 round or even JDAM-ER, it's a deadly place to be in a trench, even with normal artillery shells being with advanced drone reconnaissance being adjusting fires. I mean, it's a vicious battle, right? And you need to be some serious cover to be able to withstand that. And we've seen some trenches that Ukrainians have prepared over time in the Joint Forces Operation area, the 2014 line of contact, and those are some pretty deep and well dug protection. So yeah, you don't want to be nowhere near a trench when you have precision munitions from various calibers raining down on you, and cluster ammunition raining down on you. It's proper.
Or the 120 mil mortars the Israelis
Yeah,
gave them there. They're going to be using those a lot of those
yeah,
trenches.
yeah. Or the 82s, the Israelis also supplied.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, and that you don't want to be anywhere near that, right? And especially anything that within reach of PZHs and Caesars and stuff like that.
Yeah, part of the thinking I have, not because I'm trying to make excuses for the Russians' poor trade craft, but I figure they never expected to be on a defensive position. So for the months that they were there, they just built really crap defensives, not caring, and they still don't. But what's crazy is even when they were on the defensive, they still didn't smarten up. I mean, you have you have those trenching machines that dug a huge trench line, a strange line going up and jutting up towards Lima, Izium, and then back down. But all of those are effectively useless because they're not covered by fire. So unless you're going to cover that by fire and have better obstacles than you have there, it's just going to take engineers a bit of time to get through it, and they'll be doing it everywhere. The fire coming down from the Ukrainian side, suppressing, Russians' movement, fixing them ostensibly in their positions while those obstacles are breached. It's going to be a pretty easy go. So there's that too.
Yeah, and
I would
just
like. Oh, sorry, I was going to add.
please.
That one of the things you were talking about is no one wants to be in a trench. And here's the thing. So when we talk about being in a trench, that they're well dug trenches. You don't want to be in badly situated trenches, even more so, because they're instead of it just being a bit of a death trap, they are completely a death trap. And if you look at, say, the trenches that they've dug in Zaporizhia, I mean, it's just a demonstration that they've got a machine, isn't it? I suspect that what they've done is they've lost the skills for knowing how you dig trenches. So the machines will last longer than the people. And so what they've got is they've got people who've dug stuff, and I'm in a complete agreement with you about the contract. I've thought for a whole time someone's got a trench building contract, someone's got a dragon's tooth contract. It's all going together, and they're supplying all
David,
of that kit, right?
They're integral to a Russian BTG in their engineering support element is our trenching vehicles. So they do have that. So they weren't ever really big on digging trenches by hand, I suppose.
Yeah, no, sorry. My point was that the people who had the skills and the knowledge to use the machines properly and to play stuff, they've all survived, right? So what they've got is people who just drive them, as opposed to people who know where the stuff needs to go. I.e., right? So Zaporizhia is an example, right? So you can see where it's not a tank trap, is it? It's a little bit of a ha-ha they've created, right? So they didn't know that your tank trap needed to be wider. That tank trap's what, 1.5 meters. So a Leo could just go straight over the top of that. So and then you look at how people are dug in elsewhere and all the other bits and pieces that they haven't done. So they're huge trench systems, really, really long. And as Nuno, I think it was said, talking about how do you man them, right? Because that's a lot of people, right? It's not just a couple of hundred. We're talking about in the tens of thousands to do something in that sort of length, right? So as I go back to, I think they've lost the skills. I don't think that they have people with the knowledge and the understanding of why you do something, because often it's not remembering a fact, is it? Okay, that this is how far something needs to be apart. You understand the principles, and then you could work something out. So if you know about arcs of fire, if you know about tank traps, i.e. the tank trap has to be wide, but there's a reason why it needs to be wide, because you need it to go straight down into the bottom and not be able to get out, right? And all these things, then you could actually make from scratch, if you understood the principles without even having seen a picture of a tank trap or and trenching systems, you could create those yourself with the facts, but I don't think they have them. Because, and here's the thing that makes me tell you, say that they don't have them, because I've not seen one that's been created correctly, not one.
And I think there's another issue here at play, David, which is, and Chuck was referring to that, because you can dig all the trenches you want, but this is thousands of kilometers. This is hundreds to 1,000 kilometers of front. So you can dig all the trenches you want, but when you have the people to man it, where you have the rear echelons to keep it supplied, and where do you have the rear maneuver forces to stem any attempt at breakthrough by the enemy? Because this is another issue here. Okay, they're building fortifications, and Ukrainians will have 3 lines of trenches to go over. Cool. But if they do go over them, is there any reserve to immediately try to take them back? Because that's another point. If there's no reserves trying to acting as a reserve for the area of operations, any breakthrough becomes fatal. And the manpower here issue that Chuck was addressing is absolutely critical. You can have all the trenches you want, better prepared, worse prepared, whatever. But if you don't have the man to use the maneuver elements and then to support all of this in such a vast expanse of a theater, I don't think we'll be talking to the millions of man range. People need to understand this. We're not talking 300,000 guys or 500,000 guys. We're talking 2 million guys. That's what we're talking about. We're talking World War II level of manpower. And in the same level of assets, in the same logistics. And people always say, okay, Russians are 140 million Russians. They can mobilize. Sure, but they haven't. And could the Russians support 2 million troops in Ukraine? Do they have the...
That's the point.
Can they?
No, that's exactly the point. That's what Ben
struggling.
Hodges said since May last year. Can they ever support them?
Yes, they've been, my view is they can't, but they've been struggling with 500,000 troops. They're struggling with 500,000 troops. They're struggling with ammunition. They're struggling to set up missile strikes, because the missile strikes were every day, then every week, then every 2 weeks, then every month. So what does this tell you? It tells you that we have a bigger and bigger time lapse to get enough ordnance matched with the aircraft and launch a strike. That doesn't say you have... There's somehow this idea that Russia has, the West has stock problems, but Russia has infinite stocks. Russia doesn't have infinite stocks. Russia doesn't have the industrial capacity to replenish at pace and support massive mobilization, right? So, frankly, the Kremlin hasn't mobilized for political reasons, hasn't mobilized because the next wave of mobilization would be targeting the major cities, the heart of Rusland, the heart of Russia, the European, let's call it this way, the European Russia, not some poor folks from Asia. And the other thing is they don't have no logistics. They don't have the small arms. They don't have the guns. They don't have the tanks. They don't have the IFVs. Support such a force. They cannot raise 2 million guys into combat formations. So yeah, they can dig 1,000 kilometers of trenches. Then what? They can't man them. That's my view on this, and that's what I think about it.
It's interesting. We had it earlier today, an hour ago or something, that pretty much all of you led to the same point and led to the same conclusion. just like General Siersky, who said, Bakhmut currently is perfect fast, I'm paraphrasing, is the right place to attrit and reduce Russian forces, including Wagner. And as long as they keep coming, we will kill them. That's what he said. At the same time, both Ukrainian intelligence as well as 2 days ago, Estonian military intelligence, today, the head of Lithuanian military intelligence. And yes, people would like to, derogate and discard, but no. They know exactly what they're talking about because they know their enemy. Colonel Eligius Paulavicius from Lithuania today stated yet again that Russia does have the resources to keep fighting a war of the same intensity as today for approximately 2 years, but only the same intensity as today. Question goes back to Colonel Jeff and to you both, Nuno and Chuck. We are not giving them cluster ammunitions, the Ukrainians, to clear off those trenches, and we're not giving them ATACMS to, as Ben Hodges says, to go and deep strike behind the lines and take them out, and we're not giving them F-16s. So as long as we do not create the intensity, the Russians can somehow continue their war. They will be losing, yeah. And I think, Nuno, you laid out the case quite commensurably together with Yehuda as to what will happen in the southeastern theater and then towards Crimea. But still, this can drag out quite long and cost a lot of people's lives if we don't deliver. Jeff, what is it with us? What is it with this incrementalism?
I don't know, but I think Russia made a huge mistake last night, and that is they escalated the war, right? For the first time ever in warfare, hypersonic weapons were used, and these are weapons that have no defense. So it's a game changer from a military perspective, but it's more of a game changer in my mind in a political form, right? Because now you have the argument to say, hey, look, the West did everything it could, the Western leadership, if you will, right? They used every excuse in the book from the operational, right? The training was too long, the bases were all blah, blah, blah. We've talked about it a million times, right? And we did everything we could not to escalate this war. And then Putin goes and for the first time uses hypersonic weapons. That's an escalation, right? There's no other way to couch that other than to say he's escalated the war. And I put it up in the nest. My article in Newsweek that I just gave the interview like an hour ago is already up, right? So it's already up in the nest, and basically, this opens the door for now the West to like, okay, well he ratcheted it up incrementally. Do you respond? I don't know the answer to that, right? That's a political decision, but he's given them. In other words, he's moved his piece on the chessboard, and now it's the West's turn. What does the West do? Clearly, and look, I make it very, very plain in my comments to say that sending F-16s to Ukraine is not going to stop the KH-47 super hypersonic missiles. There is literally nothing that stops them. There's no known open source. There's no, and I don't say that because I think there's one that's secretive. I left the military before hypersonic weapons were out there, so I don't know, right? But there's no open source ability to defend a territory against a hypersonic missile, and these things can be launched at such a long range. You're not even talking about deep strike to be able to get to the platform, right? If they're launched from a MiG-31, where they can be launched from and where they impact, flying at 10 to 12 times the speed of sound. I mean, they cover some ground really, really fast, right? So he made a fatal error, and let's see if the West capitalizes on it, right? I mean, you can almost hear the speech in your mind being given. Last night, Russia, for the first time in war, ever used a hypersonic missile. They've completely escalated. We wanted to not, we did everything we could to kind of refrain from giving fighter aircraft, but at this point, we see no other alternative, right? So it can almost be in a response, right? So I love it. I think he made a huge mistake, and we'll see how the West plays it.
Also, Jeff, part of that huge mistake is they use those weapons against targets with little value. That's amazing. How do you gonna use
you and I say it's little value, but it falls completely within the centers of gravity of what Putin believes is what will break the will.
Yes. But from our standpoint, and from what we know about the center of gravity of Ukraine, it's worthless in terms of value.
Yeah, you and I know that, but
yeah. It's I find it kind of, in a sense, fascinating that they're able to escalate, because I agree with you, the Kinzhal is escalation, and there's nothing that I know of that can intercept a hypersonic missile. As the mantra goes, speed is the new stealth, right? But I don't think what fascinates me even more is the fact that you're gonna expend such ammunition, because let's be frank, Russia cannot produce a lot of these missiles. If they have 100 of these missiles, it's I'm being optimistic. If I was Russian and I thought they had 100 missiles of these, I'd be optimistic. But I don't think they have even 100 missiles of these. So the point is, you're going to expend such valuable ammunition on a strike that has little to no operational value. That's a fascinating thought process. That goes back to what Jeff said about centers of gravity, and what they think is the center of gravity in Ukraine, which clearly isn't. But there you go.
Could it have been a test?
The thing that I also find funny, real quick, Axel, is because Nuno and I had talked earlier, along with Spencer and where their check's still there. Okay, good. We talked about we believe that Russia thinks the center of gravity is the will of the people of Ukraine. We think that's wrong. But the other thing that I find fascinating is if you look at Russia, I believe that Putin thinks, because he's done his own war gaming, right? He says that what are they going to come after? What does Ukraine think is Russia's center of gravity? This guy's so conceited, right? He thinks it's him, right? Like he thinks he's the center of gravity.
300%. 300%.
This isn't hard to figure out when he's sitting at a table that's 70 feet long and having a discussion with one other person, right? It's somewhat comical, right? This guy's so full of himself, he's 100% convinced that he's the center of gravity, that he's the target, that if he goes down, and this is why I asked you the question earlier, if Putin is killed, do you really think it, that it changes, that is the center of gravity? Now, I think your answer was great. Like from a political perspective, how all the different, people will jockey for power, actually, just like the movie Who Kills Putin or whatever the movie is, really funny, right? A great watch. But the one thing that you didn't touch on that I think is the most important piece, and Axel kind of alluded to it, is the population, right? The population, bends to the will of Putin because they don't want to challenge him, because nobody wants to end up in Siberia. But when he goes and then all these people are focused on jockeying for power against each other, what does the populace of Russia do? What do the average Russians do? Do they truly rise up like the Bolsheviks back in 1916, 1918? Correct me if I'm wrong. My Russian history is a little
17, 6 October 17.
17. I was in between. Shit. All right.
6 October
my
17.
Russian history is a little weak right now. So.
But I think
they won't rise.
I am with Axel on this. I think the system is also, that's a fascinating theme. We could run a space on that, and because it's a fascinating theme. Where is the threshold for Russian population? What's the threshold? Where does the population rise against the Tsar? What are the forces necessary for that to happen? Because in 1917, we had the forces necessary to happen. One of them is present, which is a war and a military defeat, right? So they were fighting World War One, and they had suffered tremendous casualties. So that factor that played again in 1989 with the Soviet Union was also present, given Afghanistan. But is there any, will the population acquiesce to a change in power as long as the overall system does not collapse? Or is there any gravitas or momentum for change once Putin goes? Is Russia a viable state if that core power fractures? If that power core fractures, that's another, I think, fascinating aspect of this is, okay, Vladimir Putin is not, I've said this many times, he's not Muammar Gaddafi, right? Because Muammar Gaddafi was a kind of a supreme ruler. There's no other apparent important stakeholders in Libya. And when the moment that goes, the whole thing goes. That's not Russia. Russia has numerous state institutions, numerous stakeholders, both in the military, the security services, to some extent the oligarchs, but also to some extent guys like Kadyrov and other republic leaders, because that's a federal state, that have their own agendas, and even the political jockeying in Moscow of elites supported by one or other kingmakers like the security services or the oligarchs. The oligarchs are not very important for real, more like the security services and in the military and whatnot. But the thing is, that's glued together by Vladimir Putin. In a sense, the guy is not wrong about his own center of gravity, because if he goes, will that system fracture or will that system hold? And I think the threshold here for Russian population is, if the system fractures too much, it fractures within infighting, then we're probably going to see the Russian population as a stakeholder in the future of Russia. But the system, if the system only frays, it's a different ballgame. That's my take on this.
Well then, question. Do we actually know? Because it seems we have so much conflicting information. We had 4 denials as I collect them now, and Joanna just added one more. We have now then 5 denials that the Patriot system has arrived in Ukraine yesterday. Now, if it hasn't, then the 6 Kinjal they fired today were not contested at all. Both Jeff and I have no knowledge, because he left the Air Force, and I have no knowledge as to whether the upgraded Patriot actually can deal with the Kinjal, which has been rumored that the Aegis and the upgraded Patriot might be able to do so. But nevertheless, there is no testing capability at the moment, because the Patriot almost likely wasn't there.
They haven't been supplied.
So they did.
They haven't been supplied with the Standard Missile 3. So even that, I don't think it has. If there's any capability to deal with hypersonics, it remains classified to, and is something I'm not aware. Any system that is fielded has the ability to deal with hypersonics. That which explains.
As I just said, I don't know either.
I don't know either. I know what I know, but that I don't know. I know the Standard Missile has the ability to do a number of things, but not the SM-3, but not.
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct. I don't think even with the Patriots going in, I don't know if they sent any PAC-3 missiles in. But look, it's not a hard. Even if the PAC-3 does have some capability, right? We have to be cautious how we explain this, right? The hypersonic missile, the Kitzel, can travel between 10 and 12 times the speed of sound. Okay, so if you want to be able to beat a missile, you either have to fly relatively at its speed or faster, or if you're slower, you have to have the ability to pre-calculate where it's going to be at some given time and space and try and beat it there and be there when it gets there, right? It's the only way. That's physics. It's the only way to do it, right? With what in navigation and flying, we have a thing called the 61 rule, right? So if you were off by 1 degree and you fly for 60 miles, you're 1 mile off track, right? At 12 times the speed of sound, you can go 60 miles in probably about 10 seconds. So even if the hypersonic missile, which really can't maneuver a lot because it's going so damn fast, but even if it maneuvers just 1 degree off course or changes its course 1 degree, even if you try and meet it at some point, it's now a mile variant from where it was. So these things are going to be extremely hard to shoot down with anything other than the only way you do it is if you can. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? The United States is now suffering the challenge that Russia suffered in the 70s, right? The United States came out with the SR-71 Blackbird. It could fly at 5 times the speed of sound, right? So the SR-71 could sit there and fly and do reconnaissance all it wanted, and they couldn't shoot it down because it was going too damn fast. So they the Russians had to sit there and go, well, he's flying on this heading, and we think in like 5 minutes he's going to be here, so we're just going to throw some missiles up. And of course, the guys in the cockpit are like, oh, they launched a couple missiles. We're just going to turn like 5 degrees off here. Well, we're going to be fine. Right? And now, granted, there's no one in the Kitzel, but it's the same theory. And now the United States is faced with the same challenge, right? So it's, I don't know. Again, it's a game changer.
That's one of the issues that what you're saying exactly, Jeff, is one of the big issues, for instance, with ballistic missile defense. Because if you're trying to hit a nuclear warhead re-entering the atmosphere at X times the speed of sound, you have exactly the same problem with trying to hit a bullet with a bullet, but at X times the speed of sound. It's a massively complex challenge.
Exactly. It's like I'll use a European analogy, right? It's like trying to kick a football and hit a bullet.
Yes, exactly. And but hit it in the exact time that they're both in the same place or near each other without anyone deviating from that course. And that's the problem with hypersonics, right? Because the PAC-3 missiles can do a number of things, but they cannot intercept a hypersonic missile, like the Kinzhal or like the other version they have, which is the Zircon, I believe. It's a naval launch missile.
Yep. It wasn't until about 2 years ago, maybe, the United States came out and actually had one of their first successful tests of their own hypersonic missile, right? Yes, the U.S. has them now. So we're getting to the point where we actually have these systems. But with respect to an ability to, hit a bullet against a bullet, this is a physics challenge that goes exponentially more challenging, right?
And the thing is, with these systems, there's like two from the hypersonic side, and this is an interesting discussion because hypersonics will be key in future conflicts. One of the issues here is you have missiles beyond the ramjet engines. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff. Beyond the ramjet engines is the maneuverability and the materials to allow maneuverability at those speeds. And the moment you achieve a cruise missile-like hypersonic weapon where you can maneuver the missile around different objectives, that's extremely difficult to intercept. But that's a whole challenge, and the Chinese have been working on that, and the US has been working on that, and that initiative is still in the test phase.
Hey, very quick thing. Chuck had to take an Irish exit because he had to go for a spin. I apologize for that because we were just about to ask and go through a little bit of a Nord Stream thing. But then again, we did Nord Stream yesterday, the day before yesterday. and we did Nord Stream earlier today. Nuno, can we put a pin in Nord Stream and go to joint procurement in Georgia, or how do you feel about it?
Yeah,
Because then we can talk about Nord Stream next time around.
Yeah, we'll talk about Nord Stream because what I would say about Nord Stream is this: a lot of things floating around, but people need to realize one thing about Nord Stream, and I've had some conversations with some people about this, but that's all I'll say about this is one thing is Ukraine doing the Republic of Ukraine doing an operation to destroy Nord Stream. Another thing, a whole different ballgame, is Ukrainian nationals doing a thing to doing an operation to destroy Nord Stream. So these are two different things. It's like one thing is Nuno Felix doing something on the cover of the Portuguese state, another the Portuguese when told by the Portuguese Republic. Another thing is doing for his own initiative. So that's what I'll say about Nord Stream. We'll see how that evolves. There's still some things to come out for sure. So I think we put a pin on that and we go to Georgia.
That's a good idea. Let's move to
If
Georgia.
I could.
Go ahead.
Back to the hypersonic missiles. I know it's new and it's all high tech, but shouldn't it be a problem for them getting access to like microchips and things they would need for a hypersonic missile? Isn't the sanctions working at all to help defeat that?
They have ability to make them, but as I said previously, from all what we know, it's fairly limited numbers. Fairly limited numbers. Even without sanctions, it's fairly limited numbers.
Yeah, I would think it would have to be because I mean, they can't
It's a
even
very
get
high-tech weapon.
keep their tanks running. So,
but one thing about the Kinzhal is, in essence, the Kinzhal being hypersonic is also a weapon that is an adaptation of the Iskander M to it's an air-launched ballistic missile to a sense. Okay, that's why they use the MiG-31K. That Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like has a higher ceiling that most of their aircraft are able to carry this weapon. It needs to be high altitude to be launched to acquire the hypersonic speed. If I'm not mistaken, Jeff.
Yeah, so there's a couple issues, right? The higher you go in altitude, the less dense air gets, right? So and when you're talking about hypersonics, right, you're now talking about massive amounts of friction and heat on the nose cone of the device that's flying at that speed. So the higher you get, the less heat you're going to generate. It's impossible to even think that you could have a hypersonic missile at sea level just because the air is so dense. It would burn up, right? No matter how you design that nose to actually dissipate heat and cut through the air, it's going to be extremely, if not impossible, to have a hypersonic missile down at sea level.
That's one of the issues with the gliders too, right? The hypersonic gliders, because the maneuverability issue is exactly that. The heat generates, the friction it generates with the need to maneuver.
Yeah.
Alrighty,
Alex.
Good. I know that Alex Kiftaly will talk to us about Georgia, I'm sure. But Alex, please go on.
Thank you. Yeah, I have some updates. So apparently this law will be repealed under pressure from the street. But now the protesters do not like. Now protesters have other demands. They were demanding to free everybody who were like detained after in this now 2 days demonstrations, and the police reported that they are all now freed. But now they are now they want to dissolve the parliament altogether, because well, you know, who can give the guarantees that this Russian parliament will not, you
Yeah.
know,
Alex, can I ask a question? Isn't the case there? Let me just summarize the whole news of the day in 3-4 sentences, and then you tell us what you think about it. Because the way we understand it is constitutionally as well as procedurally. Currently, the two coalition parties, led by the Georgian Dream, hold an 84 to, what is it, 56, 53, whatever majority. But they gained this majority by means of rescinding their previous promise in 2019 that they would go to a proportional representation election system. They gained this majority, then suppressed everyone, and since then have politicized the whole system. Now they've come out with this law, which has gone through its first reading, which means, and it was approved by their coalition majority. Now the second reading has to take place within, I think, 30 days or something, but typically Parliament would have been in session this week or next week. If Parliament is not in session this week and doesn't rescind it in the second reading, this becomes law, despite it being unconstitutional. The president could then veto it, and if it were vetoed, the Parliament would have to override the veto, and then there is no real solid mechanism for a constitutional court. And this majority government has now said this morning, when they supposedly rescinded this, they didn't say when they would vote on it, whether they would rescind this, whether they would go into a second reading, or what would happen procedurally. And they also said that they've only done now this pause because the lying campaigns from the outside and from the media have deliberately changed the views of our youth and the students. Therefore, we have to embark on a campaign to explain what we have in mind. That is how it has come across, and this is why this evening opinion, seemingly in Europe as well as North America, has swung around, that this is not quite a rescission at all. Is that true, Alex?
I didn't quite got your last sentence. Can you repeat that?
That the rescission is not real.
Oh, that's right.
That's
correct. I also listen to those who kind of are better know all these intricacies of laws. Yes, they are biding time and will sneak in and essentially. The only way now, one opinion I heard, the only way now to make this, to repeal this law is to vote against it, which will only happen, like you said, in the next session. So it looks like a trick to buy time and then, have it either just under different way or, crack down on opposition. But basically, the momentum will be lost. But broader question is,
Alex, yeah.
Broader question
Would you
is
mind?
like, is this parliament really like people do not want? It lost trust. It doesn't represent the will of nation, and that's where the demand has shifted because, like, they want new elections, and that's really the demand right now because, again, there is no trust. This is pro-Russian parliament, and they will, one way or other, they are, holding pro-Russian policy. Which
Alex, I agree. And let's hold this for a second because I want to hear what Nuno had to say about his view as to the strategy and what the situation actually means for us and how he views it from the outside. And then we'll come back to your question if that's okay. Nuno.
Yes, Alex, sorry. Thank you for that clarification. I didn't know that intricacy of constitutional law. That's important because that really frames what's the strategy here by Georgian Dream, which is the majority party. I think, first of all, this the Georgia matter has one major issue, which is it's the copycat of what happened in the Maidan in Ukraine. Why? The copycat in the sense that Russia does this, or pro-Russian forces within Georgia do this, and put this law forward in the same month that we are looking at a possible that we are looking at Georgia being granted EU candidate state. So this is to derail that. That's to derail the European drift of Georgia that Russia considers part of its own sphere of influence. Let's put it this way, or more empire than sphere of influence, really. But we are now seeing across the board in Central Asia, in Georgia, in Moldova, across the space, we are seeing that Russia's authority as military power that held some of these conflicts or some of these issues in check and had them frozen. Well, they're just de-icing, and the de-icing has come, and Russia is holding on for dear life in this because they're seeing Central Asian states doing their thing. They're seeing places where they held some sway, like Georgia, like Armenia, like Moldova, where they have frozen conflicts and guarantor states and guarantor roles, and they're seeing this starting to fray. Honestly, the Kremlin will be acting paranoid because it's another color revolution by the CIA and Europeans and whatnot. No, it's largely the Georgian people doing fighting for their country. What pains me in this, as an European, and if there's a case for a federal state in Europe, this is it. Because I see people getting drenched by water cannons and tear gas holding EU flags. And if we were in some venues a state, if the European Union was a state, we'd have other assets we could bring forward to leverage the fight Georgia is doing for democracy and for their freedom and for their rights to be Europeans. And then we could leverage that and we could shift the balance because we have the money, we have the knowledge, we have the power to do it if we want, but we don't have the centralized decision making. At this level, at intelligence level, at clandestine operations level, at information operations level, the member states have not ever delegated that power. And when this is starting to fray is where we need that power, because we could tilt the balance in Georgia easily if there was a common approach and the power to do it. But that's the paradox with the union we have. The paradox is in some issues we are a federal state, and we're basically a federal state in some issues like monetary policy, justice, home affairs, commerce, international commerce regulations and whatnot. We're a state, we're a federal state, but in other things we are an intergovernmental organization. And this paradox here always comes back to haunt the European Unions at moments where geopolitical balances are being fought. It has shifted in Ukraine a bit. We've seen, for instance, the joint procurement of ammunition Allahu Akbar, right? But which was an obvious measure. I had the opportunity, not to reveal anything, but I had the opportunity to speak to someone in Portugal with political responsibilities on this matter back in March last year, and tell him, listen, this is the way we need joint procurement of ammunition, because this is industrial war, and well, industrial war consumes industrial amounts of ammunition. And frankly, this was something that was in the books, and we've done it a year later. It's
no.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tom, question as to the term. I had the discussion here with Ben Hodges, and rather than joint procurement, the discussion was whether there shouldn't be joint provisioning.
Yes, I can see that, but joint procurement is important in this sense, Axel, because take smaller countries like Portugal. You have 37 Leopard 2A6. Doesn't matter how many are operational or not. You have 37. But you don't have any real live ammunition for the Leopards, because the guys who make the ammunition for the Leopards will tell you, well, we sell batches of 50,000 ammunition, right? And the Portuguese army looks at it and says, damn, you're going to sell 50,000 rounds of live ammunition, and it's 30 million bucks and 30 million euros, and how am I going to convince anyone about this? And do we really need this? Because our priority is Mali and Central Africa and whatnot, and some crazy ideas about Africa. But then the ugly head of industrial warfare comes over and says, well, we need ammunition and we need tanks. So the way to solve this problem is, say, smaller countries like Portugal buy jointly with others, and we buy 1 million rounds of ammunition. It's cheaper, and we pay 10,000, 20. You get the economy of scale.
I understand.
Let's get military mobility sorted, and then let's get to joint provisioning.
I would love to see pre-positioned stocks in Europe available, both for training as well as for
operations,
emergency operations. Exactly.
Yes, that's the thing with provisioning, and that's the thing, because okay, could we do pre-positioning stocks? Sure, but first, who commands? Then that means that military mobility in the European Union is sorted, because like I can go from Lisbon to Tallinn, and nobody's going to ask me a passport, right? I catch a flight, get on a flight, or a train or whatever I like. I drive there if I want, and nobody's going to ask me a goddamn thing, right? I can go from Turku or Finnmark to almost the shores of Tripoli, and nobody's going to ask me a passport. But if I need to move a truck with military personnel from Lisbon to Tallinn, man, that needs some coordination. So we need to sort that out. Then we can sort out
100%
provisioning. And provisioning, by what general I wasn't in the conversation, but knowing what the Americans think of provisioning, they're right, which is prepositioned stocks, ready to just fly in the personnel and turnkey, and let's fight tonight. This is Europe, Axel.
Yeah, but this is where we need to get to.
Yeah,
If we want to,
of course, and
no question.
No question about that. But we can run a whole space on European defense policy and what I think about it. And no, I don't think European army is a thing. I think a specialized national militaries in a EU context command is the thing. But that's a whole different ballgame. That's hours of discussion on this.
Well, let's do more of exactly that. I'm quite sure that Colonel Jeff would be delighted joining in on this one. And with that, see, thumbs up, because no, it matters a great deal. It is the defense of Europe. We can see it in this case, specific bubbling in Georgia. So this is exactly the topic. This is not just today. It's not just the next 2-3 years. This is our general topic: defense of sovereignty. We have hands up. Nuno, do you still have time for the three hands?
Let's get to the three hands, and I'll start with I think it's Nick, who's been with his hand up for a while. Go ahead, Nick, please.
I have forgotten what my point was going to be.
Nick, we took all the European points away from you. That's good. Nick has been with the European Council. He is an adamant defender of European integration wherever it is suitable, and we're delighted to have him here. So let's go back to Nick if and when the question comes back to mind. Alex, and then we go to Carlos, and then back to Nick. Alex, please.
Yeah, thanks for that comment. I just wanted to comment one little thing. Even though there is a tendency to see Georgia alongside with Central Asian countries, but they are fundamentally different. I mean,
no, it's not. Georgia is not a Central Asian country. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to
that,
make sure this is clear because again,
Alex, I may have explained wrongly. I was not meaning that Georgia is. Moldova is on the border of Romania, so it's not Central Asia either. What I was saying is we are witnessing the Russian grip on what it considers its sphere of influence in its loosening, and it's a grip that goes from Central Asia through Georgia, through Moldova, and through some other places. So, but that's what I meant. Not that Georgia is a Central Asian country, because it is not, definitely. And it has different characteristics. Okay, different politics,
right.
different everything.
Yeah. Culturally and historically, it is part of Europe for sure. It was under strong cultural influence of Eastern Roman Empire, and then that country disappeared. Turkey took its place, but Turkish groups, they are different. Like, they have different culture, different history.
No, it's like a different ballgame. It's not it's an European country. It's
right.
It's what we'd call.
And the reason I'm bringing this is because sometimes, like, even I think Macron, French president of France, said once, "Well, let's look at geography," and that's why I also have to, make sure that looking at geography again, this is part of Europe. It was. Culturally part of Europe. It was under strong cultural influence of Eastern Roman Empire. And even though Eastern Roman Empire disappeared, Georgia is still there and has retained its cultural
fundamental
roots.
Cultural roots. It's yes.
Exactly.
No, I have no doubt about that. That at the utmost, I'd say that Georgia is the European border to Asia to an extent. Central Asia to an extent.
Just wanted to make sure that this is kind of clear because yeah, it's as for Russia, yeah, like they are trying to hold their grip wherever it's Brighton Beach or in Berlin. Every year on 9th of May, they were doing this, circus in Berlin with that. What they were calling Besmertny Polk or something, and they
Yeah,
tried to do it in other places too, um, like
but it's fraying. And the
yeah.
thing is, it's clearly collapsed. And that's the point. My point is, we as European Union should have the ability to immediately leverage that. And this ain't hard, right? This ain't hard. I joked with a friend yesterday or the day before uh, on a private message that, come on, pay me and I'll get the people to leverage this. But so because that's it. I mean, we need the tools to help Georgians in a situation like this, right? And that's my point here. They're fighting for their European future, and we are actually not doing anything about it.
I agree. I agree. There is some homework to be done in Georgia for sure, but
There's a lot of
I
homework.
mean, we belong to Europe. That's where
That's a
we're
lot.
going now.
There's there's a decade of homework to be done before you're a member state. But
Yeah, but as long as
but
you are on the right path, that
exactly
other things
right,
can be
exactly right.
done.
As long as you establish the necessary foundations for that and you keep on that path, things will eventually happen. And that's where I meant. I'm not trying to topple the government or anything like that. But what I'm saying is, if the Georgian people wants freedom and wants an European future, we should be able to leverage that because it's in our interest fundamentally, right? So, okay, Georgia won't be a member state of the European Union within the next 10 years, for sure. But fundamentally, we need it on the right track and under the protection and under the rule of law and under the guidance of the European Union. And that's fundamentally what's at stake here. Is it's a larger political game that goes way beyond Ukraine. And I've said here many times, it's the first iteration of the struggle between what is democracy and freedom and authoritarianism that others expect. That's my view on this.
Well said. Thank you
I
for that.
fully agree. I fully agree.
So we have one last hand
Carlos,
up, and that's
one last
Carlos.
hand up. Carlos, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Carlos, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. My experience in preparing for war with Russia was back in the 70s. I was in Frankfurt, Germany. We had to fill the gap, and the famous phrase being the 6-Day War, because Russia was so outnumbered us in conventional weapons, tanks, artillery, fighters, and then, of course, men. So the question is why is this war going so badly for Russia? I mean, if they wanted to, it's my experience back in the 70s. They could roll over them like like nothing. Anyway, and I'd be very much
Carlos,
interested to hear.
you want an answer to that?
Yes, I do, but let me
Okay.
phrase one other question as well, and that is I'm not following the Ukraine war all that much. So I am so rusty in terms of strategy and tactics. So I am no expert by any means. And my questions are more in a category of being a layman. The question is, I haven't heard anybody talk about the Hind D or whatever the new version of their attack helicopter is, because back in the day, it was probably the most formidable helicopter, against everybody, which prompted the Apache to be born. So anyway, with that, good show, very informative, and I enjoy your show. Thank you.
Thanks, Carlos.
Thank you,
I'd
Carlos.
say fast enough to answer your question. Their most sophisticated helicopter is the Ka-52 Alligator, which is an attack helicopter. They went after the Apache model. Let's put it this way. Well, it has suffered quite some losses, but it's an attack helicopter. I mean, but when faced with a lot of man pads around the theater and the area of operations, and when faced with some more sophisticated air defense, it becomes what every helicopter becomes, a target. And helicopter pilots in the audience will be tripping and hating on me, but frankly, but that's it. I mean, it's a good helicopter, but they haven't used it to its full potential, and they haven't used it in the potential we use the Apache and the Tiger. And what the Russian military are doing, well, what is Russian military doing? Sometimes I have no answer for that. Because honestly, their corruption their military modernization bought a lot of yachts, a lot of partying, and a lot of condos in Monaco and whatnot. That's one of the things they're doing. And one last question from Abdullah, and I have to go. I'll have to fly. Go ahead, Abdullah, please.
Hey, Nuno, thank you so much. Yeah, just regarding Georgia, I just wanted to say that I don't expect European leaders to do much when it comes to Georgia. It's all talk with no substance, just the old, nonsense, Twitter statements. They just don't have the good track record when it comes to issues like this. The only people that maybe could put.
There's a problem with that, Abdullah. Sorry
Let
to
me
interrupt you.
almost
Go
finish.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, the only people that maybe could put pressure on the Georgians, I mean, on the Georgian government are the Americans. I'm just worried that just get ready. Soon maybe Macron and Scholz will soon talk about how Georgia has land disputes with Russia. It's just despicable, to be honest.
No, that's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue is what I meant is member states of the European Union have not provided the European Union with the necessary tools to face hard geopolitical realities that require other types of approaches beyond soft power and money. And that's the real problem. It's not the European Union's problem. It's the problem that the member states, which are the ultimate guarantor and the ultimate force and the ultimate power in the European Union, have not provided Brussels and the Commission and the External Action Service with the means and the assets and the competencies to do this. And there's no integrated policy for there's integrated policy, but there's no integrated policy for when the proverbial S hits the fan, right? When the shit hits the fan, there's no policy for that. There's policy to integrate Georgia when things are going, but there's no policy to do it in a more complex situation. And the issue is the member states themselves. This is 27 member states, first of all. That's an important part of this. And then Portugal has the Portuguese Republic has really no interest in Georgia. The Spanish have no interest in Georgia. Our vital interests are more in the south. Yes, Estonia and Poland and Romania will have interests in Georgia.
And Germany.
And Germany.
And Italy.
And Germany and Italy and others. But the problem here is this dichotomy where national governments differ or have different interests and different things to look for, and then you don't have and you'll have an approach to Georgia that's driven by each individual member states, and then you don't have a global European Union approach to this, because the member states have not given the European Union the mandate, the assets, and the money to do it. And the problem is in Ukraine, the European Defense Agency and the European Peace Facility and the Commission have gone way off record by pressuring the states to do a number of things and by acquiring ammo and by funding military spending. This is all the Commission's. This is President von der Leyen going on a tangent of her own mandate and her own powers, because she did it, and she did it well, and she read the public well, but in the situation well. But the thing is, she's on a tangent of her own powers. It's making it, they're making it up as they go. That this needs to be clear for people. There's no mandate for the European Union to use the peace facility, which has a name called the peace facility, to buy ammunition for Ukraine, right? So there's that, and there's political issues with this, and that's why I say that sometimes this is a paradox, because in some issues the European Union is a federal state for all matters, and in some other issues is an intergovernmental organization, and in some issues it looks more like an informal group of friends, right? So this paradox is coming to a moment that will need to be solved, but that's a whole different ball game and a whole different discussion that we Europeans need to have with each other. And as a Portuguese analyst well put it, three hard thoughts. First of all is, what's our development model? We'll need to scale up defense spending, and we'll need to scale up energy independence in industrial policy. And these three things are things that governments are willing, the member states are willing to sometimes try and forget because it's politically costly. And that's one of the issues here. But Axel, I couldn't finish without saying that President von der Leyen gave a shout out to our very own Melanie Lake in the Canadian Parliament. Well deserved. Colonel Lake has a tremendous important role, not only with the fire, but also with this organization she's a part of. So a good shout out by President von der Leyen. And I would advise those who are going after Colonel Lake that, well, if the President of the European Commission gives a shout out to someone, it's because Ottawa has their back. So don't. It will end up badly.
Oshi is on her side. Axel, real quick, just a quick follow-up. No, yeah, I wasn't talking about the Commission or the EU. I was just talking about
the member states,
the EU heavyweights who run the EU. But I don't know if it's actually a good idea to give that much power to the Commission, the unelected bureaucrats. I think the problem may even get worse, to be honest.
Well, the unelected bureaucrats have been doing the unelected.
I wanted to piggyback on the comments about Mel, because that's just awesome, right? But it's more important than that. And I know, look, that the higher you climb up in the tree, the more arrows people are going to shoot at you. And if people want to shoot arrows at MriyaReport, it's fine. It's the nature of the beast. For the people out there who probably, and this is the important point, right? There's good news, or there's good information, and there's bad information all over the internet. If you are questioning, if you just in your mind, you're like, hey, are these negative posts that are about the MriyaReport out there, are they true or are they not true? Here's what I would tell you. And I've worked in government at very high levels for quite a long time. A president of the United States or of the EU or a prime minister of any nation has a plethora of people that do background checks on everybody or any piece of information that is spoken and uttered out of the words of the president, right? So if if Colonel Lake was had done anything that was even remotely nefarious, she would not have been used as the example last night, right? That there's probably at least dozens of really strong females candidates that could have been mentioned or named by the EU president, and Melanie was selected. Her record was probably scrubbed very hard, and she was investigated not for any of the Marie report, just from a personal perspective before her name was uttered out of that mouth. So, if and this goes to your point, right? If the EU president can mention her name, I think we're good.
Yeah,
I'm sleeping a little more comfortable tonight,
Jeff,
right? Yeah.
I mean, if President von der Leyen, the Commission's president, as you say, who has her own speechwriter, who has the people doing the checks to see there's no political loose ends, makes a shout out in a televised speech to the Canadian Parliament that, as the President of the United States does, will be a clip that will be mentioned 100 times. If Parliament gives a standing ovation to that thing, to that mention, I'm pretty sure first the Canadian government cleared it. The Canadian government has Colonel Lake's back. So yeah, it's. I'd say yeah.
Yeah, and to be fair,
Get a
look,
grip.
I mean, I like to be fair, right? There are times,
When it
there are
doesn't go
times
well,
when very senior leaders get it wrong and they mention someone inappropriately, but the very next day the headlines are splashed with, "Can you believe President X said so and so's name?" Right, and it's all over media, and I think that the silence, this, I think Axel like this, right? The silence from those people in Canada right now is somewhat deafening,
yeah,
right?
and
It's just so
and
loud.
Jeff, if there was anything fishy about it, you'd have the spin doctors in Brussels, because Brussels has its spin doctors saying, "Well, the Commission said this, but that's not exactly
Correct.
what she meant."
They're standing by their statement, and they should. And I think we've given them enough oxygen. They're not worth it. But we're doing the right thing.
That's it.
Melanie's a rock star. I'm so proud of her. Next time I see her, like I said, I'm getting her autograph. She's the kind of peeps that legends are made of. So this is good, and we're doing great things. So we'll just keep pressing on, man.
That's it. We keep moving forward. Excellent. Thank you so much, Jeff. Everyone, thank you so much.
Thank you,
John, and Chuck. Thanks, and we'll be here for next week.
Absolutely.
So
Nuno, everybody, please give Nuno Phoenix a big hand, because that was yet another exceptional session, and we stayed here much longer than planned.
yeah, but it's this was particularly good. It's an all-star event by now. Bye, guys. Thank you so much. So bye.
Thanks,
bye,
Nuno.
bye.
Obrigado.
Nada, mate. Thank you.
I'm going to just interrupt a little bit. Colonel Jeff, you mentioned a little bit, quite a long time ago now, about the ski on cop. Can be if you have the lower ground. Ski on, SCION. Give it a read. Churchill was there as well, right? So I think it's still a world record for the number of people dead per square meter.
I shall look it up. Thanks a lot.
And Frisians on the cop.
Yes, exactly. And it is the reason why at Liverpool they have the cop.
Exactly.
Right. So what are we gonna go to? We're gonna navigate a little bit back and cover those trenches a little bit more in detail. Axel.
Absolutely, we should go for more trenches, given the fact that Colonel Melchett is 30 kilometers or 30 miles behind us.
Exactly right. Very safe. This goes to the World War One joke about the deserter, isn't it? And he's going back, and he's stopped by a staff officer who goes, "You there? I think you're deserting." At which point his reply was, "Gosh, I did not know I was that far behind enemy lines, or our lines." Sorry. Anyway, right. Let's go to trenches. So when we were talking yesterday, or when I was talking yesterday with the marvelous Doman, we did the Russian part, right? But we didn't do the attacking part, right? So I will very quickly go over the ground, which at the moment there's a picture. Actually, I'll tell you what. Give me a second. Axel, because I still can't put stuff into the nest. Let me try and find a no, I'll just do it with the descriptions. It will be easier because I'm just thinking the tweet was so long ago. I'll never find it.
You're a verbal.
Yes, exactly. Right. So, to explain to give a little bit of the history, the Russians have dug, and by dug we don't mean that they've had people there with their trenching tools or anything like that. They've had someone with a machine go along and oh, hello. Sorry. Oh, right, yes. Well, 1 second, I will mention this. Alan, there was a tweet by Gunny, which is and what they look like, and I replied to it, etc. I think it was yesterday, or maybe Gunny did it in the evening the day before. If you've got that.
I will sort it. Give me a second. You keep talking.
Okay, I'll keep talking. Anyway, so let me. We've gone through the bit. So they're not digging their trenches by hand. They have a machine. And a little bit earlier, I said that I didn't think they had any experience left. Right. And the reason why I say this, real sense. So the image that was taken, it was from an aerial image, probably a drone. And it shows one very long line, and it probably goes for something along the lines of, a couple of kilometers, right? Although we're getting to see about a 500-meter stretch of it. They've dug one trench, which looks like a ha-ha. For anyone who doesn't know what a ha-ha is, it was designed. It was for the very, very wealthy landed gentry, and it was to stop deer from coming along and eating their nice flowers, right? But they wanted deer in the background.
And peasants.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that as well, right? And so it's. But in reality, what they've done is they've dug a narrowish trench. They've put the earth there and they've left it, and then behind that, probably 150 meters, they've got this trench system that they've dug. And in fairness, it's a little bit better. It's not just a straight line as most of their trenches are. I mean, it is a straight line, but they've got little bits that come off it where you might be having a dugout and the rest of it. But there is no. You can see that they haven't covered anything, right? So where the dugout might be, it's not really a dugout because they haven't got any cover over them. There's not a meter of soil or anything, and they haven't done something sensible, which would be to dig up the turf first, right, and put it over the top to make it harder for your drones to see what you may or may not be doing. And a little bit behind that, you have a series of scrapes which look like they're designed to put tanks or IFVs in. And I think in a couple of those, there's a picture. There is in the picture they got some IFVs, right? So that's setting the ground for you. You've got your hand up already, Dennis.
And in the meantime, by the way, the trenches are up in the nest.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I noticed at the beginning of the war that the Russians were digging straight trenches, and now I see they've learned from the Ukrainians to to dig zigzags, which we know if you drop explosives, they kind of turn them a different way and save your life, basically.
Yes, sorry, I do apologize. I interrupted you.
Oh, that's okay. Not a problem. Not a problem. I did have a question though. I see there's going to be a
yeah. So 1 second, Dennis. So I'm telling a story at the moment. So at the end, put your hand up if you can. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. Right. So I'm still going through it. So in actual fact, so there are some slight changes in direction, and the rest of it. It's still not amazing. Right. Okay, so let's set the scene. You have, firstly, it's a very, very long trench system. The problems we've already discussed are, right, do they have enough people for it? You might want to know how many people you might want to have in there. The answer is no, they don't have enough people. The reason why we know they don't have enough people, they don't have them there. And I just took if it was a 5 kilometer section, if that's what we were looking at, the numbers you would want, right? So they have enough shell scrapes scrapes for IFVs and tanks, which I think it came to about 9. So it may be they might only have 3 tanks and say, let's say 6. Where anywhere might be an attack, right? So so presumably the IFVs, the tanks, would have at least 1 or 2 people in it, right? So if the IFVs, you might want a gunner just in case mortars start coming out down on you. A driver just in case you've got mortars coming down and you need to get them out of the way, or with the tanks, you might want 2 people, someone who's spotting the commander, and then you've got the loader, aimer, as it were. It's not really a loader because it's a mechanical system, but you would be looking out directly over the fields, right? So let's go back to mistake number 1 with their their trench system, their or I think they think it's a tank trap over there. So what they've done is they've placed a whole load of earth in the way, right? Which means it'll be incredibly difficult for anyone looking out to, in actual fact, spot anything to turn up, right? Because you've got some 3 foot high burn in front of you, and whilst there may be some benefits later, right, you really want to see these things happening first, right? You want people with their binoculars looking out across the fields, and you want people with, their thermals and the rest of it. And if you have a 3 foot starting at ground level, which is where your trench is, right, a piece in ahead of you, you're not going to be able to see it. And then come down to the tank traps. So let's, as an example, and if anyone wants to know, in the nest there's a tweet by Gunny. It's a great little tweet, shows you the history of tank traps and in there, and there's a couple of other things for context. In fact, the picture of the satellite image is there for context, right? So if you look at the video, you will see how a Leo tank deals with a tank trap, right? There's a little moment, but basically they've got 2 ways they can do it. They can reverse in slowly, and they have they'll have their gun pointing in the other direction, obviously not at the ground because you don't want to be bending your gun, and you reverse in slowly. And what that does is that demolishes one side of it. They go into the side and then just keep going, and then that breaks the other edge of your tank trap. Or, and this is the thing that would most likely happen, they can just go at 55 miles an hour, right? What they do is just go very quickly, and it just jumps a 1.5 meter trench, just go straight over them. So in actual fact, that tank trap isn't going to do anything, right? It's not stopping anything or anything like that. You might go, well, you could put anti-tank mines in there. Yes, you could. But then there's other issues when you've got your anti-tank mines so close. And importantly, if there was any indication of anti-tank mines, then you would probably have the explosive rope being thrown over the trench system and the tank trap, which would just make a whole load of damage to it anyway, right? Get rid of the mines, and it would destroy some of the tank trap and make it even easier for you to get over. So that's what happens where the Russians are, and it basically. The numbers of people, I can't remember what I said at the time. I did a quick rough calculation, look at the image, which I'm not doing now, but it's in every 100 meters it's not 100 people, right? It's more like 200, 300, because you've got to account for people who are asleep and all the other things, right? And then you have the problems of how do you, if the attack, because no one attacks along a 5-kilometer front nowadays. They'll go along maybe 100 meters or 200 meters and the rest of it, and they put all their troops into that direction, right? So how do you get your troops 5 kilometers away to support the ground? Now, Nuno also covered this. Basically, if you don't have people in reserve or you don't have a mechanism for moving people, then you have a big problem. Going to our side, the friendly people side, right? What happens when you come across a system like this? Firstly, right, it'd be a load of intel would be out there. Pretty much everything, because they don't dig their trenches correctly, right? It's incredibly easy to spot that system and go, this is where they may have put because so many people are there needs to be a command section somewhere. That may be where the command is. This is where you got some more troops. This is where they're sleeping. This is where their toilet is, right? This is how high we think the trench is, and there's ways of calculating that. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, I can notice it, Dennis. If you're still here, just put your hand back up. How high the trench is, and the rest of it. But so what you would do is, if on the friendly side you've got your attack troops, which would most likely, because now we've got our IFVs and our tanks, and we have our engineering equipment, don't we? Right. So we have all the makings of a NATO battle group, which is 14 MBTs and 2 lots of 14 IFVs, whatever they are. I quite like the Challenger, so I'm going to talk about Challenger tanks, and I'm not going to talk about Leos. But equally, we could just if you want to, you could just add your Leos if you wanted to, and I'm going to call them the CV90s, right? So CV90s, I think, have got a 40mm anti-tank round, and obviously we know what our Challenger tank has, right? So you've got your troops. So inside your IFVs, you've got a whole load of infantrymen, and it's all been spotted. They know exactly where the trench is. So what do? Right? So there are a couple of ways they could do this, even if that tank trap was a little bit wider, right? There's an item called a fascine, and you can make these. You can just hobby them together if there's any wood, and basically it's a whole load of, it could be trunks, or I mean, in some places you might use reeds or something like that. And what you do is you chuck it into the trench, because it sort of fills the trench, and it means the tank doesn't fall into the middle. So you could fill it with those if you wanted to. Or, as I said, you could just use explosive rope and explode it over into your tank section, right? Okay, so you wouldn't just have one, you might have 2 or 3, because you don't want one column of tanks, do you, going into the one place, and you don't want just one place where IFVs are coming through, right? So once you've got that through, the tanks go through, IFVs go through, the tanks are firing into the positions, and your IFVs go in, maybe. They may stay on the other side of the burn and provide covering fire for you. But eventually what's going to happen is, and ideally you'd want those IFVs probably on the tank system, because everyone's going to need to get out and clear those trenches. If everyone's seen there's a UK video of them teaching clearing trenches, it will be a incredibly frightening point for people because you're getting in there, and it's not easy to get out of a trench, and you've got people firing, right? So hence why their designs of their trenches aren't great, because they're still longer than you would expect, right? Which means if it's longer, you can just fire right down the trench, and if it was 100 meters long, you could be firing all the way down 100 meters. Anyone comes out into that, they're going to get a surprise, and it'll be an emotional moment, as Gunny explains it. And then there's the bit, right? Okay, do they enforce this, right? You've taken that section. You will be providing fire to the other sides, right? Because you don't want and then coming in from the left and right, and your troops will just if this is a thought, I mean, not to suggest it wouldn't be a thought out plan. It would be your troops would just be going through, right? And at that point, they'd be rolling over the people in the trenches, and the only way he really is describing it is slaughtering them. Abdullah, you got your hand up.
Yes, yes, I do. Thank you so much for that, David. Just wanted to ask you, with such a vast network of trenches, how do you prevent enemy infiltration?
I mean, how do they prevent enemy infiltration? Right. Okay.
Yeah,
So
that's
yeah.
right,
Of course. No. All right. Well, see, this is their problem. They've put this thing 150 meters in front of them that makes it really difficult to see anyone moving. So your only way, really, of saying, let's just say, some sneaky beakies, as we like to call them, want to go along the ground and just be. They're just going, well, they've got some anti-thermal on them or something along those lines, and you just go through. It's really, really difficult because you only have a clear field of fire of 150 meters. Stunningly difficult. What you need is lots of eyes on, right? And you would need drones. And ideally, you might have some mounted video system that means you don't have to have a drone in the air 24 hours a day that would be looking out ahead of you. Because what you need is any advance warning, and thermals and the rest of it are brilliant for that. Make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. Thank you so much. Just one more quick thing. Have you seen this trenches on the beaches of Crimea? Have you ever seen? Have you ever
Yes,
seen
we
such a
have.
thing?
We discussed those the other day, right? So there's some questions about it. All the wood inside there. Why is it that it seems to be really? It's not dug very deeply, right? Why is there's some sand put on the other side? Basically, because they've dug it on a beach, right, which will have a water table. So if they dug it any further, their troops would just be in water. So what they've done is they've put the sand on the other side and built up the sand, but they haven't done it sensibly by using things like sandbags, which are ideal because they're keeping the sand in place, right? As opposed to if you just have loose sand. So yeah, that's exactly what they are. What they're there for, I have no idea. I do have an idea, Abdullah. Whenever we talk about specifically say anything else, think that trench is there because someone has a contract to make that trench. It's going to take a very long time and many things for someone to convince me otherwise, right? The trenches are built, and they're being built quickly, and they're by machinery and the rest of it, but they're built so badly. I just go, it's someone who's, it's a bit like you've had your lazy bricklayer come in, right? And you've asked him for a wall, and then all the bricks are everywhere, right? And he's gone, but I've built you the wall, and that's what they're getting. I think I finished. Dennis.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I just had a quick question. I noticed that the Ukrainians are using drones much more effectively, especially along with infrared, against the Russians at night. I mean, it seems like they're really crushing them. The innovations are amazing. I mean, they're taking that happened the other day when they hit that AWACS, the Russian AWACS there in what was it, but amazing. The innovation and the way they're using them in the trenches as well as on the battlefield.
Yeah, it's stunning, isn't it? We discussed the Belarus the AW50 with a bit of quite extensively. Yeah, and it is brilliant, isn't it? And it's just a demonstration of how something that is really low cost, how helpful that would be. So I think you said you were a 1970s Cold War dog. I was 70s and 80s, and I can tell you, if someone had said to me, here's a device, you can see above those trees, I'd have been going, hell yeah, let me see that, right? Yeah, as opposed to patrolling along and going, I don't know what's the end of this lane.
Yeah, it truly is amazing. It's definitely gives them a heads up of what's up ahead. I mean, I'm sure anybody in the 70s or 80s would love to have that technology. Would have saved a lot of lives.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, that's about all I had to say. I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth in. Thank you for letting me speak, and I'm really
thank you very much, Dennis.
Good evening to you all from America.
Wonderful. There's many people here who are right. I'm Latin. I think Mark put his hand up before you. Or go to Mark.
Yeah, thanks, David. I think I know why those trenches are no longer straight. By the way, I just thought I'd throw that bit in just to start off with. I think Ivan's been at the juice. But just a thought.
Just someone who's drunk. It's very true. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, probably be more effective while drunk than when doing, while sober. But I think my question is around those. Obviously, we've seen reports of these trenches and the number of troops in them seems minimal. But I wondered, are they to be used in retreat? In other words, are they planning to, bring troops back into them from further forward? So maybe they would have more troops available somewhere to bring back into those trenches.
So there's quite, yeah, sorry Mark, I interrupted. So there are several there's several trench systems. So the trench system we're talking about here is the one that's in Zaporizhia, right? And I don't know which direction it's pointing, but I suspect that it's pointing south. So it isn't a case of they've retreated from Zaporizhia, right, and protect them there. I think it's because they're worried about people coming from the south, and what they're planning on doing is some troops in Zaporizhia would evacuate where they're at and go to those trench systems, or not, as the case may be. And I suspect it will be the not, right? Because I haven't seen any troops in that trench system. I don't see any. So I suspect they've just dug it, and there aren't any people in there. Oh, actually, no, I lied, right? So I previously said it looks like a couple of IFEs. So that might just be, 10 people, 20 people. But there are.
It seems very minimal. It's minimal manning levels currently.
Yeah. And I'm only going on the fact there's some IFEs there. Who knows if they had a full section, and there doesn't appear to be anyone in the trenches. Latin.
Hey, David. The other day, when there was an announcement of some equipment from the U.S. to Ukraine, there was more announcements of these. You were talking about engineering equipment, but of the bridging vehicles, and I commented on John Spencer's Twitter about what would they be for, and he mentioned water, but somebody else, I think, on that thread mentioned trenches. So is that a thing? Is that something they would use it for? Those bridging, the ones I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, I do. Right. There would be no point, right? It would be quicker. Because the thing is, these things don't go down in 10 seconds, right? And therefore they become a target to people with anti-tank and the rest of it. And as we said, when you've dug a trench that's 1.5 meters wide, right, you need no bridge, because guess what? When you're driving at 55 miles an hour, you go directly over the tank trap. It means nothing to them. There's literally no reason to have it there. So yeah, even if it was a properly dug tank trench, you could. There are I don't know if it's still the Combat Engineer AVRE, which is Combat Engineer Armored Vehicle Royal Engineers. The Americans, you've got your own versions that would be able to do it, and they all have a big, the word is a big scoop. It's not the word I was thinking of, but the scoop is the only thing I can think of, and they could just do a bit of damage there, right, easily, very easily. But there are other things you can do, right, would make this much quicker. As I said, a facine, which would be a roll of logs or something like that. They're not short of trees, and you just put them in there, and what it does is you get a vehicle, and a vehicle goes up and it drops the facine into the trench. Then you could do, and also the thing is if you use the explosive rope, that would make a serious amount of damage to that tank trap as well. So the edges would fall in, which obviously makes it easier for your tank as well. Artillery fire on there as well if you wanted to, I guess, which would cause a whole load more damage. It would just get it to fall in, because what they haven't done is the trenches aren't reinforced at one edge; it's just earth, and the earth seems to be pretty easy to manipulate. Alan, sorry, no, not Alan. I do apologise. I noticed your hand. It is Peter. It's because you keep moving. That's why. When I'm looking, actually, Peter's disappeared.
No, I'm here. I think. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, loud and clear, Peter.
Yeah. Well, you were talking about drones, and I get the impression that drones are still very much in infant stage with warfare. How do you actually see the development of drones? I mean, do you see kind of larger drones with much larger carrying capacity, or much faster drones, or drones for different operations? I think there's a lot of development to come with them on a military basis. I mean, what do you feel about that?
David, do you have an answer?
Oh, I
for
do.
Peter?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
I double tapped, right? But that was the mic as opposed to something I was shooting. Yes. So yes. So I think it's all in front of us. The eyes. We're going to get more. I suspect that there are not suspect. I know there's quite a large variety of drones in there, right? But we're going to get a two-stage process, aren't we? Because there is a very big need for really cheap commercial type drones, right, which is the information gathering for your local, your section or your platoon, or whatever you got, right? Is there a need for really expensive drones there? Maybe they'll say yes, but maybe there may them. I think the DJIs, when they go to Ukraine, go through a software and firmware upgrade, right, which does make some changes, makes them a little bit harder to hack. But I think you'll have that part, and they also have larger drones. We don't see much about those larger drones because they're not doing something quite so sexy. Some of them may just be moving equipment. The one thing I would hope to see, and there are some people bringing out prototypes for this, because this is the big thing that's highlighted in Ukraine, right? Is because if you don't have your air cover and your air superiority or dominance, you can't get your Kazivac helicopters in. Just can't get them in close enough. And in these positions, so people who in a normal situation, probably if you were taking Afghanistan as an example, right, who've survived in Afghanistan, in Ukraine, they're probably not surviving because they made a decision to keep people where they were as opposed to getting them out. If you're seriously injured, you want really, really professional medical help straight away. So I'll get back to my point. I think we'll start seeing medivac drones at some stage, military medivac drones, where it's the size of sorry,
which can actually carry somebody.
Yep. They've got drones that can carry someone now already, right? The technology's there, and at the moment, it's what we're seeing is really basic. But all you need is depending on what you've got, something that will take someone on a stretcher, right? And the drone could arrive with a stretcher. You put them in there, and then you zoom them off to 20 kilometers away, straight line as a drone that's doing 60 mile an hour or 70 mile an hour, and then it's less than 20 minutes that they're there where they could be treated or something like that. I think that's where we're going to see bigger technology coming in.
Could you also see where drones could actually replace helicopters to a certain extent, so that they can actually be equipped with a lot more heavier?
Royal Navy already has one.
Sorry?
But the Royal Navy already has one, but I don't know how big it is.
Right. And it could carry a lot stronger firepower to clear the way for soldiers in front of it, or...
No, so at the point where you're talking about drones carrying chain guns and the rest of it, it's really complex, right? A chain gun is really difficult. When you see someone who's using a Gatling gun, right? That would, if you were holding it, that might just go over your head. Although they are trying to bring out a Gatling gun like that, normally they're mounted on things, and you've got hydraulics and all these things. Putting something like that on a drone is going to be highly complex, and if only Zed Goldman was here or anyone else, they may be able to wax lyrical about it. I don't think that would be it. I think at the moment Taiwan have got a thing that they provided to Ukraine called the Revolver. We've not seen any images of it in action, but I assume they've got it. And the Revolver is a drone, and if you imagine a revolver, right, and how you put your bullets, that's what they've got, right? So they could do a bombing run, go drop, 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 because each bomblet or whatever it is, a VOG that's in there or whatever it is, it rotates around, drops out. So I think you'll see things like this. So things like when I first saw these, I just went, and which is why when I see the trenches, I just go, gosh, because guess what, right? A trench system with troops in it, and so say there's a lot of troops in it, is just crying out for a drone swarm to turn up and just drop 30 VOGs in that system, right? And suddenly you've got all these really, really dead people. Just imagine it was 100. You don't need a really, really big drone to carry a VOG, right? And if you were 2 kilometers away, bing, 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 bing. Suddenly you've got these things that are not at spotting, and so you're watching because you've got the video, and you don't get video on with your mortar, so you're watching where these things are going, right? I just think the trenches nowadays are turning into be very, very dangerous places to be.
Which is the most popular make that's being used at the moment?
I think that's DJI. They're a Chinese make.
That's what I was getting at. It's Chinese, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've there was a report the other day that DJI has come out and said they will not sell. They have sold, I think, to the Russians, but they will not sell anymore.
Oh.
Dennis, oh sorry, do you want anything else to say?
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dennis, then Alex. Dennis.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the drones. Back to the drones again. Yeah, you were talking about the naval drones that the UK has and what America has. So those are really sophisticated. But if you think about it, it's economically feasible to use like what, $1,000 drone, and you drop a couple of bombs on it from the drone, and it takes out $1 million, $2 million tank or a BMP, or something like that. I mean, think about it. It really is economically feasible versus shooting a HIMARS or whatever. Although I know and realize how they are needed, I just wanted to make that point that I mean, $1,000 drone taking out $1 million.
Dennis, it's not a lasting effect. All these things are vanishing quickly. The consumer drones, which have been used and have surprised people, they are vanishing in effect. The counter drone capacity, the EW, available both from existing wide range sensor system arrays as well as the individual anti-drone guns, are completely sufficient to take all of this out. This whole set, what people are discussing at the moment is essentially 9 months old information. The DJI drones will not play any relevant role in the near future. That topic is closed, as will pretty much none other of the existing commercial drones. They'll all be phased out.
And of course, one thing that Axel hasn't said, though, right? So as soon as you've got individual units carrying their EW, the EW guns, right? That's something that means that they're not going to be able to carry much more. These things aren't light. Maybe later they'll become much lighter, but these things are as heavy as their rifle, right? So you're adding something else to your unit. Someone else has to carry that. And all the other, so it's a complicated feedback system, right? So as to, I would go, who knows what will happen with the DJIs? Someone may come out with a mod for them, but they're still useful.
No, they're just irrelevant. They can be taken out so easily. Yeah, they're completely irrelevant.
Well, we will see.
They're actually more a danger to the troops at this point in time than they are of use. They're consumables of the highest order. They can be easily detected. Often enough, troops can be traced back. Both sides use them. So,
but easily traced back if you've got the equipment to trace it back, right? So,
of course they do. The Russia, if there's one thing the Russians are good at, is EW, as our people. So, we should not project these easy wins, which seem so nice, as a lasting effect. That effect has vanished in a poof a long time ago.
All right, Alex.
Yeah, thank you. With regards to drones, I think there will be sort of arms race. Like, clearly, first tanks were kind of big thing, then, but it looks like it's never-ending race. Like same with aviation. Drones will there will be counter drones arms. Drones will adjust, and so forth. One thing, though, for like when states are involved, and I think with this war, a lot of states and a lot of companies are like looking at other possibilities and working on improving their drones. Because what we've seen so far is there were two things, like military, but it was like big country military, like United States. They were developing, or others, they were developing drones, but they had aviation. So they were probably trying to find niches where aviation would not be possible. But other places, like it looks like Iran was trying to make some drones. Ukraine, it has some aviation, but clearly drones have its role. There are commercial drones that people could quickly adjust, and because there is like almost anybody can use them. And I agree, they are easy to kind of. So it will be arms race now with drones and counter drones and counter drones and whatnot. But also, like, remember Mariupol? There were like I was just reading. There were about 10 sorties of helicopters going to Mariupol, trying to do it in disguise. It was at huge risk for pilots, but essentially the need was to bring ammunition there and water and supplies and take wounded people. Can that be done with drones? If they can go undetected, or if we are talking about some deep strikes into territory, like the airfield in Belarus that was attacked, or in Angels. So I'm not saying that there will be no counter drone weapon coming up, but hopefully not anytime soon, and not in Russia. And that's what sanctions are for, so that to limit their ability to come up quickly with new gadgets. But there will be application and use case for drones, and this will be something that we haven't seen so far, because resources were not applied, or resources were limited. And again, whoever was working on it, they were trying to use drones for some niche applications, whereas Ukrainian war is showing that, well, obviously, if Ukraine had aviation, there would be no need. But it looks like they already certified like almost a dozen of different types of drones, and all those drones are quite big. Actually, they are developing drones that can reach all the way to Moscow and go back.
I think that is what's happening in this war, Alex. It's drone development. There are lots of drones being looked at, lots of designs being looked at. How can we use them? Can we in fact use drones for medevac? So there are just all kinds of applications that are being investigated and could potentially be tested. So Alex, I just wanted
to before 1 second, Taras, we'll come to you, but I'm going to finish answering. There's a little bit of information I was going to add to Alex. Alex, on the day that they Avastal surrendered, the Ukrainians had a Cessna plane that they had fitted out as a drone and filled with medical equipment and supplies and all sorts, from wherever it was in Kharkiv all the way down to Avastal. So that tells you the interns will be quite big, and technology is moving, battery technology, and you don't even have to use batteries. Taras.
Taras, please go ahead if you can hear us.
Hello, I'm sorry for delay. So I would like just to add a few words on the trends and whereas this is all moving, in my opinion. So I cannot agree more with Axel that half a year or maybe a year from now, this DJI consumer drones will not be a main battlefield drone, because that will come of the fashion and will be replaced with something else. But the trends are that the need for drone for different purposes doesn't go away. It's still there, and that trend is driving the technology, is driving the way how the war is fought right now. So I think the topic for today, for this time, is not the consumer drone like DJI Mavic. They are slowly being replaced with something more advanced, and that something more advanced, it's either Western made, which is being delivered to Ukraine in small quantities, or it's a Ukrainian made over the last year, whereas different startups and larger Ukrainian companies invested a lot of talents and a lot of money in developing new types of the drones. And I believe there are more than a dozen of new types which has been authorized by somebody in the Ukrainian military to be used as a tool in current warfare. So another interesting trend is use of kamikaze drones, which are small, cheap, disposable tools which can carry something like a grenade or other explosive, and they are being more and more used. There are a lot of evidence, and they are not only used by Ukrainians. There are some attempts in Russian side. It's hard to say who made more of them or who is ahead, who is behind. But that is kind of where the trend is moving to more lethal, and the trend is moving to more specialized drones versus consumers. So there is increasing number of calls to prepare more pilots for different type of drones, and there are more sophisticated drones which are developed or being acquired by Ukraine. So that's kind of the trend. So definitely after a year or after this war, nobody will be getting anything out of the DJI drones, because that's number one, they are not designed for that. Number two, they're not Ukrainian. And number three, that's a different purpose. That was a temporary tool which was doing its role at a particular moment of this war. But as it goes, there's a new trend, and the long range, heavy loaded types are being developed, being tested, and being produced.
Yeah, all great points. I think my point was that they might be able to take the internals out. Anyway, with that, because I need to go, Axel, I'm going to answer Alan's question, and I'm going to go.
Good. Before you answer Alan's question, let's just highlight what Tara said, and I try to say curtail this beforehand. The topic of drones and UAV warfare in Ukraine is something which is very dear to Ukraine, and we should not touch upon it much at all, because it's not for the West to know and not for the enemy to know either.
Amen to that, Alan.
David, I just wanted to go back to trenches for one moment.
Please do.
And so I understand that tanks can fly over trenches at high speed, but how do you then get follow-on forces and vehicles that aren't tanks over those trenches? This is where you fill the trenches in. Do you have plows, armored plows behind you that fill in the trenches with dirt? Because it is important that these follow-on forces are able to keep up with the tanks, right?
No, that's exactly what happens, right? But an IFV would be able to go over over a 1.5 meter gap as well, because it goes faster and it's lighter, right? So that it would clear. The thing is obviously you talk about wheeled vehicles, but that would come later, and you've already had your tanks and the IFVs clear that trench system by then, you would hope. And there's loads of ways of doing it. You could just put a little. There used to be a tank-like device that was designed with this, and it just used to have a bridge over the top of it. It was designed to just go drop in the hole and then put the bridge over it. The bridge was on the top. So depending on what you've got, wheeled vehicles, but as you say, you could just bring in a bulldozer, and that would do it as well. So you could just smash the sides down, and then smash the top up. It would all be pretty quickly. And in actual fact, with how the Earth is here, right? And because they've put a burn in front of you, you could get some infantry if you wanted to just like dig it out, because they're going to be relatively safe from small arms fire. They of course wouldn't be safe from any mortar or anything like that. So yeah, you're right. Wheel vehicles would need some other way of getting through it, but there's a ton of ways of doing it.
David, I know you have to go. It has been a pleasure listening to you this afternoon. Your energy has been high. Your knowledge has been deep, and I wish I could stay up here a few more hours with you. Your replacement is in queue, so if you need to go, please do. But thank you.
You're a star. It's been an honor and a pleasure. And everyone, take care and sleep well tonight.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. I want to ask everyone to please retweet this space. You know, it's been a spectacular day for Maria Report in terms of the guests we've had here. And we have more guests coming up tonight. Chuck Farr will be here at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. That's in about an hour and 15 minutes with bullet points, his Tuesday and Thursday regularly scheduled episode to look at the military situation on the battlefield. But you know, earlier today, Chuck has already put in some time with Nuno Felix and John Spencer and Colonel Jeff Fisher. It was an all-star panel that covered so much. But if you missed that, then tonight at 7 o'clock, as I say, in about an hour and 15 minutes, we will be starting again, looking at Bakhmut, looking at Kremna, looking at hypersonic missiles that Russia is now using. And who knows, we may have some special guests up with Chuck this evening as well. So please retweet this space. Put Chuck's bullet points on your calendar. Come back in an hour and 15 minutes. And in the meantime, go to mariaaid.org. Take a look at what your contribution can accomplish in Ukraine by sending humanitarian supplies. I have no hands at the moment, but I do I do have Axel. I don't want to call on him because Axel has put in a long day, as he does every day here at Maria Report. And I know he has things to do behind the scenes. So we could delve into some news. Uh, and what is the news of the day? There is some economic news coming out of Russia, support of continuing Russia's genocidal invasion on Ukraine appears to be weakening, and it's weakening because of economic sanctions. We will delve into that a bit more deeply in just a few minutes. But I did bring up an Al Kilo who has his hand up. Al Kilo, please go ahead.
Questions. You know, I asked this question yesterday, and I was wondering whether you have any comments or Axel. It's you know, there's been a lot of discussions about the drones and stuff, and there's the counter, which is the air defense systems, and that's been an evolving thing during this war. And maybe, like Axel says, some of the things are maybe better not discussed in public spaces. But one of the question I have is, you know, if this war is going to continue, how are these systems going to be resupplied? How are they going to be perfected? How they're, you know, used both offensively and defensively, actually. And because there was an article in one of the defense um, publications how Russia is adapting and basically um, saturating the defense systems, and where the Ukrainians have to decide whether they're going to be using them offensively or defensively, and it's a new tactic that's developing in this war, and they've been, from what I understand, critically important because that's how the airspace remains contested. And so it's so critical that those defense systems be, I think, operational and expanded and functional, and critical for the civilians, of course, and civilian infrastructure. So, any thoughts about that?
Al, you're specifically talking about air defense,
Yes.
not about drones, right? You're talking about air
I'm
defense.
talking about strictly about air defense. So, you know, it's the various systems that came online. So initially, they were the S-300s that, whether these still are they completely depleted by now, or there was some talk about Greece sending their S-300s because they seem to be effective at the beginning of the war, and then, you know, I think there was the Germans IRSTs, and then
the NASAMS that came on board, and there were other countries that were going to send them, and then now there was the Italian-French Mamba system, whatever they call them, and so these systems they're really impressive by the sound of it, and how to make sure that that continues and and it is kept in the mix. I don't quite understand how they do it, but
well, Al, here I'll try to answer your question for you. There are a few things that are being done. First, are the air defense systems being depleted? The answer is no. They are being resupplied. Second, is Ukraine's air defense system stronger today than it was at the beginning of the war? Yes, and it grows stronger all the time because the air defense systems are more and more integrated. Radar is better. The systems that are in place are better systems. You mentioned the German IRST air defense system. This has had a 100% interception rate of incoming missiles. And Ukrainians are doing better and better with a lot of ingenuity at shooting down Shahed drones. Patriot systems are coming in to Ukraine. So every single day, the air defense system is being strengthened. It remains a priority. I don't think we have to fear the air defense system falling short of what it needs to do, but everyone needs to remember there's no such thing as 100% effective air defense. Something is going to get through every single night. And as you pointed out, the Russians are adapting, and they are adopting new tactics. They are sending decoy missiles, decoy drones. They are trying to saturate the radar system. But again, it's the Ukrainians who are able to counter those new tactics that Russians are using through ingenuity and through experience. So they are able to filter out the signals of incoming missiles or drones from other signals that radar is picking up. But it's a complicated situation. Does that more or less answer your question?
yeah, hey, yeah, I appreciate it, Alan. Those were a good pieces of information. I appreciate it. It's reassuring. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I just want to go to Latin and then to you, Alex, but first Latin, because Latin knows about air defense. Latin?
Yeah, hey, Alan, thanks. If Al is still there, he mentioned specifically S-300, and that is a very important system for the Ukrainians because it's their longest range system, and it's believed that they were used a few days ago to take down one of what I think was a two-ship formation of Russian Su-34s that were on their way to Bakhmut. So that was a long-distance kill. We have some ideas among some of us that are kind of analyze this stuff on the space that the Western systems that are coming in may be allowing the Ukrainians to push some of those long-range S-300s a little further up. And that would be something they probably want to do for future offensive operations. And as far as the number that they have, that's a closely guarded secret. There'd be no way of knowing. But they're definitely still in theater and very active.
Okay, Latin, yeah, I appreciate your comments. So, how are they being resupplied? Because there's just, and maybe that's a guarded secret also, and should be, in terms of whether they've been adapted, whether the radar systems are used, but there's just they're being resupplied with a different type of the missiles or whatever they put in them are basically adapted from the West, because the systems, they can be used even after they're the rocks or whatever are depleted, and they could maybe be adapted with newer Western systems. I don't know.
Yeah, they have done that with one of the launchers, one of the I forget which one it was, but they adapted Sea Sparrow to
Yeah,
it. But
it's with the book system.
right, with Book. Now S-300, I don't know that there is an equivalent Western missile that's interchangeable with it that they've been able to figure out that we know of. So I think my guess is that they're probably still using whatever stocks they had, whatever they've been able to get from Eastern Europe, from former operators. Earlier last year, there was some transfer. The U.S. has been actively looking for Soviet-era equipment across the board in different parts of the world. And a lot of the countries that they've been approaching, anything, it would be under the radar. They wouldn't, you wouldn't hear about it.
Thanks.
Thanks, Al.
Alan, Al brought up a really good point, I think, and that's how difficult it is sometimes to come up when our panel has people like Chuck and Colonel John Spencer and Colonel Jeff Fisher and Nuno on here. So if you guys have questions that you'd like to see if we can work into the conversation, now's a great time to ask it. And we do always encourage you to come up and partake and be a participant in MriyaReport and in what's going on in Ukraine. So, Al, great point, and I hope everybody else gets that too.
Thanks, Doc, and welcome. You and I are going to be here throughout the night. I think it'll be a lot of fun because Chuck will be with us in about an hour.
We get to ask him all the questions that we didn't get to ask him because the panel was so rich earlier today. So, Al, maybe consider becoming a co-host.
Yeah, well, Doc, that's one way to get your question in, but I listened to every single MriyaReport because it is an opportunity to learn from experts. And one of the great things about learning from the experts who come here at MriyaReport, they don't all agree with one another. They have different points of view. They emphasize different experiences and different elements of their knowledge. So you really have a very rich way to learn. It is it's an extraordinary time whenever we have a panel like that here at MriyaReport.
It's unprecedented, Alan. Unprecedented.
It's pretty unprecedented. The only thing that compares to it is when Thomas Tyner is here, all on his.
And it's unprecedented that there's a group like MriyaReport and the people, the great listeners that we have, that we can get together and bring these people in real time as things are happening on the ground to talk about it. I don't know any other format that's ever been able to accomplish that. So thank you so much to all of our listeners and supporters.
You're completely right, Doc. And so with that, we Alex, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an interesting topic, and I'd like to. I probably missed a discussion about that supersonic weapon that would be a game changer. I think it comes from a title from a Newsweek article. My question is, like, Russians used this Kinjal last year, almost one of first week probably of this invasion. They used more of it recently, but my impression back then was that they do not have a lot of them, and they have difficulty producing them in large quantities. So it can't be a game changer already from that perspective. Second, they are called hypersonic, and they probably go above, speed of, but it's barely hypersonic in the real meaning of that. Like it's not 10 times speed of sound. It's I think twice speed of sound, or maybe more than that. But essentially, it's a modified version of a decade-old rocket they had, and they have hard time kind of producing or reproducing them, and that's why we don't see a lot of those in the field for some reason. And now this is my personal impression. Inside Russia, but mostly outside Russia, that they still have this Wunderwaffe, um, and they are kind of technologically advanced nation or whatever the message they want to. But essentially, they try to project, something they don't seem to have. Um, like
So, Alex, I can tell you everything I know about the Kinjal missile that was used yesterday in the massive missile attack on Ukraine. Alex, you're right when you say it is derived from an older missile that Russia has produced. It's derived from an older Iskander M missile, but it's been upgraded with a guidance package that is specifically designed for air-to-ground guidance. So a Kinjal can be launched from a MiG-31 or from a Tu-22. These are Russian strategic bombers. I think one of the significant advantages for the Russians that the Kinjal has is its range. It can strike a target 2,000 kilometers, or 1,200 miles away. So this is a classic stand-back weapon. The Russians can put up their strategic bombers over the Caspian Sea or somewhere over the airspace of Russia, and aim this Kinjal at a target inside Ukraine, which is what they did. It can carry a pretty big conventional warhead, 500 kilograms. It can also carry a nuclear warhead. This the Russians have not done. But in terms of Alex, what you were saying about the speed it can travel, it is indeed a hypersonic missile. It can travel at 10 to 12 times the speed of sound. That makes it hypersonic. And to the best of my knowledge, and I think Colonel Jeff Fisher confirms this, we don't know if there is an anti-missile system that can intercept it. We don't know if such an anti-missile system that might be able to intercept it is even deployed inside Ukraine. And so, as President Zelensky said in his speech earlier today, that is a concern for Ukraine. This is a weapon that they do not believe they can intercept at this time. I think what is especially concerning about how Russians use Shahed drones and missiles, they target civilian targets, not military targets. So they are targeting energy infrastructure, they are targeting residential buildings. They are using these weapons to kill civilians and to try to cut off energy and gas and water inside Ukraine. It's simply a continuation of the Russian terror attack on Ukraine.
Alan, I agree with you 100%. I was going to add in there too, just the way Russia talks about these hypersonic missiles, like it's some new crazy invention that they've made. It's to strike fear and terror into people's minds, whether or not that's actually capable of what it says it's doing, or how fast it's going, how much of that propulsion is based because they're launched from an aircraft at 35,000 feet. They want to strike terror, and they're using these weapons against civilians in civilian areas and infrastructure because that's all they know how to do is strike terror. They're desperate and they're on their heels, and we're seeing that. Great question, Alex.
Thanks, Alex. And Chuck will talk about this missile later on tonight. With that, we should move on to Peter and then to Hunter. Peter, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was coming on to the same sort of subject because I was just thinking there that, surely part of air defense is attack. And, we're going back to long-range missiles, which can actually take out the launch sites, or whether they're airborne or ground-borne. And whether there's any further political movement on those missiles being given to Ukraine. And then just a few questions on the hypersonic ones. Surely, but I know very little about missile design or such, but surely they go very high, and they're only going to achieve those sorts of speeds when they're incredibly high. Then as they start coming down, they're going to slow up. And I would think slow up quite considerably, as well as getting very hot if they're going at that sort of rate. But you mentioned that they can actually, they're precision missiles which can actually navigate themselves to a point. Do we know how they navigate, and do we know if there's any way of jamming them?
I don't know about the navigation system, Peter. Chuck may know about that later tonight. In other words, you might be asking, is it a GPS guided missile? And I don't have the answer to that. I only know that it is a guided missile. And it's probably not a missile that uses any laser guidance. Laser is usually used by painting the target you're aimed at on the ground.
Right. I just wondered if it would use the old INS system at all, or whether it has a combined INS GPS system, or whether it uses some sort of laser thing.
From what I understand, it relies heavily on terrain mapping systems because ultimately it's designed to be up for a long time and cover a very long distance. So the likelihood that somebody is painting a laser on that on a
Find a way of jamming it to send it off course, or I don't know. I'm not. I know very little about them, I'm afraid.
We'll try and ask Chuck when he comes up tonight because it is a good question. I think the capabilities, a lot of these things are still filled with a lot of hubris that we don't really have great answers for today. And if we do, that's not something they're going to give us an answer to, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And Hunter, go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening, folks. Yeah, great discussion about the hypersonic missile systems and things. And the last gentleman really brought up the point that I was going to think is the discussions earlier about we can't catch them, and the multiple types of interception types that are currently known, meaning chase it or intercept it, right? Those are difficult to do with something that's flying that fast, and its capabilities of evasive maneuvers. Getting to the point of, if it's a terrain mapper, are there any electronic disruption weapons that can be used to, again, mess with its head? So we'll leave those, since we don't know the inner workings of the thing, we're going to guess it. But that would be, I'm a conventional out of the box problem solver. That's what I do a lot of. And so I'm the guy that comes from What about that? So it's a great question. We're thinking inside the box, guys. Let's try and figure out something, because I know the Ukrainians are very good out of the box thinkers. So I'm figured they'll come up with something. Thanks.
Thanks, Hunter. Yeah, Ukrainians are ingenious, and they are out of the box thinkers. If this missile can be jammed, I'm sure they are asking how. To the best of my knowledge, it's not a jammable missile at the moment. It's not a missile that can be sent off course, but we can take that up with Chuck and Doc.
Not at that speed. Not at that speed. There's just no way. If we had a satellite jamming system that we could tag on there, there's just absolutely no way it could keep up with it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Colonel Fisher was talking about physics this afternoon, and the physics of a hypersonic missile is difficult to tackle. So we have two more hands up. Lay, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, and then Dryfly. Lay, please go ahead.
It says Leonard. I have a contact that works for Northrop Grumman and another company that she just started with. I can't remember. I don't think it's Raytheon, but she was working on the hypersonic program for the United States before we had one. She built a bunch of F-35s. Her squadron from the Navy was actually the squadron that they used in the new Top Gun movies. I thought it was kind of cool. And I was just wanted to pop in real quick before things got heated to see if you guys had a point of contact for people to come in and do some talking, because I sent her a message and she said she might be interested in coming in and spending some time with you guys.
Yes, if you go to our website, MriyaReport.org, there's a contact form there, and she can fill it out and submit it, and we would be happy to be in touch with her. So please direct her to MriyaReport.org, and we'll see the incoming message and get back to her. Sounds absolutely fascinating. Even if we only end up talking about the latest Top Gun movie.
Yeah, I really don't know how in depth. I think you guys probably have covered the gamut, but I mean, to have the voice of experience there is good. So I will do that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Leonard. I can only see the very first syllable of your name on my phone screen here, my tiny phone screen. So I will remember now, Leonard, when I see you. Thanks for coming up. Dryfly, welcome. Go ahead.
Hi, I was going to say that I heard Fish talking earlier. I wasn't in a position to be able to call in, but actually the physics isn't as difficult as he thinks. It actually just requires a different paradigm to intercept these things. And the reason I say that is that historically, air defense was you filled a space with trash. Okay, flak. That's what flak was. So you would shoot up cannons and you wouldn't try to hit the airplanes coming in. You just filled the area full of debris, uh, shrapnel and such, and then the airplanes flew into it. Okay, it did both. I mean, it hit the airplane and the airplane flew into it. So you would damage the airplanes that way. Yes, sometimes you'd hit them, but a lot of times it was just the trash that they were running into that would take them out. Later, as interceptors became available and they were able to aim and target, and you had computers that would do all that kind of thing, then they went to point specific interceptors where you had a missile that would hit a jet or hit a missile, and it would be bullet on bullet. But the interceptors traveled so much faster than the missile, they were able to either catch up or intercept. Okay. Well, now with these hypersonics, they go fly faster than the interceptors. What'll happen is you'll see the defense mechanism will go back to the old school, which is you're going to throw trash up in front of the interceptor or in front of the hypersonic. And I would love to hear you bring that up with Chuck, because I probably am not going to be available to ask that question, but I'm almost certain that is going to be the strategy. They'll throw stuff up that'll explode. It'll hang in the air long enough that missile at the speeds they're going, it isn't going to take much of a bump to knock it off course and or even destroy it, because the speed and momentum that those things are flying with, you hit something even much smaller than the missile, it will really do some damage at Mach 10. So bounce that off against him when he's on, because it's really the paradigm just has to change. And I think they're absolutely defendable, but we don't have anything right now that can do it. And that's, I guess, the thing that's the problem for Ukraine. It won't be a problem long run for defense systems trying to beat it. Listen.
So just drive while I stay here for a moment. A flak is what people see from World War II footage. I mean, flak is what protected aircraft carriers in the Pacific. A flak is what was shot up in the skies over London, and of course the Germans shot up flak as well over German cities. And these are the exploding smoke puffs you see in the sky. What they are doing is releasing primarily bits of metal that then fall down through the course of incoming planes, or, as you're saying, incoming missiles. Is that right?
That's exactly right. That's what my dad trained for in World War II. He was an artilleryman, and he did both. He learned how to shoot artillery like you see the M77s, like CJ did. He never went into battle. He was prepared for D-Day. Then they told him they had enough artillery people in Europe, so they turned around and sent him to the Pacific. And he got halfway across the Pacific, was ready to land in Japan, and they told him, well, that war is over now too, because they dropped the bomb. But he spent the whole 5 years preparing for those two landings, and they never happened. But afterward, he spent 20 years in the Guard in reserves and was an artilleryman then and went to Army Artillery School all over the country, trained people, ran a civil defense group. And he told me over and over again, he says, that's the thing about the people see. They're not trying to hit the airplane. I mean, sure, they'd love to hit the airplane if they could. He says, we just didn't have the accuracy to hit airplanes. So we just filled a cube of space with trash, and you shot enough of it up into that space that you were confident that the plane would likely hit some of it. And then the key is to make the trash sufficiently large or explosive or damaging in some way that whatever flies through it is either pushed off course or destroyed. And with these missiles coming in at that speed, you don't have to put stuff up in that space long, because they're going to transit that space at a very short period. You just have to do the calculations to know what cube they're going to go through. And the thing about them being able to dodge, so this thing is coming in, weaving around here and there and everywhere. It's still on a basic trajectory. In other words, it's not wildly off of a curve. It's a little bit off of a curve, so missile to missile point contact will miss it. But you fill that cube with trash, it's going to hit some of that trash. And so bounce that off, Chuck, because that's the solution to beating these things. And mark my words, the U.S. military is all over it. And I'd love to hear something like Fish or Latham, one of those guys, go into it, because that is going to be how those things are defeated. And I'll listen. I have to have some other stuff to do, so I'll probably drop down to listening. If I have other things, I'll try to jump back up. Okay.
Thanks, Dryfly. Hey, Alan, I reached out after Al's question about have there been any modifications of an S-300 system to our friend John Ridge, who is pretty much the best rocket and missile expert I know. And he says that he is not aware of that. It would require extensive canister rebuilding and electronics. For example, the S-300 is cold launch and the Patriot is hot launch. So there's a lot of technical challenges that are there, and it's not likely and not been reported.
Hasn't been reported. And whether or not Patriot systems can take down a hypersonic missile, I believe, is also untested. So, Doc, we have a couple of hands up. Joey, and then Ali Reza. Joey, please go ahead.
So I can't say too much, but I work for a defense manufacturer, and hypersonic missile defense is coming online. It's just, with it being such a new technology, it's just taking a while to be developed. I work for a company and I see it every day, and I've worked on some of the stuff that is going to go up soon in defense of hypersonic missiles. So that's coming from a US standpoint. So in the rest of the world, I don't know what the rest of the world's doing. We're more concerned in our area about China and Russia, obviously, but I can't say too much. But US, the rest of the world, I don't know yet. And like Dryfly said, it's going to be surprisingly effectively easier than what you think. It's not going to be monkeys with laser beams.
Well, monkeys with laser beams, I guess, are a defensive system under consideration somewhere. Probably not in the United States. But I appreciate that that insight, Joey.
Well, we know we have dolphins with laser beams.
Yes, we have dolphins with laser beams. They are especially effective at taking out gas pipelines on the seabed of the Baltic Sea.
Exactly.
That's what I couldn't remember. I don't think it was dolphins, but for some reason I said monkeys with laser beams. Probably looking at monkeys at the moment. But yeah, it's coming online. It's just the technology's been adapted from other technologies, and it's coming online, and it'll be here soon enough.
And thank you, Joey. With that, let's go to Ali Reza. Thank you. I think you're a first-time speaker, maybe?
Yes, I am. If that's what you mean. Yes, I am a first-time speaker, but I used to come to this space a lot long time ago, quite a few times. But anyway, I just wanted to ask you something. I'm gonna go off kind of Joey's comment. When you guys were talking about the high-tech weaponry that Russia is using, I'm just thinking I'm Iranian American, and as you all know, the Russians are obtaining low-tech missiles and drones from the Islamic Republic regime to attack cities and in Ukraine, and then they come up with this high-tech stuff, which probably costs 10, 20, 30 times more than the stuff they're getting from Iran. So to me, that shows a coherent or a coherent strategy on the Russian side, unless this whole high tech is really just a facade on a lack of strategy, because it just doesn't make sense to me that they're buying stuff, very cheap stuff that can be knocked down, and they're just sending like 5, 6, 7 missiles to one destination, and then they come up with this high tech which costs a lot more to hit, like I don't know, electric facility, distribution center, or whichever. And I just wanted to kind of talk to whoever just asked the question about the military strategy that the Russians are coming up with, whether or not this missile is really their go-to weapon, or it's just really a bunch of hot air that they just thrown. Obviously they're using it, but then why do they need to go and get this cheap missiles from Iran? Thank you.
That's a really good question, Ali Reza. And it's a question that we were going to take up with Chuck Farrer tonight at the top of the hour. But the key to your question is understanding your enemy. We expect Russia to behave as we would behave. We expect Russia to, in a war, to have a military doctrine that targets military targets, but we don't see Russia doing that. Why would they be now turning to a hypersonic missile? Because it's part of their doctrine of waging a terror war on civilians. If they can launch a missile at Ukraine that Ukraine cannot intercept, they expect that to strike fear into the hearts of Ukrainians. Well, we already know that in more than a year of war waged by Russia against Ukraine, They have not succeeded. Ukrainians are courageous. They're ingenious. They survive. And so we would not expect even a hypersonic missile to instill fear in the Ukrainians. And this has also been true in the history of war. Terror bombing of civilian targets has never, ever worked. It did not work in World War II. It did not work in the Vietnam War. Why do militaries adopt this strategy when there is so much proof throughout history it just doesn't work? That is a question I cannot answer. I cannot answer that question about why the Russians are doing this. But we're going to take that up with Chuck in about 30 minutes. So I hope you do please stay around. And
Alan, you know what they do know? They do know it creates fear. My 80-plus-year-old, Sudetish mother, and my aunts, if they come by and see me looking at something related to Ukraine or these missiles, rockets flying, it still invokes fear in them. You can see the affectation change in their face. They want to cry immediately, because still to this day, this many years later, it was horrifying to them. And again, this is about what Russia wants to do, is be a big bully and scare people. And we know now, like every other bully, is there's nothing behind the curtain.
Well, so that's well said, Doc. Yes, war creates fear, whether it's a conventional war. But yes, war creates fear. But the response to these terror attacks creates courage and resilience. Because the response in Ukraine by first responders, and these can be firefighters like Roman and Kharkiv, or utility workers who restore electricity, uh, gas line workers and water utility. Instills confidence that Ukraine can resist, that Ukraine is resilient. We saw it in London during the Blitz. Yes, German bombs fell on London. Whole blocks of buildings were bombed into rubble. But the response is the same response we see in Ukraine. First responders and ordinary people responding to put out fires, to save survivors from the rubble. And I think, Doc, it does not instill fear so much as as Ukrainian lives are being lost. These are the lives that Ukraine needs for its future. These are the lives that not only Ukraine needs for its future, but the world needs for our future.
Yeah,
You don't.
100%, Alan.
Okay, thanks, Doc. I won't go on. I'll go back to Joey and then on to Alex. Joey, go ahead.
It's a desperation tactic, Alan. They know they're losing. They know periodically. I know Chuck thinks it might last another 2 years, but let's say in the middle of the year they're going to be on their knees. So they can't hit military targets, but they can hit civilian targets and try and break their will. I talked to people in my granddad's village, and they're still scared of the Russians to a degree because they don't want a missile flying through their living room, but they're sick of the damage of it. They're trying to break the Ukrainian people's will, which obviously you pointed out that they won't, and it's just going to make them stronger and more resilient, as we've seen with the British during World War II, when basically the British humour kicked in, and they just got on with it. It became almost a part of life. It's not the part of life they want to deal with, of course, but at this point, Russia is desperate. In football, this is like throwing your centre half up in the 90th minute, trying to get his big head on a long ball. all they're doing is just desperation, but they're just such a pathetic rabble in Bakhmut that this is all they can resort to now. They can't swallow the pride and give up. They have to do shit like this, which is a mark of the Russian society in general.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joey. No one wants to live through war. No one wants to be a civilian living in a city that is a target in war. But one thing we know, including from our own relatives and friends who have lived through such bombardments. I mean, I have people in my family who were in London during the Blitz. They're no longer with us, but they survived. They talk about it, and they went about their lives. That is the origin, I believe, of the phrase remain calm and carry on. And that's what Londoners did during the Blitz. It's what lots of people have done in the course of war, all kinds of wars. So I agree with you, Joey. It makes, there's loss, there's sorrow, there's grief. I mean, just yesterday in Ukraine, there was a funeral for a whole young family killed by a Russian terror attack. A young mother and father and their 8-month-old baby. They were all laid to rest. This is a loss that we can all feel, but it is a terrible loss in Ukraine. This particular family and all of their relatives. But Ukraine will get through it. They will get through it with our support. That's the other important thing. We must continue to stand with Ukraine. Ali Reza?
Sorry, Alan. I just wanted to offer some more information about myself. So I was in Iran during the Iran-Iraq war, and I was in the middle of city when it's being targeted by enemies bombers, and it's very scary. I understand exactly what you guys are talking about. We had homes destroyed very close to our home. Um, it was very, very surreal, coming out in September and you look at the tree and there's not a leaf left on it. All the leaves are on the green and they're on the on the floor on the street from the shock, and all the windows are broken, and then your neighbor's home is gone. Um, but just with that, I want to also add another thing. Well, there is one side of the story is they want to break the will of the Ukrainian people, but that's like. I have a feeling that that's one way of looking at it. Just like you said, they're not looking at it through our view, the way we look at the situation. The other side is they're actually trying to shore up their own folks, their own side, and say, "Hey, look what we're doing to them." And by that I mean, it was absolutely no reason, like Iraq attacking Iran or Iran attacking Iraqi cities. It was just like, losing strategy. Like there's not a single thing come out of it. You could lose your plane, going after a major city. There was like indiscriminately just dropping bombs and missiles on the city, and nothing was really getting hit except people's homes, which carries no military target. Like just no point of doing it, and you weren't gonna affect any people's mind and hearts because neither regime give a damn about its citizens. So why do they do it? And to me, my opinion is this was a message to their own folks. This was a way to kind of show up like, oh, look how strong we are and look what we're doing. if they really wanted to go after a city, if they really wanted to, I'm not saying this is a good thing, but if they really wanted to go, they could just bring all their long-range cannons and just like, just to go old World War II style, like just throw whatever you have at a city. But they're not really doing that either. And this is very similar to what they do in Iran. I know it's not exactly the same, folks, but in Iran, with this revolution, with Iran revolution that's going on, the regime comes out with shotguns, with very little pallets, the buckshots, and they just take people's eyes out. And we always wonder, like, why the hell do they do it? They don't necessarily come up with a military style gun and just kill the person right up. I mean, they've done it. Don't get me wrong. They've done that many times in Zahedan in the city. They killed 100 people in one Friday. Just one Friday, just went out in the street and just opened fire. Like 100 people dead, shot from behind and whatever. But mostly they go with a shotgun type of like a pellet gun, air gun, and they shoot people's eyes out. The reason for that is because people will suffer more. They exactly what Russia's doing. They're not destroying a city completely, like coming, like just demolishing it. They just hit here, there, and there, and here. To me, that, and then with what I just said about buying weapons from the Iranian regime, they are they're basically going after very cheap weapons and then using these high and expensive tech weapons. I don't buy it that this is actually to cause destruction. I mean, military advances rather than just the psychological warfare. Thank you. I'm gonna drop the mic and listen to you guys. Sorry, I kind of opened my mic in the middle of your conversation.
No, Ali Reza, please stay. I think Doc has some questions for you, so please stick around. Doc, go ahead. Doc, can you hear me? Well, Doc might not be able to hear me at a moment, and he's telling me he cannot. So I just want to go to Dryfly, Alex, and Peter. Dryfly, please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to comment on what the previous caller said. He's exactly right. In fact, it goes back to early Soviet doctrine and terror when the Civil War was going on. And the idea is that you use violence and terror to control the population. And if you look at the terror attack that happened last night, I don't think it's a coincidence that it occurred at a time when they were having terrible difficulty in Bakhmut trying to push forward their offensive, and well, not just Bakhmut, everywhere along the front. They're not having success and they're looking weak. And then also at the time when Georgia was starting to rise up. I think it's a message not so much to the Russian people, but to everyone else around them that if you challenge us, this is what will happen to you. Your cities will be razed. You will be burned to the ground. And it goes all the way back to Lenin, Trotsky, and Dzerzhinsky, and how they ran the early Bolshevik revolution, the Bolshevik government in the Civil War. That's exactly what they did to villages. It's what they did to some of the independent countries that they reconquered after the fall, the breakup of the Russian Empire, of the Tsars. And I just think people underestimate how deep that thread goes in current Russian philosophy, and especially with
Dryfly, we lost you. We lost Dryfly's audio. Dryfly will, I hope, come back. And Doc, Ali Reza has dropped. He's going to come back too. So with that, we will go to Alex, Peter, and Aaron. Alex, please go ahead.
I agree with the speakers. It's out of desperation. It's to terrorize population, especially and it's mostly for outside world, to terrorize outside world. But let's look at what we know, like the facts. So they first used this Kinjal almost, it was first week of war. They used it once. And then recently they used 6 rockets. It took them a year to make 6 rockets. Or I'm not sure. They were probably waiting for this. But one reason is they tried to, give like talking points to Tucker Carlson and, maybe some other folks. Because all this, like one thing I know is that different nations were working on hypersonic missiles, and I know that Russia was not the most advanced in those researches. China is making some progress. United States will not allow anybody to get ahead. Like Putin years ago announced he had Kinjal, and his Kinjal turned out to be just modified rocket that was there for decades. How did they again? It's I probably do not know technical side of the affair, but I'm very much familiar with propaganda side of Russia. This doesn't smell very well, and again, looking at facts, they we do not know what kind of damage they caused, which targets these 6 missiles shot. Yes, Ukrainian officials said we cannot fight against this type of missiles, but the version I read is that because they are still waiting for some of air defense system, Ukrainian announced many times that they need help with missiles that come in ballistic trajectory. But otherwise, ability to launch from 2,000 kilometers away, that's what Russia, we all know Russia were doing it. That's how they were bombing Syria, not with Kinjal, but with something else. But at this point, I cannot tell the difference between Kinjal and the regular, Iskander. And some people say there is no difference. It's just Iskander launched from a frame rather than from ground. So, but yeah, I'd rather listen to experts, but in terms of game changer, I would strongly disagree. Again, you cannot change the game with Iskanders and 6 of them that hit the targets. Nobody knows what those targets were, and we do know that they target civilian infrastructure. They aren't even able to pick military target because probably at this time most of them are either protected or they do not have enough missiles to again with Shahids, Ukraine is pretty much know what needs to be done. It's just saturation of even low cost defense system. But for ballistic missiles, this remains an open question, and that's why Ukrainian officials say we do not have this capability yet because they are still waiting for that capability or waiting for help to develop that capability. Is this a game changer in terms of Russians are, technologically more advanced in weaponry than, like, say, China or United States? I strongly doubt so. And looking at, their track record, I know there will be a lot of propaganda and very little, a lot of sizzle with very little sausage, and that's what my previous experience taught me. But let's wait and see.
Alan, I think one of the things, Russia doesn't have necessarily competing military industry the way the United States does. right? And same thing with China. And they're private companies, and they may sell to, or alleged private companies, and they may sell to different people, but they're all beholding to the same person, right? And so when you were talking about the difference in some of their missile systems, there probably is very little variation between it because they work in a collaborative fashion.
I think you're probably right. The one thing I continue to be mystified by, Doc, is if you're fighting a war, why don't you strike military targets? Because that's how you win a war. And this has mystified me from the beginning. And yet this apparently is part of Russian doctrine. They're not giving up. They are fighting a war of terror against Ukrainian citizens. And I have to stop being mystified and simply accept this is their strategy.
Yeah, they know they can't win on the battle line. They absolutely positively know this. They know the majority of the world not just despises them, but hates them. And all around them, in these areas where they thought they had a sphere of influence, it's coming to an end. And so the maniacs that are running this are just throwing everything they can to inflict the most harm and damage on people and on a culture. That's what they're trying to destroy. It's horrific.
It is horrific. We have Peter, Aaron, and then Jens. Peter, go ahead, please.
Yeah, yeah, I agreed with everything he said, bar the fact that he said that Russia wasn't destroying cities and towns. And I don't agree with that because
Yeah, I caught that too.
You look at MriyaReport, there's nothing left of it, and various other places as well. But and I've just picked up what you were saying, Alan, because it was just what I was actually thinking, that it's nobody's been able to attack Russian launch sites. Ukraine's been a sitting duck to these missiles from the word go, and when you think of it, Russia has been a protected society because it's a one-way war in that sense. And if we look at where Putin is actually getting his his kind of military from at the moment, they're prisoners, they're convicts. I saw a chart on where he was picking his troops from, and it's actually very revealing in another way, because he's getting his people or his recruitments from places outside of very built up areas where there's masses of population, like Moscow. He hardly takes anybody from there. And, I think this is all to do with, again, Russian propaganda and Russian control of the narrative. Because without that control of the narrative, their authoritarianism collapses. And the last thing he wants, I did actually say this before, is thousands and thousands of crying out, what's happening, all are it. And he knows that. So he's selecting people from around Russia where it's going to have least impact on places like Moscow, etc. It's his control of the narrative, his control of the people, and they are being protected. They're not suffering like Ukraine are. And I really think and I'm no expert at this at all. I just run on instincts. But I really think, we need those long-range missiles to start hitting these places before they launch their blasted missiles.
Peter, I think we lost your audio.
What? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, continue.
No, I'd finished that point. I was just saying that, I really think that, that Russia are just launching these missiles, knowing that nobody's going to shoot back at them, and Ukraine really needs these long-range missiles to take out these sites before they, whether they're airplanes up in the sky or launch sites on the ground, they should be valid targets, so that.
Yep, Peter, I agree with you. A lot of the missiles fired into Ukraine come from around Belgorod, not that far from Kharkiv. In fact, at one time, Kharkiv and Belgorod were considered a kind of twin cities. Well, that's changed, of course. I am beginning to think. And so someone has a hot mic. Griffin, could you please mute your mic? If you have a question, mute your mic. You can raise your hand by tapping the heart plus icon. We'll put you in line and call on you, okay? If you don't know how to do that, I will mute your mic for you. But one thing, Peter, I was going to say is that you're completely right. Ukrainian citizens are suffering from this onslaught of Russian terror. But Russians are also paying a price. They are paying a price because casualties on the battlefield inflicted by Ukraine are growing every single day, sometimes by as many as 1,000 casualties a day. The loss to Russia is becoming horrific. People are taking notice. The Russian economy is collapsing under sanctions and under the cost of fighting the war. The mistake that Putin made was not only a military mistake, it was a mistake that is going to ruin the country that he is president of. Are Russians going to stand for that? I don't think so. So they are feeling a cost. That cost needs to grow. It needs to grow every single day. That's what Ukrainians are doing on the battlefield. So with that, we will go to Aaron, to Jens, and then to Griffin. So Griffin, you are third in line. Aaron? Aaron, go ahead.
Alan, is it going to be one of those nights?
It appears it's going to be one of those nights. Aaron, we can't hear you. There have been a couple of Twitter upgrades over the last couple of days, both on iPhone and Android. You should probably download those, upgrade your Twitter. But Aaron, try one more time, and if you're still here, we'll come back to you.
Hey, Alan, I don't know. I'd call those upgrades. I'd call them
Hello?
updates.
Hello? Could we?
Go ahead,
Oh, you
Aaron.
can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry. So I think I agree with all those things about the terror campaign and everything, but I think one area the missile attacks are targeting is electricity substations, and we've seen a few of those around Kiev and a few different other areas, and that would have a secondary, other than just terror attacks and stopping people from getting water and making it just really uncomfortable for people. The transformers are very hard to source at the moment. They're not an item that's readily produced. And with Ukraine starting up their own weapons manufacturing, those factories would need a fair bit of power. So there is a targeting by Russia, which is in their eyes a military targeting, I would say, in targeting some of these substations, because at the moment I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians have done an incredible job. Their energy suppliers of diverting and making sure they can sort of keep it all patched together, but it is patched together with gaffer tape, and in these attacks just make it harder and harder for them to keep probably some of those big, unless those factories have their own power supply, which they could have. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Aaron, I just want to say a couple of things right now before we continue this conversation. So, in power infrastructure, electrical infrastructure, gas and water infrastructure are considered civilian targets. And so when you hit these targets, you are committing a war crime. And this is recognized throughout the Western world. Russia doesn't recognize that. We will have to explain to them, maybe in The Hague, maybe in Kyiv, that by striking civilian targets like electrical infrastructure, and of course, there's no more civilian target than the house you live in, that you are committing a war crime. You will be prosecuted for this. And you're right. Ukraine is manufacturing 155 millimeter artillery shells at a secret location. Chances are it has its own power supply. And secondly, or actually thirdly now, I can lose count very easily. Thirdly, Ukraine restores power and gas and water very quickly. They've become expert at it. And so if Russia does want to try to instill some kind of fear in the population, or simply make life very difficult to live in Ukraine, they are failing at that. Lights come back on in Kharkiv, lights come back on in Kyiv and in Lviv, in Odessa, in Mykolaiv. Gas is restored, heating is restored, water is restored. Ukrainian trains still run on time. So they're just failing. They are failing at everything they are doing. That's my take, Aaron.
Sure. Yeah. Good. I do think on the mobilization, I think that in my opinion, this attack by Russia has more or less run out of puff, and they're going to need to do another mobilization. And I think the next mobilization is going to cut a bit deeper than prisons and what was the last place they're taking people from mental asylums now. So you can go, I don't know how many times they're going to be able to go back to the well, but I think they're going to have to touch some of Moscow and St. Petersburg. And that, if they cut too hard into the outer regions, they're going to risk having some pushback from those regions, which I doubt are very heavily manned by units that can suppress any type of demonstrations against the war. And so I think the next round is when you'll see, this is just my opinion, you'll see it being a lot more problematic for Russia, because I think they'll have to recruit at least another 150,000 men just to defend. And they'll probably look at pushing again at the end of summer, or the middle to the end of summer, and they're going to need another big recruitment drive to do that. So that's just my opinion.
They need a lot more than 150,000 people, but they also need to train those people if they want new soldiers. You can be recruited. You can be given 2 weeks training, but that does not make you a soldier. We're very close to welcoming Chuck Farrer up here for Thursday night's bullet points. We have two more hands, and these would be Griffin and Jens. So please be concise before Chuck joins us. Griffin?
Yeah, thank you for your patience. I'm a novice at this with this group. 2 points very quickly. The Russians have moved from terrorism to outside envelope of war crimes into genocide as established under U.S. law or UN nations treaties. What really caught my attention early on was them marching Ukrainian civilian population into Russia from the Donbass area. That more recently, there's been reports by authorities in the Ukraine about the Russians destroying cultural items, statues, and whatnot. They've been doing what Goring did and stealing artworks from museums, have been stripped of Ukrainian cultural items and the other items being destroyed. And most recently, the report that the Russians in those areas that they initially captured children. And the intent there was not only to traumatize the families and cause concern amongst the population, but was to remove the next generation of Ukrainians and bring them up as Russians. And many of these things fall under genocide under international law. The second thing, very quickly, is mea culpa on my part. We were trained. I was trained in the Cold War years to not underestimate the Russians or the Chinese, for that matter. And sure enough, I thought, oh, here we go. You know, this is going to be over very quickly if Russian invades. And to the, to the contrary, they've been proven to be so inept. It's unbelievable. And Bakhmut is just turning into a disaster for them. So they've got no chance if the Ukrainians get the support munitions and weapons.
Griffin, you did a great job on your first time coming up, and we're really glad you are. Please come back and visit us again. I wanted to call everyone's attention to the nest up here at the top where we post items that are going on. As Chuck comes, he'll post some of his battle maps in there. Right now, I've posted that Chuck is coming on board. If you guys could all retweet that for me, please, I would appreciate it very much. And with that, over to you, Alan.
And with that, over to Jens, who will get the last question before Chuck arrives. Jens, go ahead.
Yeah, it's. I just wanted to say that I always thought of these terror bombings as fulfilling a certain Russian demand for Ukrainian pain and suffering. So before they started these terror bombings, there was a lot of outcries about how that people in Lviv and Kyiv were going out on town and going to restaurants. So I always connected it with a certain demand for, just pain and suffering. I'll keep it short.
Thank you, Jens. And yes, that is exactly what Russia is attempting to do. Well, we're right on time tonight. I want to welcome Chuck Farrer so we can get going with this Thursday night edition of Bullet Points. Chuck, welcome. I know you've already put in a long day talking about the military situation in Ukraine.
Well, it was a good day, and I got to talk to my buddy Nuno and Doc. Hey, good to hear you. And Alan, thank you so much for having me on. My two partners here, folks. There is no one bullet point. We got at least three of them, and my two good friends I get to work with, and that is always fun for me.
Good to move through these battle maps. I'm going to venture a guess that because we had Chuck on for, 3 hours or so earlier today, that he's going to want to go ahead and get this done and move through. So we're going to try to focus and keep on task tonight.
Yeah, and it's there was no 1800 local report from the Ukrainian General Staff, which is not an alarming thing. I'd say at least a third of the time they will miss one of the two briefings. And if you can be smarter than I am if you simply look up their daily briefings, folks. By the time you get up in the morning, there will be one up maybe for 6 hours or so. And then there's another one at 1800 Kiev time at night. There wasn't like as I pointed out, there wasn't a second briefing today. So I'll just briefly run through the Bakhmut battle space. Russians continue to push across the M03 highway. I know everyone listening knows this battle space by heart by now. The M03 circumscribes the northern side of the city. The Russians have been pushing very hard at a place otherwise unknown to history called the Bova Vasilivka. It isn't a town. I can't really call it a village. Even on the topographic map, there are one or two houses there. In the last 36 hours, the Russians have attempted 60 times. It's actually more than 60. It's about 68 separate attacks on Dovo Vasilivka. Those attacks have been repulsed. They've had some better luck in the urban area where the situation is not critical, but it is serious. The Russians have essentially taken the eastern part of the urban area, and that is that the line of contact runs along the Bakhmutka River, which goes, of course, north and south through the city. The best I can tell, in the northern section, they are pushed right up to the river. In the southern section, the best I could get on my topographic maps, there are 3 pedestrian bridges south of the H32 highway. Just little, the kind of bridge you could walk your bike across. Last night, Russians were in contact on the other side of the river. Apparently, they got some people across the fighting around school number 5, which is a large secondary school in the southern part of Bakhmut. Like I said, there wasn't an update this afternoon. I think if the only vector across the river are those 2 pedestrian bridges, I think Ukraine is probably going to handle that. Russians still exerting pressure on the H32 highway. They have attacked Iviansky again, and again they've been repulsed. But I will tell you that Red Mitten is closing around Bakhmut, and the Russians may not be advancing across the M03. Well, they are across it, but not pushing it farther. They haven't gotten past Iviansky, but I will tell you that they are making some progress in the city.
Chuck, we have John Spencer up with us. And so to both John and Chuck, I want to ask the following question. Bakhmut is defense of Bakhmut. In urban warfare, if you're defending a city that's been totally destroyed, you're defending it for tactical purposes, obviously. Does it become easier to defend? Does it make your defensive position more deadly on the attackers, in this case, the Russians?
John, my brother, come on up and lay it on him.
This is bullet points. I actually just want to listen, but
It's the Chuck and John and Doc and Alan show. So you are always welcome, brother. You know that.
I thank you, brother. So I mean, Alan, I normally say, of course, that a bombed out building is a lot easier to defend than a not bombed out building because rubble is it's better than bomb proof bunkers that you can build for military purposes. Just layers of rubble in all those holes and all those defensive positions. You don't have to prepare anything. You just crawl your way into some rubble, if you know what I mean. But there's always context. There are varieties, even in Bakhmut. If you look at, whether it's the APC, like driving through what I would not consider dense urban terrain, and you have the core, the city core. There are such a variety there, and while it's been bombed, um, yes, I mean the defender has an advantage from all the rubbleizing. It actually slows down the attacker for trying to get his vehicles in there. All these things. But even if you, as we watch the different videos of Bakhmut, there's great variety in urban terrain. This is kind of the geeky urban environment aspects of it, and why a lot of big major fights happen in warehouse areas, right? Mariupol, Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, is that because the warehouse district or the industrial area or the of a city, which is one of the functional areas, it has stronger buildings and has longer lines of sight, so there's not obstructions to both sides. So there's just usually major battles there. Hope that answers your question.
It does. Chuck, what's your take on urban warfare? I know you're a SEAL, but I know thanks to John's education of you, his tutelage, you know about urban warfare too. What would you share with us?
Yeah, I would. I've been schooled, John, as you might have been. I went to the Urban Warfare School of Hard Knocks myself. It well, my first experience of urban combat was as a peacekeeper in Beirut, and I can't think of anything more useless than being a peacekeeper in Beirut. I can tell you that patrolling through a city that is teeming with adversaries is pretty hard to do. If you are moving and you have to avail yourself of some open place to move, you're going to get it. And in my experience, and John, I think will back me up on this, the safest way to move in this kind of three-dimensional battle space is to go through walls in buildings. That's the safest way to move, to stay inside a building. And if there isn't a hole through a wall, you make one. And the more bombed out the city is, the more tens of thousands, possibly millions of places to hide. And if you have a decent marksman, a sniper, or just a guy who can shoot straight, and if you command the avenues of approach, it's going to be very, very costly for whoever is the aggressor. And there is a point at which Ukraine is going to wonder, right? Do we fight the Russians, door to door, doorknob to doorknob, in Bakhmut, or do we fall back to better defensive positions, say in Chasiv Yar, Bodrovika, those places? But John is absolutely right. The more a city is destroyed, somewhat counterintuitively, the more defensible it is.
So the Ukrainians and Russians are essentially facing off across the Bakhmutsi River, and this might be a couple of 100 feet wide, and this is to the east of Bakhmut. Is the Ukrainian defensive position continuing to be a strong defensive position? Wherever you look in the city, I just happen to choose that river because it's a kind of dividing line.
Well, John, I'm going to turn this over to John in a second, but who in an urban battle space, whoever gets there first has the advantage, and whoever has to go anywhere or come anywhere or move forward is at a disadvantage. And John, I will happily turn the lectern over to my friend, Colonel Professor Spencer.
We lost Colonel Professor Spencer for a moment, but I know he's going to be back. Um, and as soon as he comes back, we'll give him the lectern and give him that question.
Hey,
Yeah,
Alan.
yeah, Doc, go ahead.
Chuck, thank you, Alan. I had a question, well, really more of an observation. More and more bad news for Wagner and Pajorkin and the internal fighting that's going on. What do you see?
Yeah, I noticed because he wanted the world to notice that apparently no one is answering the phone for him anymore at the Russian Ministry of Defense, and that literally was what he was complaining about. That his special phones, unquote, don't work, and no one is answering the special numbers he calls. And, I don't think this is surprising. This is a political blood sport that Prigozhin is playing in Moscow. In Kremlin, Putin is playing his subordinate, perhaps not really caring. Whoever delivers Bakhmut to him is going to get, it's going to be thug of the week. But Prigozhin, you have there's something to bear in mind about him, right? This guy has got like a 10th grade education. He is a criminal. He has been a criminal all his life. He was a thug on the waterfront in St. Petersburg. His rise to power coincided with Putin's corrupt rise to power in St. Petersburg, which as deputy mayor and then as mayor, he joined the mafia, became the recipient of their largesse, and you kicked a bit to the lad. So Prigozhin, all these years later, calling himself Putin's chef, put in charge of this large paramilitary organization, and I blush to call it that. It's basically a murderous work release for Russian felons. And Prigozhin, was given the task or volunteered and said, I can take Bakhmut for you. But Prigozhin lacks just a couple of things, right? He lacks soldiers. He has, I don't even want to call them combatants. He has felons that he prods towards the front line in almost unlimited supply. And all that they do is close on Ukrainian positions until Ukrainian defenders have no choice but to fire on them, revealing their positions. Here comes artillery, and that is it. Rinse and repeat. That is the Wagner warfare. Prigozhin shooting off his mouth has provoked Shoigu, and there's no reason for Shoigu now to provide Prigozhin with anything. So he's getting what he deserved.
Him coming out and going to the media about this problem, he's playing the traditional role of a victim, which apparently is what Russia loves doing. I mean, even the missile barrage that they launched on innocent civilians last night, they claim it was retaliation for partisan activity or whatever going on inside of Russia. So again, the aggressor is coming out and then trying to play the role of the victim. Yeah, it's got to just be built into everything they are. I don't know.
Well, here's an interesting way to look at Moscow, uh, chewing on the West. How dare you supply Ukraine with weapons? You're escalating. Let's just reduce this down to the level of a house. I kicked the back door into these people's house, and I was raping the women, and I was looting the house. And how dare you hand a baseball bat to the homeowner? Who do you think you are? But unfortunately, today Putin did something that no one in history has ever done. He released a hypersonic weapon and he targeted a city with it. Congratulations, Vlad. You're the first guy in history to do that. And Colonel Jeff Fisher was on earlier today, and give him credit because he's the guy who pointed this out. And that escalation of this war was important. You know, these Kinzhal missiles, which we will talk about later, you know, he used them like he uses 98% of his precision strike weapons. He's targeting people because Putin thinks that is the center of gravity in the Ukraine war. Putin thinks if I kill enough Ukrainians, they will give up. That's not the way it's working. In the Battle of Bakhmut, the Ukrainians are going to be as happy to kill as many Russians, Mr. Putin, as you choose to send into Bakhmut. And that's why there's a fight there.
So, Chuck, this is a question that has been at the top of my mind for more than a year, and it exposes my simplicity of thinking. I want my enemy to think and fight the way I would think and fight, but the Russians don't do that. It makes it so difficult for me to wrap my mind around what Russia is doing. I mean, if you're going to use missiles and including Kinzhal missiles, wouldn't you aim them at military targets? Because you need to win a war. But that's not what Russia does. What am I missing?
Well, you know, one of the glaring issues is Russia doesn't know where Ukraine's military targets are. You know, we had Malcolm on a couple of 10 days ago or so, and Malcolm who was privy to this stuff. In his intelligence work, he discovered that the Russians were getting satellite imagery to target Ukrainian targets, but it was 2 weeks out of date. And that's how slow their space-based reconnaissance information is actually reaching their frontline troops. I'm not making any excuses for Russia, folks, but believe me, I'm not. But Putin hits cities because that's the only thing he knows to do. And again, for Putin, the center of gravity of this war is the will of the Ukrainian people. And I guess he missed World War II, right? I remember when Helsinki was bombed into submission. No, that didn't work. How about London was bombed into no? How about Hanoi? No, it doesn't work. It has never worked in history. No people, no nation, win or lose in a war, nobody has ever been bombed into submission. And it's almost you know, it's almost a relief that he chooses to hit shattered you know, unoccupied villages with these weapons. The terrible thing, however, is that even though generally, but not last night, generally, Ukraine is intercepting somewhere between 70-80% of these missiles, and in some cases, 100% of them are defeated against point targets. The bad thing is the missiles that get through are aimed at apartment buildings. They're aimed at schools. They're aimed at churches. They're aimed at museums, and that is that's the way he fights.
So there was also some discussion.
Welcome back, John.
Yep,
Good to see you, Colonel.
John's back with us. Thanks for being here, John. There was some discussion earlier today of artillery parity between Ukraine and Russia. I don't think there is parity anywhere on the line of engagement, even in Bakhmut. Can you and John talk about that for a moment and talk about what that means?
Sure, John, you want to take the blast at artillery parity here?
Sure. I mean, parity, like other numbers, is also relative to all the intangibles of well, not intangibles. So the tangibles are that the Western artillery systems are better than the Russian ones. So if you just count cannons, it's not the same. The maintenance is better. The accuracy, the discipline, the training is better. I haven't seen any figures showing parity. I mean, I'd go to my friend Mike Kaufman. It is definitely a major part of these battles, and the side who can supply the other with the most rounds is going to do better. But Ukraine has a better proficiency at the use of what they do have. So even if you count cannons and they're the same, it's not the same.
Chuck?
I'm slow on my button here tonight. I absolutely agree with John, and Ukraine has the added capability of hitting exactly what they want to hit. For example, in Bakhmut, the M777 lightweight howitzer firing an Excalibur round, which can basically, they can put that in the front door or the back door of your house. They'll put it exactly where they want it. The problem, of course, is that Excalibur shells are precious commodity on the battlefield. And for example, you wouldn't send an Excalibur round to break up a platoon-size attack of Wagner forces. You would want to save that for a really lucrative target, preferably of battalion-level headquarters, possibly of surface-air missile complex that is close to the front line. And what I've seen in the last couple of weeks, the Ukrainian General Staff is reporting an increasing number of electronic warfare targets, surface-to-air missile batteries, battlefield surveillance radars that are taken out by artillery instead of air. And that tells me a couple of things. They are seeing and hitting these high-value targets, and they have the precision strike munitions to actually hit a couple of these a day. Usually in the Bakhmut battle space, there's 3 or 4 of these lucrative targets, and that is a terrific capability to have. When I first got into this business, if you got hit by an artillery shell on the battlefield, John, it was an act of God. Right now, it means that somebody's lit you up with a laser, or you're standing on an 8-digit grid that they already knew.
Chuck and John, how much longer will or should the Battle of Bakhmut go on? What's the calculation Ukraine needs to make to continue to defend or to withdraw?
That is definitely a Professor Spencer question.
No, it's not. I will make a opinion about that. Nobody, and if they tell you they know, then just stop listening to them. Nobody can tell you how long the Battle of Bakhmut will go on. There are urban battles that have gone for months. Do I think this urban battle will continue for months? No. And the reason that is because, like Chuck was talking about with Prigozhin and his supplies, and the Russian military and their supplies, they are limited. There is a strong feeling from many people, ISW, from British intelligence, that the Russian forces in and around Bakhmut are at the edge end of their basically operational reach, would be the professor term for that. Is how far can you push soldiers and extend the logistics lines and keep them supplied with everything they need, and all the intangibles of how long physically can they go, as we're seeing. I saw some reports today about units refusing to fight. Those are the things that will cause the major moments in this battle that shifted to one or the other. Alan, a great worded question, though, that this becomes commander's risk. And every day, with all the reports that Ukraine General Staff and that front command gets, those are the decisions, and there's something called prudent risk, which just means you're not crazy risk, but calculated risk based on all to the commander to say what is the morale, what is the strength of men, weapon, and equipment. What are the enemy's actions? Do we feel like they're getting ready to break? What's the signals intelligence telling you? All of that determines when the commander makes a decision to either hold, retrograde, withdraw, or counterattack in certain locations. Based on some of this comes down to block by block assessments, and there's always probability and chance that we just don't know that happens. And this is what I think happened in part of the September Kharkiv offensive. I think the chance and surprise led to, heck, keep going, keep advancing. So will the Russian line break soon? I think maybe. I think that's more likely than the Ukrainian making a decision to withdraw at this point. That's just my assessment from you listen to experts like Chuck.
Hey, Sean, when you
Hey, John, Colonel, in your time serving, running the Bradleys, what was the hardest terrain you had to overcome? I know from Connected Soldiers, at one point you landed in some mud in Iraq, I believe. But and then the second thing would be, can you tell me a little bit about what would be around a Patriot defense battery? What kind of support would there be? Would there be a tank there? Would there going to be IFVs there? Is there going to be a Gepard there? What's that going to look like?
Great question, Doc. On the last, a little easier DJ to really answer that. There's a security element that's usually part of the package, and plus it up with a, if your commanders, your task organization, if the threat is high, then you add like an infantry, platoon or something like that. I've been on those type of missions, but usually that very large package, depending on what, especially if it's a Patriot or some other air defense system, comes with a security detail as in a plan for it. And it's usually manned like crew served weapons, 50 cals, things like that. Nothing big, but if you're in this situation, it would be reasonable, but you need something very mobile to do the battle drill, setting up and things like that. The second question, which is, personal, and thanks for that, and thanks for again mentioning Connected Soldiers. I don't know if I put it in Connected Soldiers, but for me, and I'm not just saying this because I'm the urban guy, but being inside of a Bradley, there is a ergonomics to it and cognitive load of the commander, right? So if I was company commander, so 150 soldiers, 14 Bradleys, sometimes those were 5-6 tanks if it was a one large scale operation. And the hardest thing was for me, and I'm not just saying this because I'm an urban guy, but was the dense urban terrain and cognitive overload of, okay, you have to operate the Bradley vehicle, and you have a guy next to you who kind of can take over the controls. And then you got like 4 radio nets that you're listening to. You have platoons that you're listening to. And this is all the art and science of soldiering that comes from experience. But because of that technical proficiency that I didn't have, as I was receiving signals intelligence on locations of enemy personnel, trying to spatially project where my other friendly forces was. And there was a moment, and I don't know if I put it in, but it's in the book, but where I basically hit cognitive overload, like where my driver's asking me, sir, which way do I go? And somebody's calling me on the net, and the signals intelligence is saying this, and one platoon's in contact, and I can't understand where he's at. So I think this is that also the cognitive load on the leaders, and that's why the Bradley operating in that terrain where you can't see through concrete, you can't see around the block. Knowing where your forces are in relation to where you are was all very challenging for me. And I'm sure there are other people that are better at it than me, but that was really hard for me.
Wow, great story.
And a great answer. And a great question. John, when you
Chuck, I don't know if Alan can hear us or not. Alan, are you there, buddy?
I can hear. I can hear.
We got him, Doc.
Ah, very good. All right, thank Thank you for that. And then, Colonel Spencer, do you know anything about a Patriot system being able to take out any ballistic missile or hypersonic missile? Do you know anything about that? And I ask because we talked about that earlier when you were on today, and it's come up. If you had anything to add to our guests tonight.
This is why MriyaReport is so amazing. We bring in all the experts from Colonel Jeff to Chuck to all the people that we have, regular speakers and then guest speakers. I mean, I did a lot of research. If I do an interview where they're going to be talking about that, I'll do some research. But I have absolutely zero experience with the Patriot. From what I understand, there are many. There's like 8 different models, and those will determine what variations are there to take down what. But it's mainly it was developed to be a ballistic missile interceptor. Hypersonics is outside of my even my opinions. So the answer is no, but I know it's a very expensive, very particular system, and this is why back when we were arguing, there's like even the attacks that happened yesterday, you're not going to Patriot's not going to be deployed for Shahed drones or a lot of the missiles, but cruise missiles and other type of ballistic missiles are priority targets for it, and that kind of things. And then you get into the THAAD and you talk about theater intercontinental ballisticals, intercontinental ballistic missiles. Yeah, and that's a different story. But so no.
Hey, John, as a
Right.
military,
Chuck, do we have anything more that we want to talk about in Bakhmut?
That Bakhmut endures. It didn't change very much in the last 24 hours. So I think we're on it. But we can go wherever anyone would like, and we've got John here, and that always makes me feel better.
Chuck, one, it's funny that Doc and Alan can't hear each other. Chuck, I'm interested in your thoughts on the missile barrage. Some of the people on the boob tube are saying the Russians are saying it's connected to that false flag or whatever happened in Russia with the supposed operation. I mean, but could it be? Here's my hypothesis: another attempt to divert actions going on at Bakhmut to get the attention off of it.
Yeah, I definitely think so, John. Absolutely. But the Russians, as Doc pointed out, they love to play the victim, right? And Putin needs a bloody shirt, right? So they concocted this story about Ukrainian saboteurs and this 10-year-old boy have to play the victim. And that's why we launched these Kinzhals, because it's pretty hard to sell it to the world. Hey, look, we just launched these things against apartment blocks. That's what we're targeting. So, I mean, it tells me at least that Putin does have some sort of shame at long last, but that he had to come up with this provocation, this cover. But the other thing is, the Kinzhal is held out as a hypersonic weapon. But I did what John did. I hit the books this afternoon as well, and let's put the Kinzhal in perspective. When people think hypersonic weapon, they think of this ramjet, scramjet powered glide vehicle that is doing Mach 12, Mach 15 maneuvering around air defense radars and smashing into the targets. And folks, that is not what the Kinzhal is. I put up an infographic today. What the Kinzhal is actually, it's an Iskander short-range ballistic missile, rather run of the mill, and it is adapted to be air launched. And what this thing does is, yes, it has a hypersonic portion of its flight plan. It's dropped from a MiG-31 or from a Tu-22 strategic bomber. It drops free of the aircraft. It fires a rocket. It goes up to, believe it or not, 660,000 feet, way up there, and then it comes down on a target. It can maneuver a little bit, but at that speed, Mach 12, it cannot do any bat turns. It can hardly turn at all because it is heated up to incredible temperatures. Its flight surfaces are barely working because it's going so fast. So this thing is no super weapon. Essentially what it is, Putin can tell you it's hypersonic. Remember, this is the same weapon that Russia fired 8 months ago in a fake video, right? So these things were fired. They did hit apartment blocks, absolutely. They were going at hypersonic speeds, but because they were dropping straight down from, 600,000 feet. Are they defeatable? I was reading some things. Yes, I think that there are some Patriot batteries, if they are aligned in a certain way, can likely engage them. There are some U.S. Navy systems designed to protect aircraft carriers from a similar threat. But here is the Achilles heel for Russia's Kinzhal. They've only got 2 aircraft that can drop these things: MiG-31s and Tu-22s. The bad news is, to our Russian listening guests, every time one of those airplanes taxis on the runway, we know about it. We know about it. So the Kinzhal itself may be hard to shoot down, but if more and more of these missiles are hitting more and more Ukrainian women and children in apartment complexes, then if I was a MiG-31 pilot, I'd be keeping one hand on the ejection lever while I was dropping my weapon. So the good thing is there is an Achilles heel in the fire cycle for these things, and that is they've only got 2 kinds of aircraft, and not every one of those aircraft is configured to drop what still is a very exotic weapon for Mr. Putin.
Chuck and John, a listener Dryfly, was asking me earlier today, and he wanted me to ask both of you if a low-tech intercept system of hypersonic missiles could work. The low-tech system he's talking about is essentially the flak system from World War II. That is filling the air with metal and debris when the target, the Kinzhal missile, will be hitting. Could flak take these missiles down?
Well, here's one thing. I was a company. It wasn't classified, but they were literally talking about deploying sand. That's right, sand, kitty litter, in the flight path of these things, because when you're flying at Mach 15, if you hit anything, it's going to tear the weapon apart. So that was my 2 cents there, John. But I actually read that proposal today.
That's interesting. My standard answer would have been no. This is based on the speed of, literally, it's a hypersonic. That putting up a wall of lead, which is actually in the mini manual for low flying, like the Shaheeds, it would definitely work. I just don't think it would work for something traveling at that speed that Chuck just talked about.
I bet it's something that's going to get tested. John, I have a specific question for you as a military historian and as a war scholar. If you walk a battlefield, either an historic battlefield or an active battlefield, for example, in Ukraine, what are you looking for? What catches your eye? And in a contemporary battlefield, who are you looking to speak with, and how do you enrich your knowledge and enrich your scholarship about urban warfare in particular?
Well, that's what we call a softball, Alan, where you just tee it up for me. One, I have a dream job where I get to travel to battlefields. Just last year, right? So November of 2021, I was in Susha within Nagorno-Karabakh in between Azerbaijan and Armenia, taken to the cliffside city to understand the Battle of Susha, which was a decisive battle that ended the 2021 war. And then in July of 2022, I was in Kyiv, walking Bakhmut, walking Hostomel, walking Brovary. And what I'm looking for, Alan, which is amazing, and an amazing question, is I want to walk the micro terrain and understand where forces were and what they were doing. So, like going to Bucha, one, it's a solemn place just because of the horrors that were committed there, but to go on to Ivanikiv Street where they destroyed 100 Russian vehicles with civilian RPGs and artillery and a little bit of everything, to walk that ground and see the picture all 1,000 times, but to walk to where the front of the formation was and what that front of that formation was, to have an understanding like you would a staff ride, what we call a staff ride or a battlefield tour. I don't like the battlefield tour, but a staff ride where you put yourselves in the shoes of the people who were there. You understand their background, you understand the information that they had in that moment. And that's what I'm trying to recreate when I go to a real, especially a fresh battleground. I'm looking at the battle damage. I'm looking for anybody, and the Ukrainians were so amazing on like taking people from literally from miles, 100 miles away and bringing them back and say, I stood right here. This is what I saw. This is what was happening. And I discovered so many things that just wasn't being reported, like the flooding of the rivers and standing in Demidov where the village was flooded. And all that, I'm trying to put together a sequence of the battle. So I write battle case studies. So I'm trying to, one, walk the ground, have an understanding of the microterrain that was really impacting the tactics and the decisions that people on the ground were making, whether you're Robert E. Lee at Gettysburg or you're, a platoon leader in Bucha, or like the civilian Bucha community defender that I spent a lot of time with, and what he was seeing and looking at his maps and going day by day. I'm trying to recreate the events of the battle like if I was in Bucha, I would, or in not Bucha, in any city, and then look for the lessons. Like basically, with what I know as a scholar, if I can recreate what's happened, which is really a big meat of the going there, and this is why I'm headed back to Kyiv, because I spent a week there and it wasn't enough in this legendary battle that influenced the entire war. It wasn't enough to understand the Kyiv Defense Council that was meeting daily and the decisions that were being made over civilians and the underground and all these things. So I had to go back because I just didn't get enough. But hopefully that gives you a little bit of taste. But I've done it I have a dream job since I retired, and I've been able to walk so many pieces of ground from, in Israel to in India to, just so many places, and try to recreate that. And then hopefully, this is why we created the Modern Warfare at West Point, and why I still have job security, is to create some new piece of information for the body of knowledge for the study of warfare. So when we analyze an ongoing war like now, we can look back to, okay, this is what happened in, this battle of Ortona, battle of Kyiv, and say with not generalities, but with actual data, because sometimes there's myths that reside in things like that. But what a great question, and thanks for letting me steal bullet points time to explain it.
Okay, I might have pitched you a softball, John, but I've pitched softballs to Chuck too, and I'll tell you, This is a documentary waiting to be made. Walking with John Spencer through Ukraine or through almost any historic battlefield that you can walk, especially through cities, so we can understand urban warfare. And also,
Alan,
yeah, Doc, go ahead.
I'm going to one up that film and say, what would it be like to have John Spencer and Chuck Farr walking through a city doing that? I mean, the perspectives the two of them bring together, that's what's so great about this night.
And don't forget our good friend, Major Giroux, who is not with us tonight, but who also has informed us and entertained us and even talk some urban warfare sense into my thick skull, which is actually an achievement that John helped me with, and I'm learning too.
Yeah,
Did we lose John's audio?
I think we did.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. You were doing
Sorry,
a Chuck,
I was
which
saying
is
about
turn your
Jason.
mic
I
off and
talk to
start
Jason
talking.
every day, and I would love to have him on one of my trips, like my trip to Ukraine in a couple of weeks. But he calls me the world's most dangerous tourist. He doesn't approve of some of my trips. Like I went into Nagorno-Karabakh by myself, like a little bit of but and I sent him. I'll send him pictures from like a minefield, and it's a joke between he and I. So I don't know if we'll get that film with Jason with us or not.
Well, he knows what he's talking about, and remember, we're no longer bulletproof or invisible, John. So
Absolutely true. Alan, you want to go to a few hands here?
Yeah, let's go to hands, and then let's go to Kremna, and then let's go to Zaporizhia and Kherson. Do you have the order of hands, Doc? Okay, I shouldn't have asked that question. I think the order is Guido, Bruce, Alex, Redstone.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Exactly. Oh, hey, you know what? We never answered that question. What do you get when you cross a SEAL and a colonel?
what?
I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out. That's what we got you two here. We're trying to figure out. Someone said sealed colon, but I'm not sure about that.
we have the two-headed beast of urban warfare knowledge, is what we got.
Amen to that. All right, go ahead, Guido.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for everything. It's an amazing space, and I really appreciate the time and effort all of you, put into this. And I have a question for both of you, for John and Chuck. I would like to know your opinion on this. First of all, I understand it is maybe an understanding or an speculation. Mahmoud is maybe just try to wear down the other side's forces, like an attrition warfare or something like that. And to be honest, the only thing, to my understanding, that would make sense is to just maybe try and I'm trying to think as they are, because my question is, why are the Russians attacking Bakhmut in this way and with so many forces? I mean, I've heard that they've lost something like, if I'm not mistaken, like 9,000 people there, and a considerable amount of resources of all kinds. So my only speculation as why this would make sense would be a political reasons, like we need a victory of some sort, or B, maybe in some attrition warfare kind of speculation or math. Maybe even if the Russians are losing those amount of resources, maybe for them, the fact that the Ukrainians will have to necessarily lose something in order to hold the city, maybe that calculus is worth it for them. For instance, to put in numbers, even if the Russians are losing 7-1 against the Ukrainians, maybe they are speculating with, hey, you know what? Maybe we can't lose these 7 people, and it's more costly to the Ukrainians that won than for us these 7. I understand that isn't the case, but I don't know, what is your take on this? I mean, from an economic perspective, and how is the Russian army looking after this? Thank you a lot.
Guido, thank you. That is a very perceptive proposition there. And I think both of the things you suggested are true. As far as I could tell, Bakhmut is the only city that Russia is anywhere near close to taking. They're not close to taking any other city of comparable size anywhere on the battlefield. They are so invested in this place. You know, your estimate of 9,000 people is staggering, but I've heard other estimates of even double that in Russian losses just to take Bakhmut. And Putin desperately needs a win. He desperately needs a win. The Russians haven't taken a city since Severodonetsk. And you know, we all can remember it was the Ukrainians that feigned a withdrawal and then slugged it out with the Russians for the better part of 4 weeks. You know, I was looking back at the old battle maps, and we're following that battle literally block by block. And it was the Ukrainians who then realized that if you can reduce the Russian army, so you're not fighting brigade task groups, you're not fighting big army maneuver warfare. If you can sucker the Russians into fighting you in a phone booth, right, where they can only get 1 or 2 guys in at a time, and the tactical equivalent of that is bring them into a city, right, where you're going to be fighting rifle squad on rifle squad. That's the point of engagement here. The Ukrainians are always happy to fight the Russians in those circumstances. Up north in Crimea, they're fighting them in the forests around Crimea, where, again, it isn't a big army situation. In a forest, you can only see, 50 yards sometimes, in the jungles of Central America. I spent a lot of time there. Sometimes you can't see 50 feet. Sometimes you can't see 5 feet. So that always comes down to very small units on that. And I think on the other side, the Ukrainians realize that because the Russians are compelled, ordered from above to keep fighting in Bakhmut, I think Ukraine sees, look, this is the place to kill Russians because this is where they are. And we sit here, and people like Prigozhin, his local thug commanders, and the local army groups, a couple of VDV forces that, frankly, they need a win too. They will just keep showing up in the front sights of Ukrainian riflemen. And that's my take on it. John, I'd love to hear your take.
Sure. I mean, I think it's a great question. And I think the estimate that I like to quote is up to 30,000 Russians dead for trying to take Bakhmut so far. Maybe that's casualties total, but anyways, yeah, and Chuck, today, with the Twitter pox going on today, you were talking earlier in the day about the total number of Russian losses, right? 200,000, and just the astronomical numbers that I don't think are sustainable. And I think some Soviet recent history shows that it's not the Red Army, but those numbers just aren't sustainable. When you try to mobilize 300,000, really get around 200,000, but you have 400,000 leave the country, I just don't think those losses that are sustainable. Which is interesting about Bakhmut is that a really interesting article that could be written would be the political evolution of the city of Bakhmut. So the political value that we've seen evolve in Bakhmut, right? I agree with Chuck's assessment, and I've said this publicly, that it was the closest achievable goal for a Russian military who had struggled since over a half a year to have a single win, mainly all losses. But then as Prigozhin got involved publicly, stating that he was going to win it for Wagner, and then had this, then that evolved Solidar, that evolved investment in Bakhmut. Hey, Bakhmut's starting to take a little bit more of a political significance. Hey, add some Russian military. Prigozhin's not going to do it himself, or we don't want him to. Then you have the Ukrainian side elevating its importance by having the president visit, and then the head of the special forces visit. Like there's a really good, maybe the professor or teacher in me. I mean, it'll be one of the strongest cases of observing the political nature of war, overriding military reason, right? If you hold Clausewitz's Trinity thing with primal violence, reason, chance. Reason is usually the government and the political apparatus, and the military is involved. But it will be a great case study, and this is why we keep talking about it. Like, it has no value, but it has risen and risen and risen in political value. And I think, which would be my question back to Chuck, is where did sunk costs fallacy start to get enacted in Bakhmut, where Russia can't leave because it's committed and so much and lost so much that even though it has no significance, if they lose it, the political significance and the sunk cost that they've invested, which is beyond reason, it's really this wicked circle that's going on with the political value, sunk cost, the nature of allowing Russians to die there. That is, I think, going to keep Bakhmut going unless some Russian formation breaks and you have a collapse of the line.
John, that is spot on, and I don't see any way for, and it is Putin. He is the political godhead of Russia. I just don't see any way that he can climb down from this Bakhmut fight. And I've seen, even there's a little bit of that sunk cost mentality wafting around the Ukrainian side as well. I mean, you were the guy who pointed out that when the president visited Bakhmut before his trip to Washington, he invested something, the will of the nation, by his he changed what Bakhmut was all about. I have the utmost faith and confidence and admiration for the local Ukrainian commanders, and I do think that they have a calculation, and at that point that their losses are not worth what it's costing to kill Russians in the most expedient manner in Bakhmut. I have no doubt that they will. I'm not saying they're going to, but in time, and we don't know what that time is because the pace of the battle, and will turn back and forth. But I'm looking at the topographic maps right now, and there is some unbelievably fortress-like. You fight for a city, and what is it about? In a city that has so many big, rail links here, the interstate highways, H-series highways, T-series highways. I don't know why Russian generals don't realize there are two major highways in play in Bakhmut, and they are at 90-degree angles. You get one or the other, General. You don't get both. And if you take one or the other, you're going to be defeated in detail. So that's one of the things that's sort of tragic about this, in my mind, John. This isn't the city that is the keystone to eastern Ukraine. It just isn't. But the Russians, I agree with you. I mean, their casualties could be approaching 30,000 people, which is most of what America lost in 10 years in Vietnam. astounding for one city.
Yeah, and I saw some um, uninformed analysts on TV because that's what I try to get what people are saying about Bakhmut being a stepping stone to Slavyansk and Kramatorsk. And like, no, no, it's not. It is not the gate. It is not the foothold. It is not the stepping stone. It is nothing in gaining access to those more critical cities like Kramatorsk, Izium, all the ones that Chuck explains to us would have the Russian military doesn't have what it takes. If they were to cause the Ukrainian military to hit that decision point, the commander's decision point to enact the well planned retrograde withdrawal, which I hope it doesn't happen at all. That is not a stepping stone to anything, and there's no way the Russians have the capability to get beyond the defensive line to the west of Bakhmut.
So, Chuck and John and Doc, I want to speed through the remaining hands. So please formulate the question you have in your mind. Deliver it briefly. Both Doc and I have some critical questions for Chuck and John, as long as we have them with us. And the order of hands, I believe, although I've forgotten the original order, but I believe it is Alex.
No, it's Bruce, and he's got his hand down because he turned on his mic. But Bruce, and then it was Redstone, then Alex.
Hey there, do you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Quickly, I'm a giant fan of what you guys are doing, and I'll make my question brief or quick. Looking ahead to maybe a happy subject, everybody talks about two potential Ukrainian counteroffensives. One would be, break through the P-66 highway, Kremina, Sabatov. I apologize for my pronunciations. The other is to push south, through Melitopol, reach the Azov Sea. When I think about, so I'm wondering if you guys could talk about those, the advantages and disadvantages, or if I've missed something, inform us. But when I think about the second offensive, going south, hitting the Azov Sea, to me, with my lack of experience, doesn't that open the Ukrainians up to Russian counterattacks on both flanks, on their right flank from Kherson, on their left flank from Donetsk? So thanks again, and I'll just listen.
John, that is a great question. Where do you? Well, you know what? I'm not going to ask you where you think the offensive might fall, but what are the merits of certain places to swing the axe?
No, that's a Chuck map terrain analysis question.
You're not going to let me off.
No.
Well, I will turn the question on its head a little bit. John and I talk a lot about culmination of Russian forces, particularly around Bakhmut. And culmination is a war college way of saying that, your men, your material, your ammunition, you run out of gas, right? You've done everything you can do, and you need to either regroup, get some space to lick your wounds, and get your head on straight and get back into the fight. I'm one of those guys that, if I was going to basically counterattack, I would consider, well, why do I want to counterattack at Bakhmut? That's where all the Russians are. I would rather counterattack because I'm a SEAL, and I like to hit where the enemy is not. That's where I like to hit. That's my sweet spot. But there is a consideration about attacking in Bakhmut, and it is precisely because the Russian forces there are expending their resources. They are getting tired. Their morale is going down. And there is a particular section of that line where I know there are no quality soldiers, and that is in the Wagner zone of operation. Because if you are a rapist and you rode a bus from Moscow and they handed you a rifle, You might be a combatant, but you are no soldier. You are no soldier. And when that kind of soldier gets hit in the middle of the night, believe me, he's not looking for his buddy on his left and his right. And very soon, it doesn't matter what orders you give him, he's going to run. So there is a point of vulnerability, I think, in the vicinity of Bakhmut. I know that later on in this war, there is going to be a battle for Melitopol. There is no doubt about it. And there is going to be a southern offensive. And I think that will be aimed at some point, and it may not be imminent, to get to the Sea of Azov. Here's one thing, though, that I'd say, and certainly to the Sea of Azov, could they not be attacked to the right and to the left by the Russians? The Russians have not impressed me with their ability to wage offensive combined arms maneuvers. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. They've been trying to take Bakhmut since July. I'm not impressed. They tried the offensive operation in Vuhledar, and it was one of the most egregious defeats of Russian arms since 1943. And that's where they planned it. They rehearsed it. It was in broad daylight. They had brigades of Marines. They had plenty of tanks, and it was broad daylight, and they got destroyed. So I think that there is a lot to be said about Ukraine's ability to wage war in the NATO style, where tactical authority is delegated down to the on-scene commander, even down to, junior enlisted guys, and to take the initiative and move out. And I don't know that the Russians are going to really be able to fight that kind of war. There's my 2 cents, John. I hung myself out, so let them have it.
No, that was great. So the only thing I want to add is we were talking earlier with Nunez, we had a great conversation on what is initiative and who has the initiative right now. And the military definition of initiative is about movement, and then you controlling what your enemy does. So basically, your momentum is forcing your enemy to react, and you're basically driving their decisions. That's initiative. When we're talking about an offensive, 1 or 2 or whatever, as I was listening to Chuck, I was really thinking about theater level objectives that might, because I think there are different theaters and there are different theater commanders, right? In the eastern section and the southern Ukraine, but there are 3 what we usually give for objectives. There's an enemy-based objective plan, as in maybe your objective is to, like we were talking earlier today, to force the Russian military as a whole to culminate, so that if there was some type of discussion by anybody on ending the war, Ukraine would always be in a position of strength. They're in a position of strength now because they're 50 plus nation alliance that Russia can never have, and supplies of weapons and the will to fight and all this. But to cause the Russian military to culminate could be a So you have an enemy-based strategy for the offensive. Or you could have a terrain-based strategy, as in liberating certain amounts, a certain piece of ground. They're not mutually exclusive, but usually, when you do a very large order, the task, like what the spring offensive, would be given a purpose. And is it a purpose to liberate more ground, or is it to destroy more Russian forces? And the enemy always gets a vote. So I think that's why Bakhmut is the center of operations, because it is directing. It will weigh heavily on the surprise of the spring up, or spring, early summer offensives that Ukraine will do. But will they be enemy focused, terrain focused, and there's always one more, friendly focus, as in better the position of friendly forces in a certain region, whether that's in Kherson, push farther, you get the relief of Kherson. It's a great question, but it really made me think through these 3 reasons in which at all levels, from the platoon up to the theater, combatant command level, reasons that you do an operation, named operation like the spring offensive will be.
Colonel, you said friendly, and that made me think of something else, something we haven't talked about in a while. The Ukrainians are cautious about where they're going to launch artillery to not damage civilians and civilian infrastructure as much as possible, right? It's not until after Russia had destroyed Bakhmut, there was nobody left there, that they went ahead and started, returning with artillery fire in the city. And that's got to be a factor in their thinking as well, in the directions that they move, is where has the least impact on the civilian population that we can actively attack and defend from.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, Ukraine fights with not one arm tied behind his back, but it fights in accordance to the laws of war and all the four main principles, distinction, proportionality, all of these, let alone in the urban environment where the restrictions on the use of force are dictated by law. And I 100% agree with you. This is all Ukrainian land. They want to liberate it with the least amount of damage as possible, and of course, the least amount of loss to their citizens that are held captive by Russian invaders.
Absolutely great. Okay, let's go to Redstone.
Yeah, I had a question. I was wondering, I guess Chuck or John, will the addition of the British and U.S. Infantry fighting vehicles and other armor allow Ukraine to move forward with like additional Thunder runs, similar to what we saw in the 2022 Kharkiv counteroffensive?
Well, I'll just nibble on this because John is the big army guy, but yeah, definitely. There is a Kharkiv style offensive coming, and without doubt, it will be better equipped. Of course, the Bradleys and the Leopards and the Abrams, and it will also be worked up. It's not just that the new and better equipment is coming. It's that these new units, and we know that they're being formed into new units, they will be worked up. There will be large scale exercises where the Ukrainian armed forces will work together and rehearse. And there is enough of Ukraine, the size of Texas, so there are places in the country that it can exercise its force. So that when you can never train enough and you can never rehearse enough, because when you get there on the day, things don't go the way you thought. And we used to call planning mission research, right? Because the more you plan, the better you're able to deal with everything that can possibly go wrong. But just one thing I want to say about what will enable this combined arms maneuver warfare. One of the most important things is these Bradleys show up, these Leopards, these M1s. One of the things that really changes the weight of the battle. These vehicles have better sensors than the Russians can hope to have. And if you can see the enemy and you fight the enemy at the edge of your weapons envelope and hopefully outside of his, and I think that's what we're going to see, and it's going to be the key to success. The other thing is going to be fight the Russians at night, because you will have the advantage with thermal weapon sights, with much better low light capability, much better communications, and you rock the enemy back at night, and you keep pushing them. And Russia is, I think, a brittle force. We saw how the Kharkiv offensive, it astounded even the Ukrainian generals who were carrying it out. And I have every reason to hope that the Ukrainian spring offensive, when it comes, will be just as successful, but very hard fought. And John, big Army question. It's on you.
I think we lost John.
Yeah, we did lose John.
I hope it wasn't a protest vote.
No, not at all. I knew the whistle was about to blow on the game. He was the practice he was at. But Doc, let's keep going with hands, and hopefully John can get back.
You better believe it. Alex, I think you were on deck, so come on up.
Thank you. Yeah, I love this conversation about Bakhmut. So looks like Putin needs to take it because Zelensky went there, and Zelensky went there precisely to lure Putin into.
Alan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and I can hear
Yeah, we
Alex.
got you, Doc.
I cannot hear Alex.
Yeah, yes, we absolutely can hear you. Please do.
Yep, keep going, Alex.
Yeah, I love that conversation about Bakhmut. So looks like Putin needs it because Zelensky went there. And Zelensky went there precisely to lure Putin into a big kill zone. Because that's probably the best place for Russian army to concentrate, where they can all be like ended. No wonder Bakhmut is sometimes compared to Stalingrad. I think there will be a lot of discussions about that in future. I had a question about supersonic ability. So looks like there is a trade-off between maneuverability, which I guess defines precision, and the speed. So does it mean that while gaining on speed, the weapon may lose its precision ability?
That is a little bit of it, but when you're at these hypersonic speeds, there's another consideration that any maneuvering that the weapon does decreases its range, and that is exactly what it is. It is it is a dressed up ballistic missile, air launched. And the other thing is there's only 2 Russian aircraft that can deliver it, and there are not a lot of them. So they had a good showing last night. I'll have to say that. The Ukrainian air defenses did not have their best night, but we will see again. And remember this: Putin had to manufacture some reason that he decided to turn these weapons loose, and never forget what it was he chose to shoot at. Right? It was apartment buildings, it was populated areas, it was the civilian population of Ukraine.
I remember they used one almost the first week of the war. So why, like, it looks like they used 6 within a year? Is this because they can't make more, or is this because they need a big reason to use them? Like, but there was no big reason apparently. So
yeah, that first one they used earlier in the war, it turns out that was actually it was a phony video. And if you go back and find that video, the Russians claimed it hit a underground Ukrainian command center. But take a look at that video, and I think you can still find it. And notice the angle at which the weapon comes in. It is flying in a horizontal, almost horizontal flight path. Right now, the Kinzhal is essentially a top-down ballistic missile. There are, the hard place to stop of hypersonic missile is in what they call the glide phase, right? So the Kinzhal's flight path It is launched from an aircraft, say at 30,000 feet, fires a rocket, solid booster rocket. It goes up to 600,000 feet, which is in this weird place. That's not orbit, and it is higher than aircraft can operate. And in that space, there's also a sensor gap. There's anti-aircraft systems are not looking that high, and orbital systems, it isn't high enough to count among them. So that is the vulnerable zone that America is working to close that up, both in terms of sensors and in terms of being able to target things in that region of the high atmosphere. But here is another thing. When a weapon like the Kinzhal is moving at these hypersonic velocities, they literally can be seen from orbit because they are so hot. And again, so there is some warning of it, and the Kinzhal is not what it isn't what the West fears right now. What the West fears is a maneuvering ramjet or scramjet powered Mach 12 flight vehicle. That is the boogeyman. The Kinzhal, it isn't the boogeyman. An effective weapon, yep, but it isn't the be all and end all. So it'll be interesting to see how many of these Putin is willing to throw into the battle, but also watch the targets, and that'll tell you more about the man than the weapon will.
Doc, let's finish hands, and then keep going. So I believe the order is Ali Reza, Nick, DB, and Mike. Ali, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm going to deviate a little bit from technical warfare and into the strategy. I wish Colonel was here because he mentioned that, and I want to talk about it. It kind of it's an interesting situation right now with Ukraine, and I don't mean to interject Iran into it, but the fact that the Iranian regime is providing weaponry to Russia, and especially the drones and the missile system. And we do know that they're also working on developing or enriching uranium, and they're already at around 80 some odd %. They haven't reached the I'm just wondering this situation, but like, when do we take out? When does the West get serious about taking Iran out of the equation to support Russia? And this is, and I don't mean by, having attacking Iranian regime or anything like that. As I mentioned earlier, right now there's a revolution going on in Iran. Part of the ask that people are going in the street is to put IRGC on the terrorist list in Europe, and Europe is dragging its feet. Now, what happens is, if IRGC goes on the terrorist list, all of these weapons that's being provided to Russia automatically get sanctioned, and they're not going to be able to purchase the parts for these weapons that they're producing as easy as they are. Right now, they're purchasing it through subsidiary companies from European, that they've set up in Europe through America and all of that. And they've already dissected some of these in Ukraine, and they found parts that are built in England and America, and now they're just using it to attack Ukrainians. So I don't quite understand, like, how serious is West in winning this war, or at least stopping Russian aggression? So I just wanted to talk about that. If anyone has any opinion, maybe I'm way off base here. The space is not for that, but thank you.
No, I think you brought up a really salient point, and there are a lot of shenanigans going on between, of course, between Russia and Iran. Uh, there is some weaponry that is going to be provided by Iran if it hasn't made its appearance already, and those are short-range ballistic missiles that would be provided to Russia. The Shahed 136s have turned out to be a bit of a fizzle. They've shown that they are susceptible to both electronic warfare, and again, they do have a long range, but they are slow. They have a rather large cross section. They're very vulnerable to point defense systems like the Gepard, which is, of course, radar guided twin autocannons. But a threat will manifest itself when these ballistic missiles, short range ballistic missiles, show up. I agree with you completely. There is a lot more the West could be doing against Iran. And I'll just end with this: if the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps is not a terrorist organization, I really don't know what one is.
Thanks, Ali, for your question, and Chuck. So I think we're on to Nick, Mike, and DB. Nick, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. My question actually goes back a ways, but and thank all of the hosts and the fact that you keep this space going and you're all here. But you were talking about earlier about understanding the enemy, and one thing is because I think Ukraine understands the enemy, and I think the United States has made some mistakes in not understanding not only the enemy because they don't understand the culture. So Ukraine already knows the Russian culture, and that's one of the reasons they are so driven, because they don't want that culture. So there are sometimes I know U.S. military minds are wonderful at tactics and certain things, but I think there's other things that the Ukrainians, because they understand the Russian thinking so much, that it's like, oh, we're going to go this path. And I just kind of want your thoughts on that, everything else, and why they ask for certain things. Because, yeah, they understand Russia doesn't care about lives. They don't care how many people they destroy. So, sorry. And thank you, and I'll drop down.
No, Nick, those are good points, and all the time that the West was dragging their feet those chickens are roosting right now. The West should have seen after Bucha what this war was all about, and the West should have seen. When the number of precision strike weapons fired by Russia, when that passed from 50% to 40, to 60, 70, 80, when 98% of Russian precision strike missiles are hitting civilian areas, the Patriots should have been there months ago. The Iris-T, it's there now. It should have been there months ago. God bless Norway. God bless Norway, because they were quick on the draw. They sent the NASAMS, which is the National Standard or Norwegian Standard air defense missile. Very capable system. Air defense systems should have poured into Ukraine. And ditto the Leopards. Does anyone remember Olaf Scholz, the Hamlet of Hamburg, who I'm going to give them Leopards in 2072? Those are weapons that should have been there in the hands of the Ukrainians a long time ago, but they're getting there now. And I there are dark days ahead. There are some dark days right now, But I've said it before, and I'll say it again, even though it's dark. Look, the Russian army, the way it is led, the way it is constituted, they're not going to win this war. They're not. And every day of struggle and every day that Putin isn't winning, he's losing. And he knows, that's why he needs Bakhmut so badly, so badly. John was saying, what, 40, 50, maybe 60,000 casualties in Bakhmut? That's how badly he needs that city. And here's the good thing about the Battle of Bakhmut, folks. There is almost nothing at stake there. If Bakhmut falls, do not, look, don't fall for the CNN fill in the blank network nonsense. Bakhmut is not the key to Chasiv Yar. It's not the key to Krasnogorsk. It's not the key to anything. Always remember, those two highways leaving Bakhmut are at 90-degree angles. They don't support each other. And if the Russians take one or the other, they'll be defeated, and they can't take both. So the fight is over a pile of rubble on the Bakhmutka River. And praise God, it isn't for anything more important than that.
So we have Mike and then DB, and then Doc and I have some really good questions for you, Chuck. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak, Alan, and thank you guys for everything you do. It's a wonderful program you got going here. I was talking earlier to a friend of mine and another friend and a colleague who is actually from Ukraine, and why he lives here. His parents and brother were over there. They made it to Poland safely, and his brother is actually doing some fighting over there. He's currently wounded and recovering, so he's going to be okay. So that's great news. But during this conversation, I guess this is more for you, Chuck. I guess you'd be the expert on this. Is the Russian Spetsnaz kind of came up, and we were all kind of just talking and saying we haven't heard much about them, or very sparingly. So I guess I wanted to ask you, are they still even a thing? Were they kind of grinded down, or are they playing any kind of significant role right now?
That is a great question. I think what has happened is, and they are ground down right now, greatly diminished in terms of manning and also equipment. And one of the reasons they're ground down, they haven't in this war been used appropriately. You get a special operations force. And because of the mission requirements, they have reconnaissance, direct action, taking out high value targets, scouting, all of the missions that a special forces outfit has, and they're trained, and they attract to themselves this sort of elite aura, and the capabilities of the Spetsnaz are sort of always have been misapprehended by Russian generals. And the death of Spetsnaz in Ukraine is because instead of being used as they should be used for reconnaissance, for direct action, what the Russians call sabotage, which is denied area operations, the Russians are using them as shock troops, right? So you would have a unit analogous to an A team or a SEAL platoon, maybe 20 guys in a Spetsnaz unit. So instead of having these guys infiltrate through Ukrainian lines, set up and start operating against Ukrainian lines of communication and supply, bread and butter special operations force unit, scouting around for Ukrainian headquarters, get yourself a general, get him back across the lines. They're not used for that. They are used to spearhead attacks. They're used to lead counterattacks, and they're getting ground up. They're getting killed. And as those units are diminished, the Russians have sort of lost the bubble in terms of you don't make a Spetsnaz guy in a year. You don't make a Navy SEAL in a year. It takes 2 years just to earn your pin, right? Just to call yourself a SEAL takes 2 years, and then it takes years after that to become a master practitioner. In that way, it's a bit like making a fighter pilot, right? It takes 2 years of solid training to teach a guy to land an airplane on an aircraft carrier.
Hey,
Then it
Chuck,
takes yeah.
when I was ready to get on land after 3 years in hospitals and on ships, in Blue Ridge, we talked about that. I spent almost a year in other sea schools just to get ready to be FMF attached so I could go in the field after I'd already been in the military for 3 years.
Of
So
of
just saying.
course, just that, right, Doc. And so it would be they take you with all of that training and they tell you to attack across the M03 highway. They couldn't replace you. 4 years of training it took to make you, and they grind you up in that sort of wasteful operation. So it's a good thing because at one point Russian special forces they had some capabilities, but I don't think we're going to see any. I don't know. I hate to say this, but it's going to be very unlikely that we're going to see Russian special operations forces being used in an appropriate manner for the rest of this war, because they just need shooters.
DB, go ahead, and then Doc and I are going to have a different tact on the conversation. Chuck, DB.
Oh, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to listen to everybody, and I appreciate the time you invest. First is a mini prediction, and then it's a question. I'm of the opinion that when the armor comes, they'll be able to form enough units, the Ukrainians, to actually probably launch a large counterattack simultaneously in Bakhmut and also in the south in Melitopol, because I don't think the Russians can handle two things at once. And they probably have enough armor to probably do that. But leave aside the prediction for what it's worth. My question is more for you, Chuck, and for others is I'm always worried about Russian artillery, Russian drones, because they do seem to be somewhat effective, not as effective as they could be, but somewhat effective. And the amount of damage they can do to Leopards and Abrams and etc. when a counterattack does happen, because at some point you will move into their envelope, Chuck. So at some point you will from that, because that seems to be one of their most effective tools and where they can hurt the most when the armor starts rolling. How do they protect themselves from that?
Yeah, that is a good point. It's primarily, I think, going to be an electronic warfare battle, and the Russians they were slow to the drone game here on the battlefield. Still, the principal Russian reconnaissance UAV is the Orlan 10, which honestly is a large hobbyist's aircraft. Got about a 15-foot wingspan, but you could go to Hobby Lobby and find one in a catalog. And the guts of that reconnaissance system are literally an off-the-shelf Canon fixed lens camera, not even a good camera, and Western components galore. And because this was like this Frankensteinian lash up, these Orlan 10s have proven very vulnerable to Ukrainian electronic warfare. And the Russians know, the Ukrainians know, the whole world knows, and I'm not giving anything away, that the Ukrainians can look up at these Orlan 10s and tell them to fire their recovery chutes. So this thing deploys its parachute and it crashes. The reason I have no problem saying that on the radio is there is nothing the Russians can do about that. This was not a battlefield system. There is no firmware update, and this Orlan 10 cannot operate without a recovery chute. So, so now we're closing in on the DJI Maverick sort of nimble drones with an armor, with an anti-armor grenade slung underneath it. The Ukrainians have mastered that. Every rifle squad in the Ukrainian army has got one guy who can sling that drone, and we have all seen it. I won't say what the altitude is, but it is impressive. And Ukrainian drone pilots can put the armor-piercing grenade right in an open hatch of a vehicle. And the Russians, they aren't there yet. They've played catch up. They're not there with the grappling gear to haul up the grenades, and their drone pilots aren't nearly as good. Okay, so that puts us on the eve of the offensive, and Ukraine's new Bradleys and Leopards and Abrams are crossing into the where Russian drones could reach them. The Lancet is a Russian loitering munition. It's had some success as well. This thing's about as long as a man and about as big as a 6-foot guy holding his arms out. It has cruciform wings, like two X's, two sets of wings and an X at fore and aft. This thing has targeted a number of Ukrainian vehicles, but the Russians have discovered, to their horror, that when the Lancet goes into a terminal dive, because it has an electric motor, it is a very light machine. And we've seen that Ukrainians hanging camouflage nets, not cope cages, just camouflage nets over their vehicles. The Lancet doesn't have the inertia to crash through the camouflage net. So I think the Russians are really on their back foot here in the drone warfare arena. And I think what the Ukrainians are going to be counting on during the offensive is localized electronic warfare superiority at the point of attack, and then unity of command mass, which is they're going to punch through with a really strong, capable, dense unit, and they're going to keep going in momentum, and they're going to knock the Russians back. So I don't want to make any predictions, but I don't think drones are going to be the biggest thing that the Ukrainians are going to have to worry about. It definitely is a consideration, though.
Chuck, I'm wondering how the Ukrainians prepare for a counteroffensive. There's wargaming. I don't exactly know how to think about wargaming. This takes place with a group of commanders, Ukrainians, NATO commanders, etc. They look at the forces they have available. They look at the information they have on the line of engagement. And how does wargaming take place? Is it like pushing pieces around a map as they did in the bunkers underneath London, preparing for oncoming German bombers? And secondly, um, how long do they do these war games? Does it set up live exercises, as you pointed out, somewhere in Ukraine, so they know what combined arms warfare requires of them?
It's all of the above, and the smallest exercise, TTX, tabletop exercise, you literally get a big table. You get a map, you get those little pieces, you get your higher level commanders, and you talk about this, you talk about that. You'll in an ideal tabletop, you have the good guys on one side of the table, and you've got other good guys who are playing the red team on the other side of the table. And that red teaming, you want to take somebody who thoroughly understands the enemy's way of doing business, and will operate in a credible manner in the way that the enemy does. And those are the simplest kinds of exercises, and that very big picture. But the rubber really hits the road is when you have your units, and let's just start really small. Let's just start with a platoon size exercise, right? Just 3 rifle squads out in some quiet place, far away from the front. These 3 rifle squads would practice taking a house, right? And in the SEALs, we would call that, well, so that's just a fire exercise, right? But then we pull back a little bit and we do what we call full mission profile. So we would practice every single part of that. How am I going to get these guys to the battlefield? How are we going to infiltrate the target? How are we going to deploy on contact? So you take yourself through every single part of the mission. How do the radios work? Do we have a loss of communications plan? What happens if we meet an overwhelming force on the target? What if we break through and we find there's nothing ahead of us? So, and that's just with 30 guys. But you want to scale that up, right? So at a certain point, you're working with multiple companies. You're working with multiple battalions. You're working with regiments. And you always want to practice everything that's involved. So it won't just be, the Bradleys moving forward and the infantry moving to support it. It's how does that information from those Bradleys, how does it get to the command center? Do all those radios work? Do all those cameras work? Do my battlefield information systems work? It's because it's not just maps and grease pencils anymore. It's the big plasma screens. It's everything that comes in, the aerial reconnaissance, the drones, everything comes into the command center. You just want to work on all of that. And I am certain that when this offensive comes, these troops will be, as we say, worked up, which means they will have exercised these moves again and again until they become second nature. And every guy in the outfit knows these are the things that could go wrong, and this is how you fix them on the fly.
So it's as important to practice success as it is to practice failure when you prepare a counteroffensive. Is that right?
That is absolutely right. And John was saying, and it's really true. You have a plan, and you go into battle, and you get punched in the face, and nobody has a plan anymore. But in the SEALs, we like to plan everything backwards, right? Where's the pizza and beer going to come from at the end of the mission? Where are my guys going to get a shower? And where are we going to store the weapons? And then you work back. How are we going to get off the target after we hit it? What are the actions at the objective? How are we going to infiltrate the target? How do we insert? We plan it all backwards. And then we look at it and we say, show me 4 things that would fail in this mission and cancel the whole thing. We call those critical nodes. And we make sure, here's a perfect example of that. Helicopters going into Abbottabad to kill Osama bin Laden. It was helicopters to come in and helicopters to come out. Admiral McRaven's faced with this. What happens if I lose 3 helicopters on the way in? Well, one is none, right? That helicopter transportation after contact was a critical node. He made sure he had almost 3 times the number of helicopters that he needed to get off the target. So those are the kind of things that get worked out first in a tabletop exercise, then in small scale exercises, and then finally in the entire big, field training exercises, FTE, the whole big enchilada. And that's going to be a bad thing for the Russians because the Russians don't have the training loop. They don't have the people to train, and they don't have the time to take their civilians, turn them into infantrymen, and then exercise them and have them work out their kinks. They don't have that. They're sending these guys willy-nilly into the battlefield, and their commanders are also commanding them willy-nilly. And what you get out of that is a bloodbath, as we have in Bakhmut, or you get an ass whooping, as we've had in Vuhledar.
So just really, it's another insight into asymmetry. And this asymmetry is about Ukraine's ability to plan an offensive. The Russians can't do it. The Ukrainians can, and they have, and they've demonstrated that. So I just want to bring up a couple more hands, Chuck. I also want to be aware of the time you have for us today. I know this has been a long day for you. I want to go to Will T and then to Yusuf. Will, please go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. Good day, Chuck and Doc.
Hey, Will.
Good day, man. I just want to take you back for a second now that John's gone and he won't beat me up in relation to this Kinzhal missile. And I kind of want to explore that a little bit more with Dryfly, what Dryfly's position in that. I think low tech solutions to very high tech problems is sometimes a really good answer because, like you'll notice with the Lancet, a cope cage actually worked for that, right? Cope cages are a joke on a tank, but if you put one over your artillery piece and you've got a contact switch on this light drone, it's disabled by a cope cage. And so, I mean, a very low tech solution to a high tech loitering munition. And I think Germany announced that the next round of Gepards they're going to provide isn't actually called a Gepard; it's an updated version, and it uses this ammunition, which is much like flak, right? Because they were worried about drone swarms, and because the shells that put in it are proximity explosives that throw out, lots of little shards. Throwing a wave of those in front of a Kinzhal, if you were able to positionally identify it, because it travels so fast, the proximity switch explosives might be a good way to do it because the time, if you were able to overcome, say, that period when it's between radar from the ground and radar from a satellite capability, as long as you got that close enough, it seems to me that the hail of shards of tungsten or whatever in front of it might actually do it because all you wouldn't even have to fire it fast, right? All of the kinetic energy is delivered by the Kinzhal itself, and all you got to do is get in the way with lots of small tungsten balls or shards of metal of any sort, and that Gepard is incredibly good at the slow-moving targets. But as long as you had the trajectory and the time it was likely to take to get to you, you could throw a hail of that material up and maybe not totally eliminate it, but you certainly might be able to get it to partially break up or not detonate as planned, I would think. But I'd be interested to hear more about or where to find that article on sand that you brought up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a Raytheon DARPA. If you put in Raytheon DARPA counter, it might not be Raytheon, but counter hypersonic those articles. I like where you're going with the put something in the way of the Kinzhal, and I think that eventually is going to be the solution. But one of the problems with the Gepard is that it is truly a point defense weapon, and the range of its cannons are only a couple of kilometers. And the problem with the Kinzhal is it approaching, for the most part, on a non-horizontal trajectory. And the problem is that the Kinzhal is essentially an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. That is basically what it is, with some new decals on it, little changes to the guidance system. The problem is that thing weighs a couple of tons. Its warhead is about 1,000 pounds, 1,500 pounds, and the damn thing's moving at Mach 12, which comes down to 2 miles a second. And by the time it gets into the range of a Gepard, the thing is moving so fast. You'd hit it, it would break apart, but it's going to stay together enough to get to its target. Right now, to me, the most vulnerable part of this firing loop is if you've got a MiG-31 taking off, that's your point of vulnerability. And for all the foxhounds, no matter what the Russians want to say about how wonderful the foxhound is, it's about 50 years old, right? When the fox bat, which is its great grandfather, defected to Japan, they discovered that when it flies at extremely high speed, this is the MiG-25, and also the MiG-31. Its engines are only good for 2 or 3 missions. That's right, 2 or 3 missions. The other thing
Sorry
is,
that I disrupted, but I tried to connect once more time. Please let.
yeah, and so given that, that's the point of vulnerability. Also, the Tu-22s, that they are the things that have got to carry this. So to me, it's easier to. Hopefully, right now, it's still a bit of an exotic weapon, and there really isn't a great solution for it yet.
And sorry, follow up, Chuck. Are you saying that? So I agree that the platform is probably the best way to take it out. But are you saying that the MiG-31, when they take off in Russia or from Belarus, are they fly high enough to give the missile a head start, and they point up? That, are you saying they would come into interdiction range from air or air to air capabilities?
Well, and I don't advise Ukraine to do this, as justifiable as it would be. But a Patriot system put in the right place could definitely interdict aircraft over Belarus. As justified a shot as that might be, I would really try not to take it. But should these Kinzhals appear in great numbers, I think it's something that Ukraine might want to consider. But I just don't think it's in the best interest of Ukraine right now to shoot down airplanes over Belarus, even though that's the airspace the Russians are using to attack Ukraine.
Perhaps a partisan strike on the base in which they're operating out of might be an ideal thing.
A deniable partisan raid on the airfield, absolutely.
Yeah, smoking accident or attackums might be an accident.
You got it. One of the magical weapons that Ukraine doesn't have, like the one that hit the Kerch Bridge.
So, Yusuf, you're going to get close to the last question, but Doc and I will reserve the last question for Chuck. Chuck has put in a long day, and we want to respect his time. Yusuf, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys, for having me. Actually, I'm from Iran, and before I'm gonna wrap everything up, I just want to say that we Iranian people, the major of the Iranian people, we do support Ukraine, and all of us, we're looking forward that Ukraine would defeat Russia as soon as possible, because it's a mutual enemy for both nations. And the thing I want to say is that for the drones that Iran had delivered to Russia, this Shahed drones. I think that if they could provide Ukraine with some sort of weapons such as Coyote that we saw in action in north of Iraq against these drones, which were really successful, plus systems like CWIS would be a very, very great effective weapon against these low speed drones. And another thing is that uh, if the Ukrainian intelligence would find out where these drones are stored, where they trained the Russian officers how to operate these drones, it would really help a lot Ukraine to stop the usage of such drones. Plus, also, the US and allies should put much pressure on the Islamic Republic regarding this, because we already face this situation in Yemen, Iraq, and Syria. They are using them a lot against US targets as well as the allies. And the thing about them is producing them they're really simple. When they disassemble the ones that were captured, they were built with commercial things, dual purpose motherboards, I don't know, Sony cameras, these kind of stuff, which they cost almost $30,000-$40,000, right? So uh, implementing really heavy sanctions plus giving them deadlines would stop the Islamic Republic of delivering these drones to Russia. Because if you don't do it, definitely you're gonna see these drones in other battlefields as well, and in the end, it will be in the hands of the groups. I don't know. Maybe you will see them in the border of even United States, in the hands of the cartels, because uh, they have great relations with cartels. I mean, the Hezbollah has, for sure. There's many documents regarding this. So I think beside the focusing on the Russian thing, also we need to open a talk panel regarding the Islamic Republic and its role in supporting Russia through this war. Beside drones, they have delivered them tons of ammunition for artillery, mortar, small arms, communication gear, as well as bulletproof vests, helmets, lots. Iran needs Russia's support for its nuclear program, and they counted on it so much. They're planning to get Sukhoi Su-35s as well, and a couple of other military equipment. So things are getting a little bit complicated. And of course, it's not my job to make decisions regarding this, or you guys. It's the job of Mr. Blinken and his team to do something before it's going to be too late. Because if you read history, if you do something very late, big things happen. Exactly the same thing that we've witnessed in history in World War II. We thought Adolf Hitler, yeah, he's a man of peace. He wants to have peace. He doesn't have anything to do, but all of a sudden, the whole Europe was burned in ashes. So
Yeah, Yusuf, you make very, very good points, especially the point about doing things too late. And I do also appreciate your summary of what Iran has been sending to Russia. These supplies to Russia need to be stopped. You're completely right. And how can we stop them? Maybe through sanctions. That would be the best way, certainly. And we do need to hear from Anthony Blinken about how he intends to do that. But Yusuf, if you have a question for Chuck about Ukraine, go ahead. Otherwise, Doc and Chuck and I are going to proceed to the last few minutes here.
Yes, sir. I have one question, then I'm gonna cut off my microphone so other people would like ask their questions or they say their opinions. I want to ask Chuck regarding the Ukrainian SOF teams. That do you think that the effectiveness of like their mission and their capability to stop Russia using Belarus as some sort of base that they could like launch military strikes against Ukrainian soil, especially through air, because we witnessed, like the fly of that partisan group like drone over the Russian base. Because we see that Russians, they're not really capable of protecting their strategic bases. If like it's possible for them to conduct some black ops against these important targets, if they can do that, and how effective it's going to be during the upcoming days of the war, especially strategic bombing, as well as AVAX flights they conduct with their A-50s. I really want to know about it because I'm trying to write something in my own language, Farsi, in my own channel. So I would be glad to hear from Chuck. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Yusuf. That's listen. I enjoyed listening to you. I agree with everything you've said. There was an interesting thing that, and it was a bit unfortunate that the drone was flown onto the Belarusian air base and landed on top of the radome of the A-50, and unfortunately, dog move. Waste of a mission, and also did nothing but reveal to the Russians that their aircraft are vulnerable, and that this drone could land right on the radome. They should have saved that for the dark and stormy night when they could have actually done some damage. I think we are going to see more sort of operations take place in Belarus. The key problem in Belarus is that Mr. Lukashenko is going to be in power in Belarus just as long as Vladimir Putin thinks he should. And Putin wants Belarus to enter the war as a belligerent. But Putin also knows, because Lukashenko has explained to him, if Lukashenko orders the Belarusian army across the Ukrainian frontier, they are likely not just to tell him no, but to cross the frontier and join the Ukrainians and turn around and remove Lukashenko from power. And Lukashenko doesn't want that because, like Putin, there is no happy way out for Lukashenko. He's killed too many people. He's ruled that country for too long, and nobody's digging him, and he knows it. So there's actually a favorable thing going on right now in Belarus, because they're a bit paralyzed, and Lukashenko is like the reluctant prom date for Putin. There's a good dynamic there for Ukraine, and that is frustration on the part of Putin and inability on the part of Lukashenko. But one thing that was good about that raid is it showed the Russians how vulnerable their aircraft are. I wish they had saved it and used a drone that actually had a weapon on it to destroy that A-50. But the Russians had to reposition some aircraft, and that meant that those A-50s have to operate from farther away. And that increases, a lot of things that go into one of those missions. Not a lot of those A-50s have air refueling systems, unlike an AWACS, NATO AWACS that can be refueled in the air, much longer mission capabilities. The A-50s that they have, they've only got about 8 or 9 of them. If you want to keep one in the air at all times, 8 or 9 sounds like a big number, but it really isn't. So one's in the air, one's getting ready to take its place. Another one is briefing for the next mission, and one is resting, and the other one is coming out of its rest cycle. So you can see that means almost daily missions for these aircraft, and you need one of these on a modern battlefield. And when the Russians don't have one of those A-50s up, the Ukrainians can have a field day with their close air support. So it's an important thing that those are the kind of targets that high risk, high reward operations will target. Deniable operations in Bakhmut, and those are exactly the kind of missions that Ukraine excels at. Those gray zone operations. We have to be careful not provoking Lukashenko, but that's the kind of high risk, high reward operation against a critical component of Russia's war machine. That's what Ukraine wants to do.
Thanks, Chuck. And thanks, Yusuf, for your question. And I think you came up as a first-time speaker, which is always a great thing to do. I want to encourage everyone to do that.
Thanks a lot for having me, and I hope for like next time I could like have more time to describe specifically, because I have like much more information regarding like the thanks a lot guys. Thanks a lot great pleasure, especially Chuck. And Chuck, thanks for
Youssef and Alan. We all mean this. Please come back. We love to talk to you. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you, Yusuf. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Doc. Thank you to all of our listeners. Chuck, I know you've had a long day. I've had a long day too, and I'm not trying to end bullet points. You know, I could stay here 24, 48, 72 hours a day with you.
And sometimes we do.
All of this stuff.
Yeah, sometimes that actually is the truth.
Yeah.
Well, it can't be the truth tonight. And that's why I want to thank Chuck. Let him go. Send him home with safe travels. And I know we'll see Chuck again next Tuesday for sure. And we may see Chuck between now and next Tuesday. You just never know what's going to happen and when Chuck is going to come back. But thank you so much.
Alan, thank you. And Doc, thanks for helping me out tonight, shipmate. And everybody, thank you. Thank you for the great questions. Thanks for listening. And, this is the place to come for breaking information on Ukraine. And look, if you can, drop by MriyaAid.org, because we'll get it there for you. Okay, everybody. Good night, Alan. Good night, Doc. Thanks again.
Good night, Chuck. I really appreciate your time here. As always, you're a very special person, and I appreciate it greatly. And make sure you get your March Madness brackets filled out pretty soon.
Okay, guys. Good night, Alan. Thanks a lot.
Good night, Chuck. So, Doc, this is a perfect time to ask people to retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. You can listen to us on your laptop or on your tablet, but you can only participate on your phone, because this is a Twitter space. It's a new kind of radio, and we do this radio in a way that no one else does it. So retweet this space, bring your friends here, your family, your work associates, and go to Spotify and just search for MriyaReport. You will find lots of archived interviews there, the kind of interviews that you don't want to miss, that will give you more information and probably answer a lot of questions you might have about what is happening in Ukraine. And as Chuck said, please do go to MriyaAid.org. It's MriyaAid.org. You can make a contribution there to send life-saving supplies to Ukraine, to citizens in Ukrainian cities, to soldiers on the front lines. Please do that tonight if you can. Doc, back to you.
Alan, I wanted to give a special shout out to the Georgian Legion tonight, fighting in Ukraine against Russian terrorists and tyranny. And if you don't think those people haven't inspired their own citizens at home that rose up against Russian influence in their country and firmly said, hell no, we are not going to do this. And you can't be fooled by the people that are willing to put their lives on the line to protect a free and fair democracy. Good peoples that only wanted to be have the opportunity for self-governance. And so anyway, I just wanted to say hey to all those guys out there tonight, because I know these people listen to us. I know they appreciate the support. I know they appreciate all of you coming up, being patient and listening. Today was quite the marathon. I've pretty much worn out my voice already today, Alan.
Oh, Doc, I don't think you could ever wear out your voice. And none of us can afford to allow that to happen. We have to keep our voices strong for Ukraine. So don't let that happen, Doc. Do whatever you need to do, whether it's tea and honey or scotch and honey, but keep your voice strong and clear. Joseph, go ahead, please.
Just want to say like something. I don't know. It's going to be related with the Russian matter or not. Me and a couple of my friends from Israel, like tomorrow, like I think 5-6 hours from now, we're gonna have a space that we are going to talk about, like the Iranian nuclear program and the things that are happening, if a war will happen, how it will happen, the technical things. We're gonna discuss it about it. The military capability of Israel and the allies if something goes hot regarding this, because if you follow the news, the enrichment, the rising and rising, and things are getting much more complicated than before. We're trying to discuss it. I have shared the event on my timeline on my Twitter. If that, they're more than welcome, and I'm all ears to hear, especially from veterans, to see their views, about what they think. We're all open to it. So thanks a lot.
Joseph, thank you so much. I'll take a look at your timeline and try to listen to what you're going to be talking about tomorrow. Really appreciate that. But I do want to emphasize to people, yes, it's a complicated world we live in, but the most complicated place is Ukraine. And MriyaReport is all about Ukraine. I know that Iran and Russia and China are a kind of axis that is in support of what Russia is trying to do in Ukraine. And that, of course, is a genocidal war. intended to erase the Ukrainian people, their culture, and to occupy the entire country. Well, we're not going to let that happen. But Yusuf, I do appreciate your alert, and we will try, or I will try to come by and listen to what you're talking about on your space tomorrow. So thanks. But Yusuf, just one other moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Because my time here tonight is coming to an end. Doc, thank you so much. A thank you to all of our listeners and all of our speakers. This is the moment I live for every day, the moment when I can say, Slava Ukraini.
Aram Slava. Alan, thank you again. As always, you're an inspiration to me and to many people. I couldn't do this without you, although maybe I'm going to have to do this without you because you're leaving, and so that's going to leave a slot there. I'm wondering who out there we should bring up. Who do you think we should have co-host out of this audience tonight, Alan? Just randomly pick somebody. Let's see. Should we start with the letter F, maybe? I don't know. What do you think? Yeah, he doesn't think about that at all. Okay, so Alex, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm reading. I'm reading a lot of stuff. I know it's about Ukraine, but these things are kind of intertwined. I know there is movement in Iran, and it's
Alex,
not. Yes.
how are you this evening? Thank you all. Sorry, I need to say hello. I've entered.
Wait a minute. You all randomly selected
It
finance?
happens. It happens. The late evening finance hostile takeover. Resistance is futile. Thank you all for being here. Welcome up to my fellow friend in faith, Yusuf. I believe if you're Israeli and your name is Yusuf, you were probably Jewish. Well, you might be a Muslim Israeli, but I think you're a Jewish Israeli. I'm just guessing here. Just guessing.
Dude.
Jewish? Yeah.
No, I'm not Jewish. I'm Christian. I'm a proud Zionist as well. So,
all right, all good. No problems. Israel is a land of many religions: Jews, Muslim, Christian. I do have a general rule here, which is I do not allow internal American politics unless they involve Ukraine, and I also don't allow internal Israeli politics unless they involve Ukraine. Most people aren't Israeli, and so they don't know that the politics of Israel are more insane even than the politics of America. I have lived in Israel, though do not speak Hebrew to me. I cannot respond. I will pick up some words, though, and are even more insane than the politics of America. Yes, people, it is possible. Israeli politics make our look sane. But no, welcome to space. Pleasure to have you. I may personally check out your space and the other. We don't advertise other spaces here as a general rule, but every once in a while it's understandable. And yes, it looks like there might be some hot action in Iran, because yes, Iran does affect that, and both the Arab nations of the Middle East and Israel never really appreciated the Iran deal, because the part where they didn't deal with the regional aggression meant that it enriched Iran, did the same thing that it enriched Russia and enriched China does, which is it spent that money, or some of that money, in Iran's case, a lot of that money, on foreign terror and foreign aggressive military actions. In Iran's case, it likes to use proxy armies throughout the Middle East. And the brunt of that is being borne by Saudi and Israel. And you see the Syrian civil war and other proxy places. So, there's a lot of people who are not happy with that, even if it had only stopped the nuke, but it had enriched Iran. That wasn't a good deal for a lot of everyone that was outside of Iran and in the region. So it looks like with Iran getting closer, reportedly, to a nuke, that may be on the table. Israel has some egg on their face when it turned out that inside the drones that were hitting Ukraine, the Ukrainians went and, for everyone to see, took the drones apart. And we all got to discover that inside their drones were parts made in Great Britain, Israel, and the US. And for those on the home team, Great Britain, Israel, and the US is the who's who of people who do not like to get along with Iran. the only thing that wasn't in there was Saudi Arabia, but Saudi doesn't have a big industrial. Do some strikes they can take out and know where the drone plants are, and hopefully take some of those out too. It would be great to see that. Iran having a bomb, I would say, would be an existential problem. I think Yusuf would agree if he's here. Yeah. But let's move on back to Ukraine. I called my personal friends who are Ukrainian. Thankfully, they're all fine after the general strikes. There was some power loss for various family members. Thankfully, they were good. We have had reported casualties. Doc, what's the situation like today after all the crazy barrage of last night and yesterday?
I'll tell you, I have not seen numbers on injuries. I know some of them, as usual, were horrific and very painful, involving an 8-month-old and their parents together. All of that pretty bad stuff that really hurt today. But I was so laser focused on this, my feed, with all the guests that we had on. I mean, we had SEAL, Special Forces, Colonel, Air, Land. It was just an insane day, and just a lot to process for everything that was going on. But I'm always glad to see that you're on here, and I got to tell everybody that unfortunately we were not the first two NAFO to co-host. I'm sorry, I apologize to all my NAFO compadres out there, but the first time the two of us did, which is just as special.
Oh, we've been full NAFO since long before you found us, my friend Doc. But it's fine. It's fine. We, NAFO expansion is non-negotiable, so it's just nice to see
Non-negotiable.
the co-host expansion is there. We gotta get Alan NAFO'd up. I think Alan should be co-hosting with his smooth NPR voice out of his stupid Shiba Inu talking dog. I think this needs to happen.
NPR NAFO will absolutely have to be his call sign.
I think you're right. I think NPR NAFO needs to happen. If there's any forgers in the audience, we often have some serious NAFO community in here. This doubles as the NAFO News Network. Maybe I'll change the title to that when all the moderators go to bed. But, I think we should, if there's any forgers here, we could use somebody to make Alan a nice NPR fella. A nice, smooth, co-hosting, perfect radio voice fella. So if that's possible from the audience, we would all love it. All right. Anyway, so that's the latest there. I'm gonna start working. Sorry, you go.
No, I was going to ask you if you saw the update from our friend John Ridge, who's probably the smartest guy I certainly know, who, when it comes to missiles and rockets, this missile that was launched today was, and trying to talk people down from the ledge, because really it's Russian propaganda, because it's a terror weapon. That's what they think it is, this ability to create devastating impacts anywhere they want it to at any time for unlimited lengths, which is absolutely unequivocally 100% false. That's not the way this thing works. Just because it can be fired from an aircraft that's already traveling at a Mach speed, and then release it and let it gain more speed as any ballistic missile would, but it's simply just another missile that they have that has some additional capabilities, but it's no be all end all. And I thought that was kind of important to bring up.
Thank you. All right. I now have in my DMs, apparently the moment I got up here, I have Yusuf sending me pictures of Iranian helmets on Russian orcs. Lovely. The Iranian orcs and the Russian orcs can all take themselves and stick where the sun don't shine, as far as I'm concerned. Also not particularly thrilled to see anybody outfitting the Ruskies. I think they need to learn how to outfit themselves. And, maybe if the people of Iran will throw off that horrific regime. There's a lot of evidence that, unlike the Russians, despite not being in the middle of a war, the Iranian people have had enough of BS regime and want more agency in human rights. And we certainly would like to see them back in something resembling the free world. I would say that the number of mistakes we've all made on Iran is high, and hopefully the people there can sort themselves out. Good luck, good luck and Godspeed to them. We know that's probably still ongoing.
So finally, last time
yes.
you and I were up, we had this conversation. Someone was talking about Russia going back to the gold standard. And you dispelled that pretty well, including a big wish that they would actually try something so stupid. But apparently consumer confidence is in the toilet. I don't know that that matters the same in Russia as it does in this country, because it seems to be sort of a bellwether barometer. But mortgages are down. People aren't spending money. They probably don't have any. You got some thoughts on that tonight?
Yeah, sure. So, if we're going to be asking about broad Russian economy, it's almost like some economist here wrote an article on just how bad the broad Russian economy is. We can put that right in the nest. All right. Shamelessly putting my own article in the nest. My Substack is completely free, everyone. Please subscribe if you want to follow things I put out on Russia and Ukraine finances and economics and sanctions. I did not discuss consumer confidence because good luck trying to get a real survey out of Russia. You can't even get real statistics out of Russia anymore. That said, yes, you are correct. Mortgages are down because their rates have gone up. It is very they actually then put back into place a government program to support mortgage rates for housing for both families and in the Far East of Russia. This sort of single-handedly supported their property market. But even with that, property sales volumes are down 22%. Property supply in Moscow itself is up 30%. That's terrible numbers. Property prices is not what we're looking at because inflation can affect those prices. So it's not the real or the inflation adjusted price. The economy, we do not have a good estimate for their GDP. Rawstat says it's minus 2%. The IMF looked at Rawstat's data, said it's minus 3%. Madi, myself, anyone else I take seriously says that Rawstat's data is complete, total junk. There we go. That's a word I'm allowed to say on air. Junk. Yeah. And we don't use it because if you look at things like auto sales, that's down 63%. Does 63% sound like confident consumers there, Doc Bites? Hey, Doc, if auto sales dropped 63% in the U.S., how bad do you think that would make our economy? Hey, Doc. Doc. All right, I've lost my co-host. Can anyone else hear me? Cub Telly, you there? Telly? Awesome. All right. I'm getting thumbs up from at least a couple members of the audience. Thank you, Prince. Glad to know my audio is still here. Doc is recycling, so we are still live. All right. Yusuf, while I have you here, you still with me?
Yes,
brother?
here.
So you have a lot of sources that seem to show Iranian equipment that is being supplied to Russian troops in Ukraine.
Yes, sir.
You was a concern, but so far we've only seen evidence of drones and drone equipment.
Yep.
You mentioned something about artillery shells.
Yes.
Do we have evidence of Iranian supplied artillery shells?
Yes. Before there were rumors that a portion of this ammunition, which are mostly like mortar shells, mortars themselves, plus rockets for like 1.225 millimeters. Some people they were saying that these ones are the captured samples by the U.S. forces. During those shipments from Iran that goes to Yemen, but lots of them they are not the samples that they were captured. They were the ones that weekly they are transported by IRGC IL-76 transport airplanes straight ahead from Tehran goes to Russia, and a family member of mine, he works in the airport, and he has witnessed with his own eyes that
which airport?
They are doing from multiple airports for security reasons. These specific one happened in the Payam airport. It's called Payam Airport. I think it's in the city of Karaj, close to Tehran. That this airport is specifically used by IRGC, and they are shipping everything, from cartridges, artillery shells, mortars, all this sort of stuff. They ship it to Russia. And I have also heard this thing from a Russian friend of mine that inside the Russian government, there's some sort of, disagreement between the Wagner and the Russian army itself, that they're trying to gain the control on the battle, because in the past months, Russian army, the Russian conventional army, has failed to reach its goals in Ukraine. They failed. They lost lots of troops, equipment, and all these sort of things. And Wagner stepped in, and they are telling Putin that these people are a bunch of like stupid people. They cannot do anything. Let us handle it. So that's why, uh, in major of the cases, especially in the battle in Bakhmut, or Bakhmut as like how they spell it, the Russian army failed, and now Wagner is in charge. And right now they are facing, uh, you know, not amount of ammunition goes to them. They don't have enough manpower, because the typical Russian army, tactic. They send troops, a large number of troops into the battle, into the kill zone. They get butchered by the Ukrainian artillery, machine guns, and everything. They lose man, like it's like a computer game. They fought exactly like World War II. No plans, nothing, and they have become in shortage of supplies. That's why they're trying to get things from North Korea, from arms dealers, from everywhere, anywhere they can. They're trying to get equipment, but lots of these like countries and companies, they're avoiding this because they're afraid of sanctions and the pressure by the U.S. government. So the only source that they can rely on is Iran. And I have friends that are working in the defense ministry, and they're telling me that at some points we cannot support Russia anymore, because we have to give our own stuff to them. And if in case something will happen, we are not going to be capable of defending ourselves, because we are not going to have enough equipment. And another thing is that the quality of the Iranian weapons, which are delivered to the Russians, they are really low quality. And
I mean,
yep.
I mean, to be fair, Yusuf, from everything we're hearing, it's not like the Russian equipment is very high quality either. So is this similar low quality to the Russian equipment, or is this somehow even worse quality than the standard Russian equipment?
Like, besides some specific weaponry, such as the Dehlavia anti-tank missile, that it's produced in Iran for more than like 12, 13 years. There's a copy of Metis anti-tank missile. The rest of the equipment that are produced in Iran, they are, from the in terms of the quality, they are not good at all. Even Iranian troops, they avoid using them, And me, myself, I have served 2 years in. They were telling us that in case of a fight, please use Swiss-made ammunition. Don't use Iranian-made ones because there's going to be a high possibility that the cartridge will explode inside the barrel. That's how it is. Like there's no control, quality control in the Iranian factories. They just produce in mass numbers. The system they have is like the old Soviet system, no quality, nothing. And uh, Russians, they are not really happy about it. The only effective weapon they have in their hand are those drones. And the earliest talk I had was that like the Ukrainian troops definitely need something like CWIS or like CRAM or some sort of like a system like Coyote to combat these drones because they fly low altitude and they don't have so much speed. So literally with the M2 Browning machine gun or I don't know a short range weapon system, you can take them down. So they're not really effective on the battlefield, as like we hear from the Ukrainian social media. Uh, but they have caused, of course, damage, specifically against civilian targets rather than the military targets. The another thing is that like to stop this madness by the Islamic regime is to cut off uh, supplying uh, equipment that are dual purpose, like motherboards, cameras, and these kind of things.
So I right.
Yeah.
So one of the interesting things you actually brought up a great point is when it came clear that the Iranians had drones. Please mute other these terrible feedback, Rob. Hold on a sec. Thank you. When you're not speaking, if you don't mute, we get feedback issues. It's annoying. All right. When the Iranians had drones, when it came out, I said the Ukrainians broke it down. It got reported out in the news. The Wall Street Journal was running articles. When this all got reported out, the U.S. government did not appreciate this either. So besides that, the Israelis and the British had their own problems and anger, we did as well. And Janet Yellen, within a week, was announcing a new set of sanctions on things going to Iran and cracking down on people who are re-exporting technologies to Iran because we wanted to stop, as you point out, the flow of high-tech equipment into the Iranian regime. All right, I'm going to pass over to Doc because of the dog.
Well, that's not the first time that hasn't happened tonight with us. So, Yusuf, I'm kind of blown away by everything you're dumping on us here tonight. This is a lot of information, and I appreciate you taking the time to come up and share all this with us. And I'm glad you've entered the space. So, thank you very much for that tonight.
It's a great pleasure. Thanks a lot.
All right, Prince, how are you doing tonight?
You don't read, do you, Doc?
I'm from Texas. I was just watching Texas beat up Oklahoma State while we were doing the space as well. So sorry, I was distracted.
Yeah. Okay. The football season's over. Nothing else matters.
No, this is March Madness. And you see that little logo under the beer on top of my head there?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Regardless,
All right.
I know that basketball happens in March. No, I actually haven't been able to keep up with the news today. I had some personal stuff I had to take care of where I just didn't have my normal morning routine to catch up on what happened after while I slept. And then I was really tired, and so I decided to take a nap, and so I like have no clue what happened today. So I'm gonna try to catch up on a little of that and listen to you guys for a couple of hours before I go back to bed. Um, so I can be refreshed and do my normal routine tomorrow. So it's yeah, it's been an interesting day.
there's a lot of damage from that mass missile attack last night, and that was it was the first time that I co-hosted during a mass missile attack, and so it was trying to follow what was happening and host the space all at once. It was a little bit overwhelming, but I'm glad I've done it now once. I have a better idea of what to do next time. If there is a next time, I hope to God there isn't, but if there is, in an overwhelming situation like that, I think I've got an idea of how to manage what I'm doing a little bit better. From what I've heard, picked up on today, Georgia is still having unrest because they don't trust their government, and they have good reason to not trust their government. And that's my 2-second summary of Georgia. Ukraine has done an amazing job recovering from damage that was done to their infrastructure from the missile attack last night. I think by the time I woke up, when I went to bed, somebody had asked just before I went to bed, somebody had asked about the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant being cut off from the electricity. And I think when I woke up like 8 hours later, I saw messages that, it had been reattached. So, when things like that happen, I've learned that things get taken care of really quickly. And I've seen how much power has been restored, and and how well the trains are running. So it's like Ukraine's like, yeah, okay, we'll just fix all this stuff right away. And, you didn't really cause a problem. You were annoying. You didn't cause a problem. However, that's not exactly true. That's true when it comes to infrastructure stuff. But we know that I think I did see something fly by my screen saying that 11 people lost their lives, and that is never good. I've seen destroyed homes, destroyed buildings, destroyed bus stops. And everything I felt like I saw everything I saw was civilian infrastructure. So, um, and as far as what happened on the battlefield today and what kind of announcements there have been from different countries about different things, I'm a little bit at a loss still because I haven't really caught up from the last like 6 hours or so at all. But I've done none of my normal note taking, so that's a little different for me. But that's sort of how I'm doing, Doc. That was probably a much longer answer than you wanted, but I just sort of started and didn't shut up. So how are you guys doing tonight?
I'm doing fine. Working on my coffee for the evening, which you hear in the background for the extra caffeinated finance evenings, is where are all know and love here. Hopefully, we'll get it's not a fella, but I claim it is anyways up here eventually when she hopefully sleeps in and then wakes up at a normal hour. I just love that little picture thing. That thing is adorable. I will say that I would sadly been here since Azovstal is under siege. I have had the distinct misfortune of co-hosting during various humanitarian atrocities coming out. None of them are okay. I've never gotten used to it. I'm not okay with it. If you heard me getting particularly down and depressed while co-hosting, it's because, well, I am. Yeah, it's just messed up. I will be happy when this war is finished and I don't ever have to tell anybody about terror attacks and be the one breaking the less than joyful news that more atrocities were committed. Also got to be here the night of Kremenchuk. Got to break that one. Moose was the one with me for that. And I was here. Was co-host when we found out on the back end what was going on when Izium was liberated and that massacre. So the fact that we say words like only 12 civilians were killed in today's terror strike, like that's pretty messed up in a million different ways. The number of civilians that should die in a terror strike in any given day is 0. Like it's like this shouldn't be a question, right? We shouldn't have to discuss oh, how many civilians died today in a terrorist strike? That's not something that should be normal. But unfortunately, this is a space about the genocidal invasion of Ukraine. And so that is something we get to discuss pretty much daily. So here we are. Ukraine is still fighting. It is still unbroken. They're still going. There are soldiers who are on the ground now. There are firemen who are entertaining our friend Ryan and probably scraping him off the ground with a spatula when he's done in the mornings. And, there's lots of beautiful things to see in Ukraine, including that which my mother sent me this morning. She sent me, oh, you should see this pretty picture of Ukraine, I said. I was like, oh, this is great. She knows I co-host here. She's heard me before. And so I'm like, nice that, even as an adult, that my very Jewish mom is trying to send me things to cheer me up. So very cute, very sweet. Thanks, Mom. But no, in seriousness.
That's funny that you brought that up. I walked out this morning and my mother had left for me, sent me a thing about a group of nuns that don't speak, that were hosting Ukrainian refugees. And I thought that was wonderful. As they bombed another church today, they took another one out. So screw them.
I think this just comes back to the clear historical fact that they're jealous, right? That the Kievan Rus were there first. The Kievan Church was there first. The Ukrainian Patriarchate is back in force, so thank you for them. I can't explain any of the details because, well, I'm not Christian at all, and I don't know any of the details of how the religion works. We did have that lovely father, I believe, priest on who was captured by the Russians, and they treated him as they treat all captured Ukrainians, terribly. But so if you want to ask about the details, you're gonna have to ask one of those gentlemen. But they're back. Moscow was founded by Kyiv, and it's been rescinded by Kyiv. So the illegal settlement of Moscow is currently committing the illegal invasion of the home country of Ukraine.
I had such high hopes for Russia when the Berlin Wall came down because it meant a lot to my family because I had a lot of family trapped on the eastern side of the wall. And all my life, there was always this kind of shade or air kind of thing going on, and it was very curious about what all was going on in Russia. And we started seeing, McDonald's pop up and uh, people actually having a chance to do something and embrace it. And it so quickly just returned back to complete shit. I mean, it just was. It was amazing how fast it happened under the guise of opulence and wealth. And look, everybody wants to be here and paying off FIFA officials for the World Cup and paying off IOC guys to get the Olympics there. And, it was really interesting. I was fortunate enough to go to Beijing when I was working for Apple during the 2008 Olympics. And I got to see those Olympics, only ones I've ever been to, and it was mind blowing. It was really mind blowing. Fun fact about the doc is my birthday is 8/8, August 8th. So 8 is a lucky number in China, kind of like 7 here in the United States. And through what I was doing for work, I met some people and I got to go. So it was really cool. But I heard from so many athletes when they were in was it Sochi, right? Right before that, uh, the rooms were complete crap. The beds were horrible. People were getting sick. It was just a total disaster. While he made it look so wonderful to the whole world, but behind the veneer, it was like a Western movie set that looks like these really old buildings. And then you look behind it and you realize it's a two-dimensional wall, right? So it's just saddening to see these people that might have had a chance for the first time in quite a long time for self-government and to make good decisions fell back into the same victimhood and oh woe us and everybody is trying to take us down kind of mentality. It's incredible, and I don't know if there's a cure for it. Anyway, that's my soapbox tonight.
Decolonization is the cure for that. Like they act like a horrific imperial colonial empire that doesn't care about human rights, and we continue to treat them with kid gloves and special rules and all sorts of stupid things in foreign policy, as if they are some special nation that we can't do that to Russia. And we just need to stop that. They act like North Korea. We should treat them like North Korea. When they start wanting to treat all of their citizens and have human agency and not be a centralized colonial massacre, yes, that would mean that they would probably have to stop being one full federation. They should be different states. Then, maybe they'll actually have human agency, and might even have some of those states be representative governments with like this thing called elections that in the rest of the world we think is a good idea. And look, it's not like elections are perfect. Name me a country where everybody likes the president every time he's elected. I don't know if there is one, or the prime minister for those of you who have parliamentary systems. But it's a better system than not electing people. Like, there's agency in that system, right? Like, it's the kind of government we have in Ukraine. I think despite 80% of Zelensky, 80% of Ukrainians voting for Zelensky, I think something like half our speakers, when asked, have said they voted for Poroshenko. Like, it's fine. Like, it's not like that gets you in trouble. Like, Zelensky's government's not mad at you if you voted for the other guy. It's a democracy. You don't get in trouble with the government here in the US if you voted for the other guy. The other guy changes every 4 to 8 years. We just change parties all the time. The level of extremity in which we hate the guy changes, but we actually vote for somebody, and that matters because we have agency in our places, in our countries, and our governments. And they don't in Russia. And they don't believe in treating their own people well. They don't care about their own people. If they did, they wouldn't be in this war. And they certainly care about anybody else even less. Right? Like, I'd have sympathy and find it sad. But the sad part I find is what they do to other people because it's so horrific and atrocious. These guys haven't changed their tune since Ivan the Terrible. Right? These are the same atrocities committed under Catherine the Terrible. These are the same atrocities committed when they came up with a plan to eradicate their Jewish population in the 1800s, which they'd had one. Same atrocities they committed in World War II, right? When they were taking territory and committing atrocities. And they're committing atrocities now. Chechnya, Syria, Georgia. Also, Godspeed to the people of Georgia. Not surprised at all the unrest is continuing because I don't know if unrest is the right word. I think it's people who are, in the right minds, who wants to be led, who wants to have their country controlled by a bunch of Russian puppets. The Georgians apparently are done with this. Hopefully victory will come sooner rather than later. And there's going to be a Georgian Legion who, if nothing else, can rebuild the backbone of their very eviscerated military. So there are good things and reasons to hope. It's not just me and you, Prince. Although I do see a huge number of longtime friends in the listeners gallery. You are listening to MriyaReport, your 24/7 Ukrainian news source about the war in Ukraine. Please come on up and speak. Just hit the bottom left-hand request button. We'll bring you right up. You're more than welcome to. Time is currently 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. That means our friends in Ukraine should be not quite awake yet at the horrific hour of 5 a.m. If you think 5 a.m. is a great hour of the morning, God bless you. I do not agree with you, but we are all welcome to our differences of opinion. But it's 5 a.m. in Kyiv time. Hopefully we're not hearing about missile attacks, so at least there's no terror attacks today. And 24/7 news and discussion on Ukraine. We're still going. Please hit the bottom left-hand of your screen to come up, speak, and ask a question. Prince, over to you for a sec.
There we go. Okie dokie. One of the things that I've talked about for the last couple of days that I'm going to bring up once again, because I already put it in the nest. Because I can do that when I'm a speaker. And anyway, that was snotty. I'm sorry. I was just being a smartass. It's actually sort of something we reserve for co-hosts to do. And since I am a co-host who is just not co-hosting tonight, I took the chance and put one up there without asking finance. So it is, I believe, the first tweet in the nest at the moment. And I'm going to just sort of go on about her again. It's Tyra, the Ukrainian combat medic, who was awarded the International Woman of Courage Award yesterday at the White House. And the State Department evidently put together a video of her talking, and I watched it last night before I went to bed, and it was just something that really touched my heart, and I wanted to share with other people. So besides sharing the tweet, of course, I saved it and thought if I had the opportunity today, I was going to talk about it a little bit with you guys and put it up in the nest and encourage everybody watching that when you have a minute or two, it is subtitled. Go ahead and take a look at it. It's a very good look at the courage of this Ukrainian woman who was a volunteer medic in Ukraine since 2014. And in March of last year, she had been working in Mariupol and was taken captive by the Russians, even though she was a non combatant. And she was held in Russian prisons with, I believe it was 22 other women in a very small cell. And she was tortured and abused in horrid ways, I know. And she was freed then in June, and she has been to the United States at least a couple of times since then, because I saw her speak in front of a congressional committee in Washington, D.C. And then I know yesterday she was at the White House being honored by Jill Biden and Secretary of State Blinken for one of these International Women of Courage Awards. So always like to see good things like that. I have one more subject. If you guys still need a little bit of time, welcome up to the co-host spot there, Davo. And
No,
I can
Prince, I'm
state
gonna
my
say
topic
good
and hand it
night.
back to you guys.
I'm gonna say good night. It's been a long day. It's been a powerful and impactful day. Grateful for Maria Report. Everybody retweet space. Thanks for coming. Tell your friends. Finance, Dave. Good night, Prince. Have a good one.
Good night,
Thank you,
Derek.
Doc. Slava Ukraine.
Good night, Doc. Herom Slava.
Good night, Doc.
Oh, why am I having flashback to the Waltons?
Because it sounds like the Waltons sometimes around there.
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Marianne. Sorry, I just dated myself, I'm sure.
Yeah,
So,
well, we're all not far from there. I grew up watching that. My dad loved that show. How have you been,
so
Napo?
I've been good. I've been trying to catch up on the day's events. Um, well, let's see. So, do you have a brief summary of what's gone on so far? Have you been listening in, Prince?
Not really. I've actually had a day of doctor's appointments, and then I took the liberty of taking a nap today. I was really tired. I actually had my fourth COVID booster today, so I know sometimes, and it was late by like 6 months. So I probably am going to be due for my fifth one here soon. No,
Well,
no,
yeah, you need to wait a few months between them. Like 6 months is optimal.
yeah, it had been about a year and 6 months since I'd had my last COVID booster, but we don't need to talk about all of that. It happened today. I don't
So
sit
you're going
around
to
with
be
a lot of
tired.
people anyway. Yeah, I'm going to be tired for, yeah. So I didn't feel bad at all for taking a nap and really not paying much attention today. So, except for I do have a few things that are on my mind, and I'm planning to actually go to bed early before Mockers wakes up today.
Oh, well, good luck with that. So,
Well, I had planned to be discussing Ukrainian finance today, given that I recently wrote a whole bunch about how Russian finance is quite broken for NATO, for not NAVO, for Eric who was asking me about that, and for everyone who's asked me about that. So yeah, Russia's doing badly. Ukraine just had its worst year on record in 30. They were down 30%. This actually broke expectations at the start of the war, because for a while they were down 45 to 55, so half. So they went from down, give or take 50% to down 30% by the time the year ended. So some of it got recovered, but with a bunch of Russian terror missiles hitting your cities, like we saw yesterday, and with significant portions of your country under Russian occupation, with landmines, with significant portions of your industry being destroyed by Russian orcs, then the ability to keep your economy back to the normal levels, that's just not happening. Hopefully, there may even be a small gain this year, only because the level was so low last year. It will not be back to pre-war levels unless this war ends soon and in a positive way for Ukraine. The new news in sort of Ukrainian finance is basically very little, pretty standard stuff, but it's at least nice to see that what little news about finance happened last day was all swamped by the U.S. markets melting down. The little Ukrainian bites was the Eurozone discussing how they're trying to rebuild Ukraine better and greener, and then summarizing pretty much aid packages, as well as Biden's administration is asking to increase the amount of aid they want to provide to Ukraine. So despite the meltdown in the US, it is nice to see the Biden administration prioritizing it. For those who have that America First view and wonder why we're not sending that home, I would say two things. One, we should, for just straight cash assistance, send the Ukrainians the Russian cash we have frozen. It costs us nothing. It's in our banks, and it's Russian money. I don't know why we should send dirty Russian money back to Russia when we could send it to Ukraine. I'm pretty sure they're guilty of so many crimes, I can't even count them. And if you can't find a legal reason to send money to somebody who is currently fighting off genocide, like literally genocide, then your law system is borked. So I would like to see our Congress get on that. Apparently, it's the one thing we agree on in this country. So let's fix that up. But let's note that the military buildup of World War II is what dragged ourselves out of the Great Depression. So should we get back together, being the arsenal of democracy, create a whole bunch of munitions, start building more things here in the U.S. to help resupply Ukraine and our other allies around the world who want to defend democracy. Taiwan might be a good example here. Then that would actually be beneficial for our country, given we are in a recession. That would be the major financial updates going on today. It is sadly more U.S. based, but it's also sadly because our financial system is having a bit of a freak out today. With that, we're going to Redstone. Redstone.
I was going to ask a question, but really quick, finance on that topic of Russian assets or money sitting around. Would it be possible that this might be far fetched, but would it be possible that there's the logic that should there be a regime change, highly unlikely, that money would be a carrot and stick?
Sure.
As a tactic.
I mean, you can make that argument, but there's a million different carrots you can drop. And I would point out that Ukraine could use that money immediately to balance their budget at a time of war when they're fighting off the genocidal invasion. And I care a whole lot more about the people fighting off the invasion than the country of people that support it. And this war does have broad support in Russia, right? I'm one of those people who holds quite strongly that it is Russia's Putin, not Putin's Russia. This is the war of a country, not the war of one man. The Russian opposition led by Navalny has never stated that Crimea is Ukraine. They have made significant, consistent comments that are incredibly racist, Islamophobic, offensive to Ukrainians. They use a slur word for Ukrainian that's in the Russian language. So had to mute your mic there, Redstone. You were hot micing a bit. But yeah, so I would say that, yes, you could use it as a carrot, but there's a million other carrots like, hey, we'll stop sanctioning you. And if you just behave like a normal individual and you actually provide human rights and agency throughout your empire. But even doing that could possibly cause the dissolution of said empire, because who wants to be ruled by Moscow and have all their tax dollars sent there while their education system falls apart and their pensions don't get paid? Oh, other funny news. Apparently they're having issues in Russia, in the provinces, paying out teacher salaries. That backed up government teacher salaries and other things are not being paid. If it surprises you that the Russians are hosing their own teachers and other members of civil society, then I, please raise your hand, and also you might be the only one. Does that answer your question, Redstone?
Yeah, and the original question, may I ask a secondary question real quick?
Follow up, baby, all you.
Thank you very much. This might be so tangential, you can say pass, and I'm comfortable with it. A couple weeks ago, and this wasn't the first time, I saw a special Russian military. I forget what it's called in ADSB. It's like a Roisia special operations flight. Went into Havana, Cuba, and there was a lot of people looking at it at the time, which is why I saw it. And I thought to myself, that's interesting. Are you aware of the current relationship between Cuba and Russia? And is Russia looking to wet their palates a little bit to move in? I'm not talking missile like Cuban Missile Crisis, but is it more or less just they're so close to us, or is there
I
just
mean,
a
two
normal
things. One,
relationship?
let's look at two things here, right? One, if Russia wants to threaten us, they have ICBMs. Don't know if they work or not, but they theoretically have lots of them. And all it takes is one working ICBM to really ruin your day, right? Like Seattle's just not that far. So they don't need Cuba for a missile crisis anymore. That was a long time ago. Technology done changed.
Understood.
But like, and the other side is, if there's any country that I would love if Russians try to do more business with, it's Cuba. They have an incredibly limited industrial base. They look like an old car museum because they were under sanctions in such a horrific regime for so long, and they're really far away. So even if they did have something the Russians wanted, like it's not easy to transport, and it's not like they make or can get in easily lots of semiconductors to Cuba. So I mean, if they want to go to Cuba and smoke some cigars, like whatever, there's weapons, and I have some concern from China. Not quite sure what's on them. That has some concern to me. Anything going to Cuba, I could care less. So that's my view.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, my order of hands is Yusuf, Prince, Alex, and I have questions for Alex when we get to him. So Yusuf, Prince, Alex, please stay, because I have questions about Georgia for you. Yusuf.
Okay, sir. The first question I have is regarding the quality of the Russian small arms, such as the Kalashnikov Model 12 they're issuing to their troops. First, we saw them like they were used by the paratroopers. There's a war by the VDV, and I heard I read in a couple of articles regarding these rifles that they're not supposed to be like the standard like a Russian Defense Ministry acquired from the Kalashnikov group. They were not like really made well, and I think so far 2 or 3 times they have made upgrades on it, and still it's not the thing that they wanted. I want to know that like, is it like a really good rifle, or still it's a problematic thing? Because they tried so hard.
Yeah, no, got you. All right, sir. You were up here late at night. If you haven't noticed, my name is Finance. My co-host Navo Dave is a scientist and a medical scientist. You have come up the only time of the day where we are often without a military expert. You, who I believe you said you served in, of all things, the Iranian service. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you in Iran now? Are you calling us from there?
I'm not currently living in there, and during my service, I was issued with G3 bio rifle, not the Kalashnikov. Uh, and I didn't know like it's about the medical thing. I'm really sorry about these questions.
No, he's a doctor. It's good. It's good. Dave's a doctor. Dave, are you a doctor, scientist, or just a scientist who does medical research?
I am a scientist that does cancer research. So I'm not an MD. I'm one of those doctors that doesn't help anybody.
But yeah, so the upshot here, Yusuf, is you have the most military experience of everybody who is currently on the panel. We do have a number of veterans I do see in the audience. If any of them would like to come up and discuss the Kalashnikov, the AK-12, I'm sure one of them might be able to. Late at night, we are sometimes without a military veteran. You look for Yehuda Amzala. He is he's a veteran. He comes up. We have many other veterans of various armed services, mostly in NATO countries around the world. U.S., Canadian, British, Navy, Army. We have pilots. So a number of different people, but you have come up the one time of day where we have none of those things. So I cannot answer a question about a military system because I do not know.
So
You got it. Sorry, I can't help you out there. Yeah, I do know that the important thing is, some of the rifles that are being given to these guys are like World War I era, especially to the LNR, DNR troops, right? The fake republics that are Russian-occupied Ukraine, that are Ukrainian ethnic people that they are not caring if they live or die. Those guys are often given World War I rifles. We also see rusty rifles handed out to Russian Mobics. I don't need to be a military expert to realize that that's a really bad idea. Your rifle should not be full of rust. So, I can say that, but I think a lot of these things, either the ancient bolt action rifle or the rust in the rifle are both signs of horrific logistics and supplies and the level of corruption in Russia that has led to them not having what they've said they've had. So our order of hands is we're back to Prince, then Alex. Prince.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up another sort of a really short update on something that I had seen a few weeks ago that has come to fruition. I don't know if you remember me talking about Latvia, talking about giving their cars that have been seized from drunk drivers to Ukraine. Well, the first shipment arrived. Latvia's first shipment of confiscated drunk driver cars has arrived now in Ukraine. They since the beginning of the year, they have seized 200 cars from drunk drivers. 7 were sent to Ukraine yesterday. So that is not a huge number, but if they do it on a regular basis, they are going to be supplying Ukraine with some much needed cars for their military. So I think it's a really novel way of supporting Ukraine, and it's a very, very needful way of supporting Ukraine. So I just thought I would mention that that has gone from an idea to being put into practice in just, I want to say, like a month.
So, in a unrelated news story, Ukraine has increased its exports of vodka to Latvia by 50%.
Are you serious, Dave?
No, I'm not serious.
That would be absolutely amazing if that was also true. I was like, please tell me that's true. That would be
Yeah.
the most glorious, honest, like real life. Oh, I was so excited for a moment.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but yeah, that would be funny. They're gonna get more drunk drivers and send us more cars. Maybe somebody in Ukraine should get on top of that.
All right. So bad. I do like this kind of social program, though. I can get behind this one. I'm totally against drunk driving, and I'm totally for cars going to Ukraine. So I can't think of something that combines two things I'm in favor of all at once. Good job, Latvia. All right, Alex, welcome up. How's my favorite Georgian?
Thank you. Yeah, I was listening. Oh, yeah, the comment I wanted to make. Again, I'm not military expert, but Kalashnikov is famous not to be the best, but to be the cheapest. So, and oftentimes you get what you pay for. It's very well spread. A lot of places make Kalashnikovs. As for Russia, I honestly don't know when they last issued their Kalashnikov. It's probably their. When I was serving in the army, they were saying that Kalashnikov, the newer model, was much worse than the original one, which for some reason Russians do believe that, and I did believe that too. Like because typically new things coming out of Russia, they are much worse than than original ones. And the original ones was made by Hugo Schmeisser, by the way. Kalashnikov himself, I think he was responsible for political, how will you call it? He was political officer with the group of German engineers that were brought to Russia to work on, in a closed environment, but they were all arms engineers led by Hugo Schmeisser. So that's what we know. And Kalashnikov was happened to be the political leader of that team. But yeah.
Alex, can I ask you some questions about Georgia, please?
Yeah.
All right. So I was hoping the Georgian
finance.
People,
So
yeah.
just before you do that, I want to collaborate. So I have a neighbor that collects Kalashnikovs, and he is of the opinion that the newer ones are junk, and so that kind of collaborates what Alex just said.
Yeah, typically the newer made in Russia, the newer is worse. But that's kind of rule of thumb. Yes, finance, please.
All right, thank you. So I was hopeful to see that. I was hopeful that when we saw the Georgian people stand up against what was called the Russian law, that they would keep standing up until they got better governance. And it seems like something like that is going on. Could you tell us what's going on in Georgia now? Because I've heard the unrest is still going on, and I don't think that is unrest. I think that is people crying out for democracy. So could you give us a little update, a little love on what's going on there in your home country?
I agree with you. Right now, I'm not in Georgia, but I'm trying to follow the news like you are. Ukrainian channels are very active in providing all that information. You can find some stuff in Twitter, but what I do like is, well, a couple of things. First, under the pressure from people, these clowns promised to repeal the law, but now it looks like there is no legal way to repeal. Well, legal way to repeal it would be actually to take it to the second reading and vote against it. That would be one way, but there is no session in the near future, so that would put things in a long box. The other way would be to have president repeal it, but that's another story. So, but the fundamental question which people asked, and this is where sentiment is going now, is like, this is clearly pro-Russian parliament. Do we really need to? They clearly do not represent the will of people, because the will of people they just demonstrated is Western vector, and everybody understands what's at stake after Ukrainian war. After war in Ukraine, like there will be Iron Curtain. It may be actually much worse than Iron Curtain was, because like Soviet Union was never under this many sanctions as Russia is today, and Soviet Union even at Afghanistan times probably did not have such a unanimous hatred as Putin's Russia. So who wants to be with Putin's Russia in a concentration camp? Certainly not Georgia. They fought for being part of Europe, being part of NATO. And if anything, they are the last ones to join Russian concentration camp at this point. So this parliament cannot represent them. And the question, like, it was very natural shift. They tried to disperse people 3 or 4 times using bullets. Yeah, it was kind of riot police, but they tried to be quite brutal, and it was like only when they saw that nobody's afraid of them and it's gonna end up very badly for them, they started backing down and promising stuff. So 2 things. One thing, it may be just a decoy, just to buy time and then sneak it under different label, but held the power. But again, more fundamental thing, whom they represent, and that's where what the real question now is. Just go. We need elections. Elections will show whom people support and whom they are voting for. This parliament have proved not once but many times they are pro-Russian pivot. They are there with the only mandate to please Putin. They are serving their local master, who has his master up in Kremlin. That's not how Georgia sees its future. And it was, like I said, it was some kind of cohabitation agreement and reset policy, but clearly it's time to and the Georgian dream by themselves, they pretty much repelled any agreements, spoken or unspoken or unwritten, with these years of rules. They are ruling now, what, more than a decade now, and with very poor results. So again, people need parliament that can represent themselves and their will. They clearly demonstrated their will towards the West. They don't want to do anything with Putin's Russia. And with Russia, for that matter, it's it's a colony that is kind of falling apart. Last thing you want to do is to remain in that concentration camp.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yeah, Godspeed to the Georgian people, who hope that they come out as safely as possible from this. And certainly, I think it's pretty clear here that we feel they deserve better leadership than something Russian.
What I think is happening is they are ready. They understand what they're facing, and they're gonna face a long-standing. So they plan not to go home. I think they will try to get the parliament they deserve. Yeah, and I fully support that.
Thank you. I had a bunch of hands, and now I can't see any. I believe Candace or not Candace, the heavily armored RV man and Prince. Heavily armored RV man, did you take your hand down, or am I glitching?
Oh, he took his hand down, but he just put it back up.
All right, Bill
So
Murray,
go ahead.
you're up.
Hey, Finance, how you doing? are we able to switch topics here for a second, or are we still talking about Georgia?
We could switch topics for a second.
Sure. I just had an actual finance question about Russia. I noticed today the mortgage defaults were pressing up. So I think I saw the number was around 30,000. And I was just kind of wondering why.
Russian or U.S.?
Sorry?
Russian or U.S. mortgage
Russia.
defaults?
In
Thank you.
Russia, yeah. And I was kind of wondering why that would be, considering their unemployment's still really low, because there's a chronic shortage of workers because everybody's fighting in Ukraine right now. That's it.
All right. Two things. One, Russian unemployment is reported by their statistical agency like Rosstat, so that's not a trustworthy number. While yes, they have a distinct labor force, in some ways their labor force is tight because, as you correctly point out, they have mobilized so many people. In other ways, due to their incredibly centralized, security service dominated economy and the fleeing of what little private sector a majority of their private sector dynamic businessmen, right? The Russians who were doing business in some sort of way closer to Western style business, though they were probably keeping their guys paid off because that's how you have to do it in Russia. Most of those guys fled, right? Those 900,000 Russians who have left Russia during the war, a significant number of them were the businessmen and the tech guys and the programmers. And we've seen evidence ranging from, in hacking circles, apparently the Russian hackers aren't as good as they used to be. Ukraine, interestingly, created an amnesty program for Ukrainian hackers, and the Ukrainian hacking has gotten much better. I read an article that said this. It basically said, if you're a Ukrainian hacker and you come work to defend the invasion, right? You have a patriotic bone in your body somewhere, where we'll forgive all your misdeeds if you come help stave off the genocidal invasion. And apparently some guys took them up on it. So maybe some women. I have no idea, but some people probably did. Apparently, this is what's been, sort of quietly reported. But the Russians lost their programmers. So, they had a huge brain drain. And on top of which, the war and the sanctions have massively shut down their ability to import and export to the normal, private sector business opportunities that you would, expect and be used to, where you would grow more profitability. So while yes, they might be a shortage of workers at key plants in a number of places because they mobilize guys who work there, that does not mean that their economy overall has a tight labor force everywhere, right? Labor forces tend to be localized. If you have a key artillery plant somewhere in Siberia, does it really matter if you have unemployment in Moscow? And the way that they paid industrial laborers since the Soviet Union fell apart is, near starvation wages. So this kind of, oppressive economic structure that basically is built around strip mining everything, people and resources, makes their labor force analysis pretty strange. Because again, they're not a normal country. Like, this isn't like analyzing Great Britain, and it's not like analyzing a normal middle income country in Europe like Italy or Estonia. And it's not like even analyzing it's not even like analyzing something like Vietnam, which is itself an authoritarian country still, right? But even that sort of works somewhat more normally than the hyper centralized sort of colonial empire, purely extractive business economy of Russia. And so much stuff has broken, changed, shifted, that there isn't the shortage you say it is. There's a lot of people who lost jobs earlier in the war. Russia was making their state-owned enterprises keep people on the books beyond where they had to. Now they're not. Anything outside the military industrial sector is losing jobs. The oil sector still does have jobs That part's still going because they're still exporting some oil, but it's definitely not growing. Certainly not growing in personnel the way it was before, because they can't train and replace, job openings aren't job openings. Just as you're not going to get a guy with an MBA and a hydroelectrical engineering degree to take a job, working at McDonald's, because he can't pay his bills and he clearly has more skills. But all the same way, you can't take a normal McDonald's worker, no offense to normal McDonald's workers here, and have them go work a hydroelectrical engineering job. I can't work a hydroelectrical engineering job, and I have a master's degree, because it's not in that. I have no clue what I'm doing. If I couldn't go help an oil field, lay down some fracking pipe. You need very specialized education for that. So, that takes years to train people. So where they have openings, they don't have the economic dynamism, because it's not truly a free market country. So one of the small political things that happened during the war is we changed calling them from a market economy to what we call a non-market economy, right? It's a state-run economy. And you know what? While that was done, because there's all these different tariff and trade repercussions that'll make it harder for them to get out of after the war, it's also just accurate. This isn't a normal market economy. They're not dynamic. Things don't change because economic pressures work normally. So back to mortgages, man, crap's falling apart. Hundreds of thousands of people are dead. Some of them had mortgages. Plenty of people who have debts, who have a dead husband, brother, son, whatever, didn't get paid their supposed LADA and paycheck. That was marketing. The early people got paid, not all of them, but some. Now that's not happening. So plenty of people didn't get paid. Plenty of those guys had mortgages that they're not going to pay. And plenty of Russians who didn't get mobilized at all just lost their jobs. And when you have data like Russia keeps data on how far back their salaries are in arrears. The fact that I can get this data and not the other data is shocking. There's over 1 billion in back pay that's owed to Russians. Over 20% of that is state back pay for like teachers who are even less well paid there than they are here. We're talking like primary school teachers. Well, if you don't get your paycheck, how are you going to pay your mortgage, right? Like when you stop paying your sort of working middle class, right? Whether it be blue collar or white collar, these people can't make mortgages. So it is not surprising to me, with their economy basically imploding, that people can't make mortgage payments, right? And auto sales are down 63% number is not a number that happens under low employment and under low unemployment and a decent economy. This is a number that happens under bad employment and a bad economy. Does that answer your question at way too much length?
No, I think that there's definitely some truth. So it's probably like what you say, a combination of them fudging their unemployment numbers, as well as people that technically are employed just aren't making enough money to actually like pay their debts. Is basically that what I got from that.
Right. The broad unemployment number, we can just throw that out the window. Just literally, if it's coming out of Rostat, light it on fire. Like, it's that bad now. It used to be, maybe it might approximate, like it used to be like based on a true story, like a Hollywood movie. Like, hey, there were guys of these names. They may have gone to these places. Sort of, they did something that looks like that. He definitely didn't look like Tom Cruise. She definitely didn't look like Halle Berry. And they definitely didn't go use 2 guns in each arm to blow up a million things. That definitely didn't happen. But it was based on a Hollywood movie, right? Like, it was based on a true story. That's kind of what Russian economics used to be like. They've now thrown that out the window, and they've just gone for like 100% pure fiction. It's not even like good fiction. It's more like some crazy fiction from the 60s where the writer was doing too many drugs. It's that kind of fiction that they're doing. Okay, so that's what Rostat is. We can just light that on fire. So we just don't trust their unemployment numbers. We don't trust the GDP number out of Rostat. So when you come to me and you say, hey, this number is low, I'm going to say, and it's not your fault, I get this a lot, well, that number is bull stuff. Yeah, that's the word. With that, I'm going to kick it back to our buddy Captelli.
Yeah, thank you. Unemployment number is function of people who registered, to get some kind of employment insurance. Well, for one thing, I am not aware of if Russia has any decent employment insurance program at all. Definitely, people with skills were never interested in that type of stuff because they won't get anything from that channel. And second, in the middle of mobilization now showing up to this, like they are trying to recruit people right at their workplace. People come to their jobs and first thing that they hear is their boss is telling them, you go to military commissariat, here is your paper. And like, bye-bye, go to Bakhmut. So who would, like, in his own walk into that agency and say, hey, I just lost my job, send me to the front line. So that would explain the numbers that are very low. Do they show level of unemployment? No, they don't show anything. It's just, Russian stats are not really something that can be trusted.
Yeah, I think that you're being optimistic here, but I think we're on the same page. So I always appreciate your input here, Captelli. But yeah, I think we've answered that question. Is that oh yeah, Bill Murray is happy. That is one heavily armored RV, my friend. Love it. All right, Nathan, Dave, back to you.
Back to me. Well, that depends on, I guess, what you want me to talk about. So I've been doing some reading over the past few days about something that we don't often talk about in this space because I guess there's not that many people um, that have an insight onto this. So I thought I would leverage my experience and bring up a health topic, health science topic, healthcare topic, actually, of Ukraine. We could turn this, this evening, uh, uh, I guess, little square dance that we have into like the finance and health hour or show, NAFO finance and health. Anyway, it's about
I feel
cancer
like
treatment.
it's about to scam people. I feel like this has like become a bad internet scam when you say it that way. But go on.
Yes, and it is. If you want to send me, never mind. So the thing is that people in Ukraine are still getting sick from different things. They're still, and cancer in particular is it's a long-term disease that has to be treated. And let me just paint a picture here. So say you're a patient, you just been diagnosed with colon cancer. It's like stage 3, which means that it's metastasized to some other areas from your colon, which is, for non-cancer people, this is a bad thing in capital letters. But it's also very curable at that stage. If you get the right treatment. So you've just been diagnosed, and then Russia comes in and invades your country, and they start shelling the hospitals, and suddenly your hospital no longer exists. Your patient records are gone. Your doctors are no longer available. That, and with if you don't continue to get treatment within a few months, you're going to be dead, but you will not be counted, of course, as a statistic, as a war fatality, or those numbers that come out every day, how many casualties. Those don't count the people such as this that die as a side effect of the war. from not being able to get treatment. So there's approximately 1 million people in Ukraine that that were getting treated for some kind of aggressive cancer when this war started. So, finance, what do you think? What do you think has been going on to help address this problem? Any clues?
I know a number of people were sort of come hell or high water trying to get early on in the war people who did have cancer and other severe health problems. There were a number of stories of them trying to get out of occupied areas that got occupied very quickly. But other than trying to get them out of Russian held areas, I do not have a clue.
Yes. So, well, Prince, you put your hand up right then. So you have a comment on this?
Finance took my answer.
Yes.
They are
Initially,
moving. I think that they are actually moving them farther to the west, to hospitals in Lviv and Kiev and other areas that tend to be farther from the front lines, that are in less danger of their hospitals being attacked. I do believe that there are also patients that are going to other countries still, probably Poland and Germany and the UK, and some that are in closer, maybe Latvia, Estonia, closer in relation to Ukraine, just to take some of that burden off. Because I know that even the hospitals in Kiev, I imagine, are overwhelmed with wounded patients.
oh yes, so that's one of the main issues is that the hospitals in Ukraine have shifted over to almost 100% trauma because they are seeing so many victims of different attacks. And so that uses up resources for people with chronic diseases like cancer. So the EU has opened up this, and this shows, I think, the one of the great reasons to have a nationalized healthcare, because you can imagine if in the U.S. these Ukrainians are coming over and they don't have insurance, they don't have health insurance, they don't have medical records. Um, they would be very hard to integrate them into an American style healthcare system. However, because they are welcome into the EU, they can go to any of the EU countries, and they get 3 years of being able to just stay there and get treatment and work if they can. So there are of course real problems with the different healthcare systems in Europe, but them being open for Ukrainians is not one of them. In fact, this is brought out, I think, the best in the healthcare profession and advocacy groups, because especially in Romania and Moldova, they have started many. There's too many collaborations, but there's two big ones: the Blue Heron Foundation and the Heal 21 Association, that have begun funneling people that need treatment for cancer into Romania and into Moldova. They have raised several million in euros to upgrade these hospitals so that people can get the standard of care that they need. They have also this is something that really caught my attention. They have developed a complete EU medical record system. So this integrates. This means that if you are in Ukraine and your medical this, and any EU country that you go to, any doctor will have access to your medical records, which is a huge deal because a lot of times when you get transferred to a new hospital, you have to start from scratch. And if the hospital is already overloaded, those tests and things that they're going to need to do will take months, if not years. and you'll probably die before then. So this on the surface, it doesn't look like a big thing, but having shared medical records that are also HIPAA compliant is a huge leap forward for the medical system in Europe, and it's going to make a big difference after this war is over in being able to get medical care wherever you need. So I've kind of droned on here for a bit, and we have a hand up. So Ilya, is that how you say your name?
Yeah, that's correct. Mic check. I hope I can be heard well. So I'm here in China, so the connection might be choppy because I cannot just come up from the Chinese IP, as you can understand. But yes, that's a great issue which you raised, and I think that's a very important point about the medical problems in Ukraine. And I know as a medical person and also having many connections also in the medical field that there are some initiatives in order to help mitigate those problems. For example, as you mentioned, sending people to some countries and some medical institutions in the neighboring countries and the Baltic countries. I know about those issues. And for example, we used to organize some initiatives in order to make this kind of telemedicine. So to organize some specialists who are able to give the distant consultations. So the online consultations for people in need, and so you can check my Twitter. So that I have pasted the link there, so that one can spread for people who are in need, so they can contact the professionals who can also be available for them. And the other initiative which we used to organize was to also help some hospitals who were in need of some supplies, to bring them some of those. So that's of course I have heard like from very many people in many cities which were bombed and attacked, that they are in shortage of supply, and they were asking like, what is the way? How do you know the way how to get this or that? So and we're not talking about like really like critical situations which you mentioned. So even for like more like when you think of like diabetes, yeah, so about people who are in constant need of some medicine like that. So that's also something which is absolutely necessary every day, right? So this supply is totally important, and I know many countries are helping. So this help is available, but still there is still shortage. So, and I'm really glad that you raised this issue. So that's what I wanted to contribute here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Did you say you're in China?
Correct. Yes, we have a community of Ukrainian expats here, and we are organizing help from here, from China, from within, and Russian high educated people who are also donating, although it's very, very, as you know, it is dangerous for them. So like in terms of criminal record to do this, but we've organized a channel which is working so that they can also able to help Ukrainians, which was working for really like around a year. So that's possible. So even when you are actually located in China.
Oh, well, I'm actually very curious about what the general Chinese attitude or what they feel about this, because we hear about Russia and Xi Jinping getting together and talking really buddy, but I don't know how the regular Chinese people feel about this.
Yeah, you might have heard several days ago there was a really nice overview about the way how the Chinese society is currently brainwashed by the propaganda. So it is not very different from the situation in Russia. So this is really widespread, and so all in all, overall, of course, the support is, so the people they are kind of trying to say, yeah, okay, like we regret that there is a war, but they don't understand what is happening, because all the information they get is from the state media. There are exceptions, of course. There are people who understand what is going on, so who are open, or who can use the different sources of information. But all in all, yeah. So the overall support is rather pro-Russian, which is, of course, not surprising.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. We appreciate. We don't have a lot of people from China that are in this space, so that's one of the areas where we would really like some input. So if you're open to it, hang around and we can ask you some questions. And
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, I will be glad.
So you said you're in the medical field. What is it okay if I ask what you do in the medical field?
Right. So my background is medical. So I graduated from the medical university. It was actually in Moscow. So I'm myself from the Crimea, but I studied in Moscow. But I never worked as a doctor, as a medical doctor. I'm working in neuroscience, molecular neuroscience field. So I'm a researcher. So I have my research group here in one of the universities in China.
Oh, I'm a molecular biologist, so studying cancer.
Oh, cool. Hello, colleague.
Yeah, it's good to run into another scientist on here. Well, thank you for your for contributing. And I had a question, but it has escaped my mind at the moment. I'm sure it'll come to me in a bit.
Sure.
But you did. Oh, that's what you brought up the idea of telemedicine, and that is that the WHO, and also they've been working with Doctors Without Borders, which is I hope everybody's heard of Doctors Without Borders. They're an international, they recruit doctors from all over the world to go to all over the world in places like Ukraine, where where health systems have been disrupted. But they are setting up a whole bunch of different telemedicine options for people in Ukraine and people in Romania and Moldova. So that's that's kind of one of the silver lining of the pandemic, is that we doctors really got up to speed on telemedicine. It always been kind of this thing in the background before. Oh yeah, we have that option if you really need it, but we don't really know how it's going to work. And now they've got it all hammered out, and so it's perfect timing for us to do telemedicine for patients in Ukraine.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. So this is similar like Zoom, right? So there was a rise of Zoom just before the COVID, all these epidemics, and now like everyone endorses it. And I hope the telemedicine will expand. Like now, also during this war in Ukraine, and maybe it will be also really helpful also later. So that's I think a great deal for sure. By the way, I wanted to ask you. Does your institute, does your research institution endorse the recruitment of Ukrainians, especially from Ukraine, like scientists or medical doctors? Because I know about such initiatives in the institutions in Poland, for example, where one of my friends is working. So, and I also used to announce to spread this news among the people in Ukraine who I know. So, do you know about such initiatives? I don't know, in which country are you working?
I'm in the United States in Utah. I work at Huntsman Cancer Institute, which is one of the premier cancer treatment centers in North America. And we started a program. It was geared more towards Ukrainian patients. So Utah it's kind of an anomaly. It's a very red state, but we are extremely pro immigration. So because if you know, I won't get into the history of Utah, but there's a history here that favors immigration. And so we've got a lot of Ukrainians that have immigrated here from since the war started, and we set up programs for people to be treated. I know of 2 Ukrainian scientists that we have hired in the last year. Um, I don't know of any others, but we do have an initiative for patients, and we've always been very open to Eastern European scientists because you can imagine, having been to school in Russia, that that there's not a lot of I guess it's not nearly as easy to do research and to um, pursue science in Russia. Um, and so we hire a lot of Russians here too. Just it's been a brain drain, I'm sure, for Russia and surrounding areas because all of the scientists are leaving to come work here, or China as you did. So finance, Raver has been requesting, and I can't bring him up.
Raver has what is colloquially known here as Das Twitterpoxis. Yes, it's Das Twitterpoxis. It is a medical diagnosis that occurs when your cell phone and the Twitter application do not get along whatsoever. It can be fixed by taking your cell phone and banging it repeatedly against your head. If that does not fix it, you need to reset your cell phone, make sure your cell phone and your Twitter app are both updated, then repeatedly bang it against your head 4 or 5 times more, and then pray to the gods of the Twitter Stoxitus that it is fixed. And then maybe, possibly, his Twitter Spoxitus will be fixed. But other than that, I don't know what to do for Raver. I have tried sending him invites and getting them up as well. We would love to speak with him. He's our friendly tank veteran friend. Always like having Raver, but I cannot fix that which Elon Musk hath wrought. So, back to our hands. Is it Wilden Prince or Princeton Will? Nafo, where are we going?
Ladies first.
Hey, be careful who you call a lady. I just, you're talking about so many good things about healthcare, and so many of the important things that I think about. It's um, I haven't talked about it on the space, but my mom recently died of cancer, and having that integrated health system where there was the records that followed her from every single doctor is so vital. And she considered moving across the state in her final months, but chose not to do it because she knew she would have to start all. When I think about the idea of having your records available in multiple cities and across the European Union, what an amazing thing. I would be happy just to have the medical records available all throughout my state so that any provider I went to could have access to them. It is an amazing thing that is being overcome in a very difficult time. Um, I've seen uh, the Ukrainians. I found this yesterday, and it has to do with the Ukrainians that return from Russian captivity. So just, you know, sort of medically tangential, but sort of bringing another aspect to it. Recently, last week, I believe it was, we heard that one of the Avastal defenders who was released months ago died. And there are so many reasons that that can happen, and without receiving proper medical care while they're in captivity, of course, has a lot to do with it. But almost all Ukrainians who returned home from Russian captivity yesterday, so I had this written down for you, injuries or return with serious illness. This was announced by the head deputy of the working group for the coordination headquarters. Yeah, an official in Ukraine said it. Translation sometimes really sucks. Unfortunately, the state of the health would like to be better because this exchange of most servicemen have injuries, serious diseases they suffered during the struggle for independence of Ukraine. This is already the 39th exchange of prisoners with the Russian Federation, and emphasized that the headquarters is constantly working with return for the prisoners. But we see them come back. We see them come back with such devastating injuries that some of them have had to go to other countries for surgery. I think of the gentleman, I can't remember his name, who was in MriyaReport, whose arm didn't heal correctly. And I believe I don't remember which country, I want to say the United States, but I know he had to go outside of the country for intervention. And the pressure, like you said, that is putting on the Ukrainian hospital system, besides all of the hospitals that have been hit repeatedly and damaged to the point where they cannot function, or you wonder how they're function. And Ryan has shared with us a little bit about some of the hospitals that he's visited. But then that moves, like you were saying, Nafo Devo, because a lot of those hospitals in the western part of the country have basically turned into trauma centers because they don't have, that's what they need to deal with. That is the most urgent. When you're in a situation like this, you're triaging and you're dealing with the most serious patients first. The person whose blood pressure is a little bit high is going to wait, but that chronic problem is going to cause that chronic issue is going to cause problems throughout, in their life if it's not treated appropriately. So I really appreciate you bringing this up, Dafo, because it's something that we don't talk about a lot. And I haven't heard from Nurse Anna for a while, but we have a nurse who works with 3XR and has come on to the MriyaReport frequently to share how she is working to get injured soldiers out of Ukraine, and how that is all happening. And I believe a lot of times these are foreign volunteers from other countries, the United States, Brazil, I can't remember what other countries, but that brings a whole nother issue into it with insurance and things such as that also, because you know Poland has been very gracious in this. I know other countries have been too, and especially in the EU. But you have, just as an example, you have an American citizen who's fighting on behalf of Ukraine in Ukraine and is injured horribly. Well, where's their insurance to have their health needs covered? And I would like to see some official bills in the United States and in other countries to provide this as part of the aid that is being provided to Ukraine. So it's just a thought and an idea that I don't see why we couldn't put in our budget a line item for medical care for those who need rehabilitation treatments, surgeries, limbs, all kinds of things, to help to offset some of the the big injuries that are happening in Ukraine. So I just rambled on there for a minute or two, but just wanted to add to the conversation a little bit.
Well, thank you for adding that. You do bring up a lot of good points there, and I'll comment on that after we hear from Will.
Oh, you can go ahead now if you'd like, Dave, so you don't lose your train of thought. And
Oh, the train is long gone.
hey, I just want to welcome up Ilya and have a couple questions for Ilya from his background and experience. If you've got time, I would take it. Question.
Sure.
Cool. Privyet. My name's Will. I live in Perth, Western Australia, and I spent 12 years in living and working in Russia. And I noted from your background that you said you're from Crimea, and you went to university in Moscow, and now you're in China doing research on medical research. So, did you grow up in Crimea?
Yes, I grew up until I finished my high school, and then I went to Moscow. Yes, correct.
And so, were you in Crimea in 2014 or around then?
Well, in 2014, I was traveling together with my family back home to Sevastopol, where I'm from.
Right.
Just on the 1st of March, when our plane was canceled because the airport of Simferopol just stopped receiving the plane because this all started. At that time, I was already a postdoc in Germany. So I was doing my research in Germany, and so I was coming back from there. So my citizenship is actually German. But yes, I was born and grew up in Sevastopol.
So, just from your background in the time that you lived in Sevastopol way back then, because I've never had an opportunity to travel to Crimea, but I did travel in the Donbass and Luhansk before, and I just wonder, do you believe that the majority of the population in Crimea would have been for joining Russia prior to the 2014 Little Green Men thing, or do you believe that Crimea would more like to be part of Ukraine?
Okay, so the moods were shifting. We're shifting in the starting from the 10th of like 2010. Yeah, so it was starting to shift towards staying with Ukraine, but still the predominant majority was pro-Russian. So this is no doubt about that. So even if this fake referendum, which happened in March 2014, would be actually the legitimate, yeah. So if they would allow to raise different opinions and also like to advertise for them, so I don't think the result would be very, very, very different. Might be a little bit different, but not ethnically Russian. But like, how did I end up to be born in the Crimea? You know, so it was a Tatar land for centuries. So there were Greeks before, there were people from Genova before, and so on and so on, right? But it was a Tatar land. Since the Russian Empire actually annexed this territory, or how do you say, invaded, or whatever. So it became Russian. So since then, so they started many waves of this oppression of local people, of Tatars, and of course repopulation of this territory with Russians. And this also continued during the Stalin's time. So you remember, of course, about the deportation of the Tatars in the middle of the 1940s. And of course, it was also repopulated by Russian population. So like, it's also no wonder, yeah. So like the situation is like that. So my estimate well, maybe 85%. Yes, I would say so. But this also has an explanation. So I hope this answers your question.
Indeed, it does. Thanks very much for your perspective on that. Nafo,
sure.
Nafo, Dave, back to you, buddy.
Okay. Well, I'm still having issues trying to bring it. Raver, I sent you an invite. I'm still having issues not being able to bring you up. Add on. Ilya he brought up also another common disease, chronic disease is diabetes. And of course, there's type 1 diabetes and type 2. So type 2 is often develops later in life. So it can often be killer, but type 1 is because type 1 diabetes is when it's an autoimmune disease, means your own body kills the cells that make insulin, and so you can't produce it at all. And if you don't have that, then you're going to die pretty quickly. So type 1 diabetics, especially in Ukraine, have been a focus of the WHO to make sure that they have available insulin. And this to me, it's kind of ironic that over here in the States, we are just starting to grapple with insulin and the extremely high cost of insulin here. They finally got it capped at $35, but a whole bunch of conservative people didn't like that. But in Europe, it's almost free. It's like $5-10 for a month. But and that's because insulin basically has not changed since we started using molecular cloning to make it in the 70s, and it hasn't changed since then. There is no R&D involved in insulin. It's all profit. And America has been like, hey, we can charge all these people anything because they have to pay for it. They have to have it or they'll die. So we'll just go ahead and jack the price up. But in Ukraine and in Europe, they see these people and they think, well, we need to make this available to everybody. And my cat just jumped in my face. We need to make this available to everybody, and they've done that, and it's just been wonderful. I think there's a lot of good that's coming out of a very, very bad situation here. Will.
Hey,
excuse me, Dave. Just a short notice. I just wanted to say, like, that's a great point which you raised, and I also wanted to point that in some European countries it's actually free. So this is covered by the insurance, by the obligate or mandatory insurance. So like that's. But otherwise, yes, absolutely, that's a great point.
Yeah, there I just showed my my American lack of knowledge of exactly how the European system works. But yes, it probably would be free in most places, in most instances.
For example, Germany.
Yes, I've really wanted to visit Germany, but I won't get off on that tangent. Will, back to you.
Hey, thanks, Nafo, Dave. Finance had asked, and I wasn't able to answer before when he'd asked about military stuff. So I'm available now, and I don't have any calls or anything coming in. So I'm just going to stand by here. And if you have any general questions at finance, or I certainly can't answer anything on the AK-12 and the design features and failures of that. I know background, but wouldn't be able to answer that question too techie. But if you've got general military questions or stuff specifically that you want, for instance, I won't make up anything new, but I can walk through from listening to John and Chuck the map of Bakhmut or any place if you'd like, based on what he told us before. If you just want a recap of anything, please feel free to ask.
Yeah. Well, while I've got you here for some basic military questions, what's going on? I haven't had my military fix for the day. Was kind of busy after a marathon of hosting and phone calls and more hosting yesterday. And so what's the latest? At least the airstrikes are done for the day, hopefully for ever, but I don't think that lucky. So what's going on?
So they did talk a lot about that. The 81 airstrikes, of course, were the big issue of the day, and in particular the fact that there were a number of Kinzhal missiles used, those multi-supersonic ballistic missiles that are launched from the air, and the impact and use of those and how to deter them, which I can also summarize a little bit. But if you're talking about the battlefield, there really isn't much change. It doesn't appear to the battlefield in Bakhmut. If I'm looking at Chuck's map, where he talked about multiple additional attacks up in Dubova-Vasilivka. So it appears that the Russians are carrying on their method of attack up in Dubova-Vasilivka. You would have remembered from the other day that there were actually 37 separate attacks, 37 separate instances where they had to repel attacks up there. So more is happening up there, but it's having the exact same effect. They're not able to break through there. The Russians aren't, and it would appear that there's just no evidence that they're going to achieve an encirclement from that direction at this time. There have been a couple more attacks in the city. Interestingly, they are trying to infiltrate across the Bakhmut River, and they are being met with fierce resistance in the town. That's the area that I'm particularly interested in knowing how it's going, but I don't have any really micro on the ground updates on that, and I'll look through videos and other discussion after this to try to find out some more about that, because that's what I was talking about the other day. It's a very, very dangerous game, as John Spencer would tell you, trying to get into on purpose, close quarter, inner city combat, right? That is a very dangerous game, and but it can obviously be very rewarding for Ukraine if they are able to absolutely ambush and take out a whole bunch of Russian troops trying to do something that they're probably not skilled at doing. So there have been a couple attacks down in the south too, but interestingly enough, that we still have the Russians using artillery in the Klitschkov area down south of Bakhmut, which suggests that the little minor area counterattack done by Ukraine a couple of days ago, that Russia hasn't been able to retake any of that land. So down by Ivanivsky, where they're also attacking in the northern part of that town, they still haven't reestablished control of the south like they had before. So it's good. So John and Chuck didn't talk about any significant movement here because there hasn't been any movement on the battlefield, but the attrition carries on as you'd expect. And then they talk quite a lot about the missiles and some other issues. So there's not that much going on in the Bakhmut map. I actually missed if they spoke about the Kremina area, and I don't see a map up from Chuck, but I'll try to look around the rest of the on the ground battlefield and through the things I chase and get back to you later on as I catch up on the updates. And if you want to ask any questions specifically about those air attacks and things that come in, I can probably give a bit more information on that.
Thank you. So we've got where are the Ukrainians pushing anywhere? Can I get a short? Are the Ukrainians known to be advancing the line of conflict anywhere? Or are they just
so
basically holding the line everywhere, and the Russians are blowing themselves up? everywhere, literally.
I don't see any counter attacks, even localized ones yesterday, but I do see that they've been able to hold some of the areas that they did counterattack in yesterday. But no significant offensive action by Ukraine today. I think it's basically damage assessment from yesterday all over the place, and hold the line and repel attacks today up and down the line, because the focus has kind of shifted, it seems, from Russia's side to a day of these bombardment with missiles, and no real offensive to follow that up. But those were basically civilian attacks anyway. So normally, what you would normally see in this case is they'd use their Kinzhals and all these missile defense to weaken defenses just behind the line in Liman or someplace outside of Kremina, or into the forest and out into Lachance, so they could really do a big crossing at Bilohorivka, right, and establish the area or saturate the area north of Bakhmut, which is what's going to be really important to try to take on Kramatorsk or one of those places. But you'd normally see them assault with their artillery and their short-range ballistic capabilities behind the enemy line, or behind the Ukrainian lines, back in where they can interdict command and control and all the stuff we're after with the that we see every day, that we're interested in, stuff close to the battlefield. But they haven't. They've used all that on strictly civilian targets. All 81 missiles. Not one of those that I've seen from yesterday attacked anything remotely like a military installation or infrastructure supporting a military activity. It didn't look like that at all. It's all I hate to say this calculus on this in relation to Ukrainian lives, but it looks like a whole bunch of money expended and no real effect. Although it did have a massive real effect if you were in the dozens of people who got injured or killed. But 81 missiles for the amount of injury and death and disruption that they've tried to cause in Ukraine is not good value for money. But I hate to say it that way, but that it's true.
Yeah, no, I just assumed the logical thing, since I've learned so much about logistics and operational requirements of getting stuff to the battlefield, is, wouldn't you want to, even if they're not the most directed and accurate missiles, wouldn't you just aim that at whatever supplies Bakhmut, if that's their big push? I don't need to be a military expert. That's the approach, right? I don't need to be a military expert. That's the approach, right? In 40, will just making sure that, like, I'm not missing, but they're Russia, so they like terror. They think that civilian terror is more important than military objectives, right? Like that's what they're doing.
Well, it's kind of what you were talking about before, I think, and John Spencer talks about periodically. It's really important when a war is being conducted not to take out the political aspects of it, right? And like, I don't know, Clausewitz or somebody said, it was, war is just politics by other means. And so there is a significant political component going on in relation to Russia's continued focus on Bakhmut, and as a result of that, Ukraine's focus on Bakhmut, because John and Chuck have said before, and basically repeated today, why Bakhmut? Why Bakhmut is because that's where the Russian soldiers are to kill. That's why Ukraine's still in Bakhmut, because it's obvious that the effects of battle in Bakhmut have attrited Russian resources and bodies way more than Ukraine. But they and that's why Ukraine's still there. Ukraine, of course, is suffering significant casualties because they don't have enough bullets and ammunition. Basically, Russia still has a greater number of artillery pieces and a greater number of ammunition for those artillery pieces day by day by day. Although accurate artillery rounds is a bigger deal for. So I don't think that Ukraine necessarily has to have artillery parity, but you wouldn't want to be still disadvantaged by great numbers, because artillery kills the most people on the battlefield. and destroys the most equipment. Or indirect fire still kills most people in war. And so having an advantage like that, which Russia has always gone for, just, I mean, an absurd number of artillery pieces, advantage is what they normally go for. And so they still have an advantage, and they still have an advantage in shells. But note, there have been significant issues with them getting enough shells in recent times, including the commander in Volodar complaining that because Wagner got so many artillery shells, they were starved of artillery shells, and that's what caused the failure in Volodar. That is made a lie, a bit of it, if you see their performance in combined arms operations in the field. I'm not sure even good artillery would have saved that effort, but they're complaining about starving of artillery. So the problem with holding Bakhmut from the Ukrainian side is you're losing a number of lives because you still don't have arms and armor capability to defend yourself with enough weapons or enough, that Ukraine is in an incredibly strange position normally, that you've got more pilots than you have planes to put them into. That is a real deficiency because, with the training time it takes to get a good pilot up to speed, you could build 4 or 5 aircraft easily. You should have those in. So Ukraine still has an equipment deficiency in order to fully defend itself and, of course, go on the offense. But they are doing incredibly well, and that's why they keep holding on to Bakhmut, because they are attriting Russian forces, causing localized or system-wide reductions in artillery shells available, and loss of life that it has been measured in estimates. Well, if you were looking at Solidar those couple of days, those numbers probably went up to 20-1 that day. But overall, I think the estimates are somewhere in the 5-1 to 7-1 ratio. So, they're there in Bakhmut because for every Ukrainian that gets injured or killed, 5 to 7 Russians do. So that's why they're still there. But as I say, it's a very dangerous game fighting in a city. Russia has attempted to pull things all the way up close, like those TOS-1A thermobaric bomb launchers, which, from the video I saw a couple of days, weren't really incredibly effective in their first usage. But they'll continue to throw everything they have at it, and hopefully they'll make some incredibly stupid mistakes in and around that Bakhmutka River. And they'll suffer some more massive losses, like we saw, in Severodonetsk, or we've seen in Bakhmut as they fight their way out of a city. But I think that the risk has largely dropped, based on looking at Chuck's map of today, because if Prigozhin and Wagner can't close the pincher, if they've shown no capability to close the pincer around Bakhmut, it really doesn't matter how round and bulbous that the surrounding around Bakhmut is. And so it's not a panic, but it's still a big consideration how long to stay in Bakhmut and the reasons you stay there for, right? Zelensky came out yesterday and said on CNN in an interview that Bakhmut is a strategic location for them, right? Now, I think that was Maskarovka. I think he was agreeing with the Russian side simply for the purposes of agreeing with the Russian side, because even though it makes no difference, when militarily, I don't believe there's anybody who identifies Bakhmut as strategic on that map in order to take over Ukraine. But Russia's clearly made it strategic from their perspective because of the reporting that's been done on it in Russia that we've all been able to watch for months. And they've basically claimed they've taken Bakhmut before. And so I think they absolutely have to have it. Putin's absolutely got to have it. His commanders are directed he's absolutely got to have it. And that's what they're continuing to try to do. Zelensky's making it a saying it's a strategic point does, of course, mean that if and when Ukraine does lose it, it's a bigger PR win for Russia. But maybe it's either Maskarovka, where he's saying it is just as cover for what he really thinks is strategic, or he's okay with it turning into a minor political strategic loss in an overall win. I don't. But I don't think he was being 100% genuine in his thoughts when Zelensky said on CNN the other day that Bakhmut is strategic in the way we understand it. But I've generated a couple of questions, so I'll hand over the mic back to you, Finance.
All right. To be fair, Dave was running things, but I am happy to take the mic for a moment. I have no idea the order of hands when that happens. We have two choices.
Candy, I reckon.
Can do
Dave
and
does.
Windy. Can do and
Bill Murray.
Windy. Bill Murray is first, then Windy. Yeah.
Bill Murray, you're up.
Hey, Will, I just had a question for you. You raised a point. Why did the Russians not target military targets? You mentioned, like, why not Liman, or target some logistical points that the Ukrainians are using or command and controlled. Do you think it's possible that the Russian military intelligence in Ukraine is so piss poor that they just don't know where any of these things are, and really the only thing that they can target is just civilian infrastructure?
So I think there might be there's possibly one of three answers to that. The first would be it's just part of their doctrine. Their political doctrine is to terrorize the population they intend to take over and break their will. Maybe they think that works, although there is no historical precedent for it working. Otherwise, they are not going after military targets and using those weapons on civilian targets out of incompetence in military targeting. Or, last but least, maybe they have so many on hand, hidden away, of these missiles, but it doesn't show as such on OSINT information. If you look that information up, it looks like they've used a significant number of their caliber and now their Kinzhal missiles. And remember, that factory where they make the Kinzhal and the Iskander missile was on fire last week, right? There was a big fire in there. So their production capability and what they have on hand might be big enough that this is a smart move, but I just don't think that. I think it's an incredibly stupid move on the part of the military agreeing to use those tools because they were politically told to do so, right? Because it's part of their overall terror campaign, which they're trying in addition to their military campaign. But if they want to go do an actual offensive after mud season, if Russia starts, if they say, "Oh, we're going to beat the Ukrainians to it, and we're going to start an offensive," if they do that, they better have a whole bunch of these things left over, because they will want to do exactly what you said, can do, which is attack actual military and logistical targets close to the front to assist and extend an offensive assault.
I've also heard the theory, and Sarah, I can never pronounce her last name. The friend, she commented about how that the Russian artillery seems to be a few days behind where different things are, and people have hypothesized that Russia, their satellite imaging system really is in trouble and not working very well, and so it could be that Ukraine, combination of Ukraine is camouflaging and hiding well, and Russia is just really slow with getting satellite imaging because of with the sanctions and things. Part of those sanctions are data from different satellites. So Wendy, you have your hand up here. Go ahead.
Well, good evening, my friends. I actually have two questions. did Ukraine ever regain control of their nuclear power plant?
next to nuclear reactors, which is a few inspectors that have been able to get in have raised alarms about unqualified Russian contractors that have been brought in, connected the power plant from the grid.